Okay. The State Board will reconvene and start with a pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we now have to first hold an election and for the position of president, vice president of the board for 214. The bylaws require that the state superintendent preside over the election of the president and such other business as the state board may direct. I now will turn the gavel over to the state superintendent, Tom Torlakson. Yeah, no, I'm turning it over to him to swear me.
Great. And we do the swearing first. Okay. Taking the oath of office, President Kirst, I, Michael Kirst, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
Okay, at this point then, the nominations are open for vice president of the California State Board of Education. I'll call on Board Member Williams. I'm sorry.
Or for president.
For president of the State Board of Education. Okay.
First.
All right, we'll swear in the other two. All right, so Carl Cohen, would you come up?
The recently
I
reconfirmed
will
members.
swear these in, yeah.
You'll get to stand out of your way.
Put your left hand on. I, Carl Cohen, do solemnly swear
I, Carl Cohn, do solemnly swear
or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay.
You need to sign that. Okay, Board Member Rucker. I, Patricia Ann Rucker,
I, Patricia Ann Rucker,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
And
Thank you.
good. Okay, you need to sign. Okay, now we've sworn in our members, and now we're ready for nominations for our officers. We do this every year, and so the floor is open for nominations for the president of the California State Board of Education.
And I believe it's my duty to receive those nominations at this time and then conduct the election, correct? And so thank you. I'm bound to read this. In keeping with Article 4 of the State Board's bylaws, I would like to call for the nominations of the office of president. The bylaws allow for nominations from the floor. No member may nominate or second the nomination of himself or herself. 6 votes are necessary to elect an officer, and each officer elected shall serve for 1 year or until his or her successor is elected. And so now nominations are open. And Board Member Trish Williams.
Yes, I would like to make a nomination for president for Mike Kirst to continue. And before, I'd like to make a statement about that. It's been 22 years since I met Mike Kirst, and 12 years that we worked very closely outside this venue and 3 years in this venue. And I think I mentioned yesterday that I had the privilege of being in Washington, D.C. recently and meeting with other state leaders from around the country, talking about how their states were doing with developing policy and implementing policy. And many other states are having a struggle with many of the things that they are trying to get done. And it made me feel so proud to be a part of the California State Board of Education and to work with the CDE. And part of that pride was in knowing that Mike Kirst brought a remarkable set of skills, a remarkable body of knowledge and experiences with him, and a really strong relationship and reputation with the governor, and that those assets that he brought to the leadership of the state board is a large part of why we have been so productive and prolific and thoughtful over the last 3 years on the state board in terms of policy reform. And so it is with a great sense of honor that I nominate Mike Kirst to continue as the president of the state board.
Thank you, Board Member Williams. Is there a second to that motion? Member Burr has seconded the motion. Any other nominations? Nominations are closed. We will now ask for the vote. Those in favor of electing Michael Kirst as president again, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. President, continue.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations.
And I appreciate the comments from my fellow board member, Trish Williams. We will now open the floor for nominations of the office of vice president. Are there any nominations for vice president? Board Member Sandoval.
I'd like to nominate Eileen Strauss for the position of vice president. She has an extraordinary level of engagement as a leader, and I'd like to see her continue with that.
I'll second that.
Is there any public comment on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Okay, congratulations to Eileen Strauss. Okay, now we are ready for the business of the board. Today we have only one item, item 20, and then we will have a second item after that, item 21. So we have the first item, 20 and 21. Let me repeat some of our procedures for this, for the audience. First, for the board, I think it best if we stay in continual deliberation. In other words, we won't take any formal breaks. Members can leave if they must for certain things, and then we will keep 6 members here all the time at least. So members of the audience, you may see at some point board members leaving. We also We'll have lunch and, if necessary, dinner brought in, so board members will go get their meals and come back. We'll continue to deliberate. So we leave it to your discretion as board members as to how we handle this, and we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, I'll have to turn the gavel over to Vice President Strauss at some point. We have now, for the audience, we have one sign-up sheet for public testimony on LCFF, and the speakers should specify whether their comments are appropriate to the emergency regulations or the permanent regulations. That's the second item, as appropriate. The testimony, we have time limits because of the large number of speakers, so if you are a single person speaking, you will get 1 minute. Groups of 3 and 4 that use a representative to speak for them will get 2 minutes. Groups from 5 to 9 that use a spokesperson for all of them will get 3 minutes. And we have groups of 10 who will use a spokesperson, and they will get 5 minutes. There were interpreters who will translate the proceedings of the LCFF items into Spanish. Headsets are available in the building lobby. The interpreter will translate into the headsets, and you'll need to use those. We have additional seating, rooms located around the corner from the lobby past the elevators. Room 1103 down the hall to the left, 1108 all the way down the hall to the left, and room 1801 to the right inside the California Department of Education. Additional seating and TV monitor has been available in the main lobby for the building. So I wanted to, before we start, just say that the board has involved itself in an extraordinary amount of outreach on this item. We have conducted over 50 meetings with various stakeholder groups since our first meeting, where we heard from 188 witnesses, and the local control accountability plan template has been downloaded over 1,200 times. We recognize the extreme level of interest the SBE and SBA staff have conducted, and they have then, as a result, conducted an unprecedented amount of outreach over the last 6 months, met with representatives of 20 state organizations. The board also conducted regional hearings at 3 locations with remote locations as well. And we did, in partnership with California Endowment, an additional 12 hearings across the state. I want to assure everyone here that the board has listened, and we read the letters. We've had numerous letters, and we intend to listen to all the comments carefully. We appreciate the interest from everyone that has taken time from their busy schedules to be here and put up with the patience of all the time that you may have to wait. So please respect your time limits and leave the podium as soon as the light turns red. If the speaker ahead of you has made the same point, please indicate your agreement, and you do not need to restate. And of course, we have large groups of people that are also going to be testifying at this point. So we usually start this then with a presentation, and then I'll call on one of our board liaisons to the LCFF, Sue Burr, to make some framing comments, and then we will begin to take the public comment. So at this point, I'd like Janelle Kubanek to come forward from WestEd and give us a presentation. But before that, Chris Swenson from CDE will give the department's official opening and frame the issue for us in terms of the process, procedures, and what we're doing here today.
Good morning, President Kurz, Superintendent Toiletson, members of the board. Sorry. Good morning, President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. I'm Chris Swenson, Director of the Local Agency System Support Office. Items 20 and 21 represent the culmination of a 6-month process with extensive constituent participation to develop regulations to govern the expenditure of local control funding formula, supplemental and concentration funds, and to provide a template for LEAs to use to develop their local control accountability plans as required by the LCFF statute. The board must adopt emergency spending regulations by the end of this month and an LCAP template no later than this March so that LEAs may submit an initial LCAP by July 1, 2014. Although the items are closely related in content, they are technically different and require separate and distinct actions by the board. Item 20 is a recommendation that the board adopt a finding of emergency and proposed emergency regulations to govern the expenditure of funds and the LCAP template. The recommended action includes approving the finding of emergency, adopting the proposed emergency regulations, directing the CDE to circulate the required notice of proposed emergency action and then submit the emergency regulations to the Office of Administrative Law for approval, authorizing the CDE in consultation with SBE staff to take any necessary action consistent with the SBE's action to respond to any direction or concern expressed by the OAL during its review of the finding of emergency and proposed regulations. And one addition to the recommendation, just for purposes of clarification, that is not in your printed copy, and it is this: delegating to SBE and CDE staff the authority to amend code section citations as appropriate in the emergency regulation documents. If the board approves the proposed regulations today, they will be submitted to the Office of Administrative Law and may be approved as early as February. Once approved, they are effective for 180 days. Item 21, therefore, is a recommendation that the board initiate the permanent rulemaking process. The recommended actions here include approving the notice of proposed rulemaking, approving the initial statement of reasons, directing the CDE to commence the rulemaking process, authorizing the CDE once again in consultation with SBE staff, to make any technical corrections consistent with your action based on comment back from OAL. And then finally, because the proposed spending regulations and LCAP template are the same in both items, that is attachment 3 in each item, there will be a single public comment period, as President Kirst has already addressed. And to reiterate what President Kirst requested, if a comment is directed to one item rather than to both, please clearly indicate that so that staff can pick that up. And here now is Janelle Kubinek to discuss the content of the proposed regulations.
Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. Janelle Kubinek with Westhead, and I'm here on behalf as in a consulting role with your state board staff and helping facilitate the implementation of regulations and support for LCFF. So today's a major milestone. Remember back in July, we had the bar and we said there's lots of things that are going to happen. Well, today is one of those. And today is a day where we're looking at regulations, as Chris just mentioned, both emergency regulations to go in effect immediately, as well as permanent regulations to follow that, that are really about how do we implement LCFF. So what you're presented with in your item and your packets are both spending regulations, consistent with the requirements in Ed Code Section 4223807, as well as the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan template. And as you recall, in November, drafts of the regulations were presented, as well as a concept for the LCAP. And we have received considerable feedback, and not only during the hearing from November, but also subsequent to that. And President Kirst mentioned several of those opportunities that were taken to receive that. But this includes stakeholders that represent parents, civil rights groups, teachers, educational leaders, and you, We took your feedback as well from that November meeting. So I want to briefly share with you some background and then set a context for the decisions before you and the comments that you're going to be hearing from the many stakeholders that are here today. Just to revisit the formula, as we go through the course of the day, I think it's easy to think about how complicated all of this is. And so I'd like to start with a reminder of how simple this is meant to be. And that is, this formula is greatly simplifying how we fund education in California. In fact, it takes us from being one of the most complicated states to one of the most simple states as we fund schools. And really, LCFF is meant to be simple. And when you look at it, what it's taking us to is a formula that says every student in the state is funded based on the same amount, whether you're in the northern part of the state, the southern part of the state, in the largest district or the smallest district. It's about the same amount of funding for student with two adjustments. The first being grade level. So depending on the grade level or grade span that the student's in, there's a slightly differentiated amount. In our grades for K-3, that reflects some increased funding recognizing the importance of smaller class sizes, or the grade span adjustment. In our grades 9-12, there's a slightly different amount that includes a college and career readiness increase. So with that money, though, that all comes to the base of what districts, charter schools, and county offices receive. In addition to that adjustment, the second adjustment is based on demographics. And this is what is the subject of the spending regulations. What do we do with the additional funds that are provided based on students in need, or what we call technically in the formula are unduplicated pupils? So those students that are low income, English learners, and or foster youth. So when you look at this formula, we start with the same amount per student, we adjust it based on grade span, and we add something more dealing with the equity needs and interests of our state based on demographics. That is the formula. And so today, as you think about the spending regulations, what we're looking at is how do we operate now? How do we take this relatively simple formula and make it make sense within the context of providing services to students? And so we have not only the spending regulations, but also the LCAP, the Local Control and Accountability Plan, which is intended to be the spending plan, documenting the choices that we're making locally and the story that that tells about how the needs of students are met. There are many tasks that have been laid before you in supporting the implementation of LCFF. Two of the tasks are before you today. That is the approval of emergency regulations, permanent regulations for spending, as well as the LCAP template. And there is more that we are going to be seeing in terms of rubrics. One of the pieces of feedback as we've been working on the process of the regulations and the templates has been concern that the rubrics are going to take some time. And as you can see, based on the statute for LCFF, those rubrics are due to be approved by October 1st, 2015. But given the interest and the feedback that's been received, we plan to work to accelerate the information that you receive and consider so that we can hopefully give some insight to local implementation around these rubrics far before the deadline included in the statutes. So you're going to hear many things today, and just as a reminder, the work in terms of putting together the regulations and the templates really is about what's in the law. And it's about what we've termed as the design principles for LCFF. Those are very clearly stated in the law and have been followed in constructing the draft regulations and template. And just a reminder, simplicity. I talked about already the simplicity of the formula. But it's meant to be simple so that we can have transparency, and that is the conversations that we want to see occur about how we can make money matter for our students, all our students, including those with significant needs, so that we can actually, as a system, move to performance in addition to, and maybe in some cases instead of just compliance as our focus. So the spending regulations that you see today are really about creating not just a ceiling, but really the floor, the minimum expectation of what we should be contributing to students in need. And that gets us to equity. And you saw in the formula, more funds are generated for unduplicated pupils with the intent of using that as a proxy for need to support equity in our system. And all of that together is expected to support the objective of accountability with flexibility as a vehicle. And so as you look today at the regulations, you're going to see also the templates and the rubrics. We have heard from previous meetings the need for coherence, so that these aren't just one three separate parts, but they're really three parts of a whole. And so we've showed you this slide before, which shows just the relationship as the regulations and the templates have been constructed, the thoughtfulness of the connections between those, as well as what is to come with the linkages to the rubrics. So President Kerr started this item with a number of statistics, and I think some of these are merit some repeating. Because, you know, at the last meeting in November, we had 188 people stand up and give you feedback about their opinions about LCFF. I expect today we're going to see more than that. And you know, we've engaged. We know this is important about engagement. So I think today is also a model for what we expect to occur locally and the kind of engagement that's going to make LCFF work. And so between November and now, there have been at least 50 stakeholder conversations. Some of those took form of meetings, some of those were conference calls, but they were all about listening and understanding and working towards presenting you with something today that, again, addresses the requirements in the law, but does it in a way that really we think supports the implementation of the intent and things that people will do, not just think about, but will do when they move forward with their planning cycle for 2014-15. You're going to hear from many of these groups today. And, you know, we are hoping that they reflect the major shift that's occurred because their voice has been part of this process to get us to this point. In addition, in mid-December, using the State Board of Education's LCFF website that's at lcff.westa.org, we posted drafts. And these are early drafts, not the ones that you have in your packet, but earlier drafts that were meant to get feedback to give you today. And those are posted in mid-December, both the LCAP as well as a crosswalk document that took the November feedback to the regulations on spending and gave some indication of what might be the potential response to those issues. President Kearse mentioned we have had numerous downloads of those documents. In fact, I think since we last gave the statistics to the board, there actually have been over 3,000 downloads. And while we're going to probably, I think, spend a considerable amount of today thinking about the spending regulations, just to frame this for you, of those 3,000 downloads, 2,650 were of the draft LCAP template. So there's a considerable amount of interest in the LCAP, if you judge it by the downloads. But overall, I think this is a reflection of people want to do something with LCFF. And so you're going to hear, I think, comments about both the spending regulations and the LCAP today. I think we know, just simply based on the downloads we've seen, that the LCAP has been seen, the regulations have been read, and I think this is an encouraging part of the public process that we want to see, and applaud your efforts to make that known to stakeholders to engage with. In addition, part of what's been supported by the board is the LCFF channel, which is a series of short narrated PowerPoints videos that provide some explanation information that can be used by stakeholder groups in sharing an understanding of LCFF, because we know one of the pieces here is while the formula is simple, it's complicated to change. And so there have been episodes of the LCFF channel, and we have seen over 5,600 downloads of LCFF channel episodes. And this is since they began. I believe our first episode was in October. And so I think, again, that's another positive sign that people are very interested and wanting to be informed about what's happening with the implementation of LCFF. And we know that many of those videos are being shown to school boards, to parent groups, as a means to support local engagement, to support the implementation and changes that we foresee in our state by LCFF. We are also taking your action today, and we will quickly turn those into additional episodes of the LCFF channel to support the continued local implementation of the spending regulations and the LCAP. And so, as you can hopefully see, and I imagine you'll hear from others today, the proposed regulations that you see today reflect listening, they reflect learning, and they, quite frankly, reflect a considerable amount of improvement. And so, you know, I think we've learned through this process that what we have today is not just different, but they are much better for the valuable contributions that have been made by our stakeholders. So now let me get to the reason why we're here today, the actual content of your decision. And you have the proposed spending regulations, and these are meant to provide guidance to local education agencies on how they're going to demonstrate that they're using LCFF funds that are generated based on unduplicated pupils in a way that is showing proportionality, so that that what we're doing is we're increasing or improving services in a manner that's proportional to the funds apportioned for such students. So that really is the reason we have these spending regulations. With that, what you will see in your regulations document is a calculation around how do we get to proportionality. And this is proportionality for what does it mean to increase or improve services. This is the minimum level. This is not meant to be a target to achieve, but a fact to evidence, and then possibly even go beyond. Because what we're looking for through the LCFF legislation is for local districts to address local needs, for charter schools and county offices to do the same. So this is meant to be one way to indicate that we're addressing and being attentive to the needs of all students, in particular our students in need or unduplicated pupils. So let me walk through really quickly this calculation. And in your packets you have the actual language. You also have a scenario document that gives you a sample district that's based on a real district example. But let me start with this. There's 7 steps to this calculation, so I'm not going to go through each of these in great detail, other than to say that while there's 7 steps, there's really 3 data points you need. So the way you get to 7 steps with 3 data points is there's process, right? There's some addition, there's some subtraction, there's some multiplication, and there's some division. And so let me just tell you what those 3 data points are, and then I think it will help with thinking about what these steps mean. Okay, so the first data point that any district, charter school, county office needs in doing this calculation is what are their LCFF targets at full implementation. And so that is looking at the legislation, what it calls for in terms of at full implementation, where will our LEAs be? And fortunately, we have a great tool for that. The Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, in collaboration with SECESA, has put together a calculator. This calculator is taking the current law and it provides for what targets will be upon full implementation, or which is estimated to be 2020-21. It shows what LEAs would receive in total, but also in component part. So it shows what would be anticipated to be how much would be base LCFF funds, in addition to what would be the supplemental and concentration amounts. Okay? So that's one data point. Find your targets. The second is what have you already spent on unduplicated pupils. So what that data point looks like is how much have our LEAs spent towards students in need. And for this first year, or as we begin this calculation, we know that we are coming out of a program, or a large program in our state, that was about these such students. And so what the regulations say is when a district, a county, a charter school establishes how much they've spent from the prior year, for 13-14, as they use that calculation, it can be no less than what they received in economic impact aid in 2012-13. And then from there, their contribution presumably will go up as they proportionally increase or improve services. But each year, they're going to take, and so this is a snapshot, each year they're going to take how much they spent the prior year as the second data point. The third data point is what's our progress to implementing or funding LCFF as a state. So this is a number that would be found in the governor's budget documentation. For this current year, it was estimated to be 11.8%. With the governor's budget release on January 9th, it brought it up to an estimated 28%. So those are the 3 numbers. So the first part of it is find the numbers. Step 1 is find your targets. The second step is find how much you were spending. And then we get into how do you then translate this into a proportion or a percentage. So the translation of that is going through steps to say, take the difference between what your ultimate target is and what you've been spending, and you'll find your gap. But the question is, well, what's the progress you should make as we're working our way to full implementation? And that's where the third data point comes in. It's going to be proportional to the level of statewide implementation. So we take the number that's available from that, we multiply it, we now come up with where we think we should be in terms of some progress. If you subtract out the amount that we've been spending, so that's the number if you're tracking on this from step 2, you're going to get to step 4's number. That is the gap remaining towards meeting that. Now, that's actually a dollar amount, and what we're going for here, because this is about proportionality, is a percentage. So anytime we calculate a percent, we need a numerator and a denominator. Okay, so here's how we get to the number that's on the bottom. We take what would be our target for the base amount, and we subtract out what we need to get to in terms of what we're saying should be the share that goes to supplemental concentration. And that becomes our denominator. Our numerator is the number which we said should be supplemental concentration. We come up with a percent. That's the 7 steps. That percent becomes the focus of what it means to demonstrate increased or improved services, and that allows for both a quantitative as well as qualitative expression of what that looks like. And the place that we know it's happening, or the way that an LEA would go about demonstrating this, gets to the linkage. It gets to the linkage between what's in the regulations and what's in the local control accountability plan. So the local control accountability plan includes a requirement that our LEAs explain. What is your proportionality? How do you know you met it? And that follows, though, the whole description of how do we know we're meeting the needs of kids? What are they? What are our goals? What are our services and actions that provide for that? So we understand that this can be somewhat of a hairy-looking calculation. And so we are hopeful that with the right support, we're going to get people moving in a direction where they can convince themselves the numbers are going to be fine so they can move on with the business of planning for what kids need. And so in your packet, you'll see that we've included a sample of a proportionality calculation. And you can see this is data that, again, was taken from a real district that we wanted to use as an example. And that percent that I'm talking about, you can see at the bottom, is, in this particular district example, their target is that they would be at 20% proportion of the LCFF funds at full implementation, going towards their unduplicated population. You can see, based on this example, they've been close to about 6.9%. And over time, what this looks like is we move to the 20% target. So this allows for the flexibility and transition. It gives districts, though, something to aim for, but certainly an expectation that if more is needed, it would be provided. So there are, we also, as I mentioned earlier, have plans for an LCFF channel episode that would walk through this calculation and provide these details, because we think it's very important that if you, based on your action today, that the field really understands, because that's part of how we're going to support transparency, is to take, provide good explanations for how this works. The next part is the local control accountability plan. And when you, the LCAP is really designed around how do we support performance? How do we support transparency? How do we support what essentially is about a story of how we take the state priorities, we take the goals, both state and local, and we talk about what that means to impact students so we get improved results, and can find ways to support that in process to have a more authentic accountability system, or at least locally authentic accountability system. The LCAP was designed with reference to the statutes. The statutes provided considerable framing of what needed to be in the LCAP. So what you see in the LCAP is really what's called for in the legislation, with an emphasis in terms of structure and presentation on how do we support good planning, effective communication, and authentic engagement. It's organized into 3 sections, so it leads with intentionally stakeholder engagement, because this is so critical to what's going to make a difference in the way that we have conversations about money, about intentions, goals, support for students. It then follows with a section on goals and progress. And in that section, it's about progress over time. So it's really supporting this notion that there's a progression of impact. That is, what we say we have a goal for, what's going to be the impact to students in year 1, year 2, year 3, because this is a 3-year plan. And then it ends with descriptions of actions, services, and expenditures. And this is where we get to the linkage piece with what's in the regulations. And that is the regulations being connected with how we're demonstrating that we've increased or improved services, as well as explain when we're using funds in a district-wide, charter-wide, or county-wide manner, how we know that's supporting the needs of our unduplicated pupils. So in each section, what we have is instructions, again, referencing the actual legislation. There are guiding questions that are not intended to be answered one by one, but are hopefully there to seed some good thinking that supports the kind of information that should be populated in plans to, again, tell that story, support, provide for impact and improvement. And then finally, each section has required information. So it's in tables, boxes for our LEAs to complete, to share that. A couple things about what's not in this plan. There's no signature line. There's no sign-in lists required. There's no dates. This is really supporting what does it mean locally to implement and impact change over time. And so it really is, really trying to facilitate a process about performance and performance for all students with focus and targeted investments, and to become that spending plan that accompanies our budget documents in our LEAs and supports progress over time. So you'll see that hopefully in the structure of the document. So in terms of where we are today, this is a real timely action that you're taking, because with our LEAs, the governor's budget is a real signal in the process of developing a budget and a plan for the next school year. And so with the release of the governor's budget on January 9th, we know in earnest our districts, our charters, our county offices of education are moving into their budget development. And so by taking today the actions on the regulations, considering the LCAP, it's putting forth the structures that are needed to really support the kind of planning LCFF intended for our 2014 and beyond cycles of planning. The spending regulations are there to guide the expenditure planning that our districts will make, to set both parameters, but also, I think, structure around how to appropriately support the needs of all students and deliver on the equity needs that were identified in LCFF. The LCAP is there, as I've said already, to share the story. How do we know what we're spending on is mattering and people understand, so that we can support a community-based focus, and that is the local focus on what we're going to see through LCFF. The governor's budget, this is a real positive. We have a second year in a row of growth, and not just small, but we're making more progress than we even anticipated last year when LCFF was signed into law. So it was anticipated an 8-year cycle, or 8-year span of time, with about 12% or so progress each year. Based on the governor's proposed budget, it's estimated we're at about 28% progress, so which is ahead of schedule. So this is, I think, a real positive. It's a sign, I think, of the seriousness of getting this done and trying to do it as fast as possible. We know that today is just part of another step in the process. It's certainly not the finish line. And so at future meetings, we're going to have further opportunities for updates, reflections, importantly, public comment, and more in terms of guidance as well as resources that support LCFF implementation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Very comprehensive and clear. So now I'm going to have Board Member Burr talk a little bit about her perspectives on this as she has participated as our liaison. Then we'll have the state superintendent make some comments, and then we will open it up to general public comment.
Thank you, President Kirst. Thank you, Janelle, for your very thorough presentation. I want to say first, thanks to everybody here, for those of you who came in November. As Janelle mentioned in her presentation, we've certainly learned a lot. I think our process and our ultimate product will be greatly improved from all of the feedback that we've received from people who care very deeply about this. I also just want to take a second to thank our staff who have put in countless hours to try to get to a place where we can sort of launch LCFF, and I think that's, we're on the cusp of doing that today. I do want to reinforce something that Janelle said, that the work we're doing here to create regulations and to create an accountability template is really about providing a very tight linkage between what school districts, county offices, charter schools expect to provide in terms of services to our most needy students and ensuring that those resources go to support those needs. We use the term unduplicated students, which has such a kind of clinical term. I want to repeat who those students are. There are English learners. There are students who come from disadvantaged backgrounds. There are foster youth. Those are the students that we're focusing on. We want to provide improved services to all students, but our particular focus is to those students who need it most. That was the basis for LCFF. We sometimes lose that, I think, in this conversation, but that's what we care most about. We're trying to do this at the same time that we recognize local context and that we encourage strong and deep public engagement. Janelle mentioned this already. I think that hopefully we're modeling what that engagement looks like, and that I hope that when we're able to move forward, that all of the strong engagement is replicated at the local level, and the passion that all of you bring, it happens at the local level. We're trying to do this at the same time that we empower local leaders to provide the service and create the expectation that our local leaders will provide the programs and services that best meet their local needs of their students. And again, with particular emphasis on our English learners, our economically disadvantaged students, and our foster youth. I'll just say that based on the multiple input sessions that I've been able to attend and all of the written comments that have been provided, and Janelle mentioned all of the downloads. In addition to the downloads of the materials, all of the written comments that have been provided on that website have been provided to the board, and we've had the opportunity to look at them and take them very seriously. It does seem to me that we're close. We're sort of close to addressing all of the concerns that people have raised. There seem to be a few areas where I think we'll hear from folks today, and I just want to kind of lay them out here to set the frame for us. There continues to be issues raised around threshold levels for the level at which school districts can expend money on behalf of district-wide programs or school-wide programs, and I think we'll hear a lot about that today. We want to make sure that people are clear about what the interaction is with current law and federal law as it relates to LCFF, and I think we'll hear some of that today as well. There are some requests for clarifications around definitions of what effective practice looks like, what does most effective practice look like. There have been concerns raised by our charter school community that we need to be crystal clear about what the requirements are with respect to charter schools that may be distinctly different than those around school districts that I think we want to pay attention to. And the last area is the issue about County Office of Education oversight. Janelle mentioned this in her PowerPoint. I think we want to be clear about that because that's kind of our first line of accountability that we want to make sure is in place at the local level. Again, I greatly appreciate all of you who have traveled to Sacramento to provide us advice and input, and again, to help further our learning as we go forward. I'd just like to suggest, because I know we're going to hear from many, many people today, that we would like to hear if you generally support what we have in front of us. I think that would be very helpful. If you do have additional recommendations, it would be helpful if you could kind of group them around the areas that I outlined. I think that will help with our deliberation as we move forward. So again, thank you very much.
Okay, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Kirst, and Board Member Byrd, thank you for your extensive work and liaison work, and wanted to underscore your thanks to the public for their deep engagement and widespread interest and concern, as well as the great work West Ed and your board staff have conducted, as well as the work in the California Department of Education. Something I believe we probably all agree on here is that this is historic, this is precedent setting, and in a positive way, in a progressive way. I believe the local control funding formula is by its nature a huge victory for our students and our schools. It's an entirely, as it's been underscored by Janelle and Board Member Burt, it's an entirely new way of looking at school funding. Not only does it push the decision-making closer to those students, but it measures outcomes. Instead of whether the right dollars are put in the right categorical boxes, what are the outcomes, measuring outcomes? How does it actually affect all students and students of need? And of course, it's particularly aimed at helping those students that have greater needs. And so I see us united in a common way. We have differences of opinion about exactly how to proceed, perhaps, but we're united in this hope that this formula will be working to improve education for all students, and particularly those students of greatest need. And because it's a historic shift and it's so new, it's a transition that can be a bit rough and tough at times, and taking time to adjust to it. And so these early stages reflect that. But I think we're all grateful for the extensive public input and the listening, and that will be, I think, a model of what we expect to happen at the school district level and the community level as the hearings get underway to actually adopt plans. Along with the board and the Department of Education, I want to be sure that parents and everyone involved in our school community can see clearly how the dollars are going to be spent. And I think we're set about it today to figure out the details of how to proceed with that. And so, of course, my staff and I are committed to continuing to work with the State Board and you, President Kirst, on the permanent regulations. We're here to get the temporary regulations going, but there'll be time to fine-tune as we work on the permanent ones as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're ready for some comment. First of all, we will take some honorary speakers who hold public office or are local officials, and we then will move to the lineup of people according to who signed up at the beginning of the list. So for our first speaker, I call Assembly Member Shirley Weber.
President Kirst, while Assemblywoman Weber makes her way, we'd like to call the first 8 speakers. Speakers 1 through 8, please line up.
Good morning, and thank you very much for giving us the courtesy of going first. I have a budget meeting in a few minutes, and obviously that's important to you. I'm Assemblymember Shirley Weber from the 79th Assembly District, and I truly appreciate this opportunity to be here today to provide some remarks on the agenda item 20 and 21 related to local control funding formula. I'm here today representing the Legislative Black Caucus that has been actively and aggressively involved in the development of the local control funding formula with the Governor's Office since its inception. I've also, as many of you know, was a 42-year educator at San Diego State University, as well as a school board member in San Diego Unified School District for 8 years, and the director of the Association of African American Educators in San Diego County for 15 years. So obviously my concern and passion for education is deep, permanent, and persistent. We appreciate your efforts that you have made thus far. The regulations and template that is taking up today is definitely a better balance of flexibility and equity as a result of working with a range of stakeholders. However, maybe the most important provision remains in a problematic state. The language in the current draft of regulations on district-wide use of supplemental and concentration grants, once again, is one of great concern and definitely needs to be looked at. The way the language is currently written, we run the unfortunate risk of funds being diluted going to students who have less need. There's something fundamentally wrong with a scenario where a district has the latitude to spend all supplemental and concentration funds on any district-wide or school-wide purpose, conceivably providing the same level of service to all students as opposed to providing a higher level of service for the neediest students as intended. It does not reflect the spirit of the law we passed as a legislator or the tone and tenor of our governor. Some of you may remember last January when this came out, the idea came out, there were 2 things of concern. One, that our funding formula was very complicated, and we eliminated the concentration grants. But in addition to that, there was this concern for closing the achievement gap. And that was critical and became the center for which we developed the supplemental and the concentration grant. A recognition that the achievement gap was a reflection of the issues of poverty, the issue of language, and the issue of unfortunate and unstable households. And as a result of that, the supplemental grants were developed. But we also recognize the fact that when there is a concentration of these elements in any particular school, it makes it much more challenging to obviously change the dynamics of education in California and to close that persistent achievement gap that most of us have worked on all of our lives. So as a result of that, we distinguish between supplemental and concentration grants for a purpose of understanding that students in high concentration and students of need needed greater investment in order to achieve it. The purpose of the regulations make no distinction between a threshold of proof of effectiveness between supplemental expenditures and related services with concentration grant expenditures and related services. Without any requirement that districts recognize the unique challenges of concentrated poverty or limited English ability, it makes the granting of authority for school-wide or district-wide expenditures below the threshold of 40 and 55% very troubling and cannot be supported without further assurance that the expenditures of those funds will indeed primarily benefit unduplicated students. Many of us have heard about districts wanting to develop simply school-wide summer schools without really focusing on the tremendous needs or the need areas that are related to those students who particularly have generated the dollars from those funds. Any authority for the use of supplemental or concentration grants to school-wide or district-wide expenditures must clearly link the services to demonstrated effectiveness in increasing student achievement and closing achievement gaps, and demonstrate that the expenditures are proven effective for concentrations or unduplicated children in schools in the district where concentration exists. The terms that, quote, most effective or effective should be defined and at a minimum be tied to demonstrated effectiveness in meeting student achievement goals and closing any persistent achievement gap of deficiencies as it relates to unduplicated students, and not just in a generic reference to a state priority area. The proposed regulations also do not provide the Board of County Superintendents clear standards by which districts must explicitly demonstrate or explain at a minimum how expenditures or supplemental concentration grant funds will support services that will actually improve academic achievement of unduplicated students or close persistent achievement gaps. It is unclear how any county superintendent would be able to exercise oversight over the district budget without further clarification in terms. Again, it is extremely important that these regulations are focused around the notion of improving student achievement and includes meaningful, enforceable standards by this board. We all know how important this issue is, obviously, because there are thrones of people outside wanting to address it. This is probably our unique opportunity to change the dynamics of California. It surely is our efforts to rescue what I call California from the brink of an educated system that is unworkable and does not meet the needs of children. We all struggle every day to try to make a difference for children in the state of California. I serve on the Education Committee, and we're told that we need something like 20,000 additional bachelor's degrees. And as the dynamics, as the demographics of California changes, those 20,000 additional degrees will come from the population that is really found in our unduplicated group. And if we're ever to do that, it will happen because we are focused. We make sure that the dollars that we're putting in make a difference. It was not easy to get the local control funding formulas, particularly the concentration grant and the supplemental grants passed through the State Assembly. Many of our colleagues do not benefit from those two particular areas. But we assured them that we were doing this because we really wanted to make a difference for the children in California. If we do not aggressively deal with the issue of what is district-wide programs and making sure that those dollars continue to focus on those children, we run the risk, obviously, of once again doing what we've always done, a little bit for everybody and a whole lot for nobody. And that becomes important for my colleagues who gave the trust to me to say, surely we believe this time we will do it right. This time we really will focus on those children of need and make sure those dollars get there. Why? To close the achievement gap. And we do that not just for them, but we do that for California. I firmly believe that unless we do it right, we will not rescue this state from the brink. We will not change the dynamics, and we will once again find ourselves with a large number of children not moving forward and not closing that achievement gap that is so critical to the future of California. So I encourage you to look carefully at your standards, to make sure that we are conscious of what is happening with those $2, because this is what everybody's here about, concentration grants and supplemental grants. They were designed to meet a student population need with the idea that it would close the achievement gap. Not just some nebulous meet some needs, but close the achievement gap. And I often have people in my district tell me how they're going to use the money. They're going to build the library again. They're going to do this, they're going to do that. And I always ask one critical question. You had a library before, did it make a difference? Most of them say no, because it's what you didn't do with the library that was important. So I'm saying to folks, it's not just about giving you more money to do other things. It's about closing the achievement gap and providing an opportunity for every student every child in the state to be successful, because we have an educational system that responds to the needs of our children. I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I encourage you to do the good work that California has put you here to do. Thank you so very much.
Next, I have Assembly Member Philip Ting.
Thank you, Dr. Weber. It's tough to follow Shirley Weber, but I'll do my best to try. Last year, I had the distinct honor to sit on the Budget Subcommittee on Education Finance, where we sat and deliberated for many hours on this very issue. So I can firmly understand the time that you've invested, the time the superintendent's invested, and I first want to just thank you for the product that you continue to improve. I know that a number of us legislators submitted feedback with the general public in December. We see that a significant amount of that feedback was taken into account. I just want to thank you for that. I come before you because there's still a little bit, I think, as Dr. Weber echoed, some concern to make sure that the money gets to the students and gets spent in the right way that will ensure that the students can be successful. And in particular, where we focus our concern to get at Member Burr's comments is really on the whole dichotomy between statewide and district-wide funding. And where we are concerned is, again, that money will be spent on a district-wide basis that will not have the desired effect that we want at the school site. And that the students, while well-intended, aren't really going to be receiving that benefit. So I have a letter that I'm submitting with two of my other Asian Pacific Islander colleagues, Mr. Bonta from Oakland and Mr. Williams from Santa Barbara, who chairs higher education, and really trying to offer some suggestions to try to narrow that language a little bit so that we can make sure that the money is directed in the right place without being prescriptive or without forcing a result. Because we obviously also support and fully adhere to the fact that local solutions are really the best way to meet local needs. And that what's right in my district, which is San Francisco and northern San Mateo, is not necessarily the right for Fresno or right for San Bernardino or right for Tulare. And so we really want to make sure that we have that flexibility, but again, we want to make sure that in the end, what Dr. Weber echoed, and just to echo her comments, is that we focus on what the results are. We've heard oftentimes skepticism in the public that money isn't the solution to education. I actually believe money is the solution in this one case. I've somewhat of a fiscal hawk in my town. I used to be the assessor in San Francisco, so I'm firmly very familiar with property tax dollars and money and what that means. But in this situation, as someone who's a parent of a first grader, and I'm starting this journey into public school as a parent, not as a student anymore, I am very concerned about the underfunding in our schools. And I can see it in every single one of our schools, all across San Francisco, all across Daly City, across Colma. I've visited many of them. And what we really need to make sure is not that the money gets just spent, but the money gets spent to make sure that the students have every opportunity to succeed. Because the whole premise of our local control funding formula was the fact that we were trying to create equity amongst funding, but what we realized is we were funding schools equally when the schools themselves were unequal. So this whole shift, this major acknowledgement that we've acknowledged that some schools aren't equal to other schools, and that some schools do need more help, and that some students do need more help, is a huge shift. But again, I'm just urging you to continue to tighten that language to make sure that that money, those resources, those programs gets to those students that we articulated. That gets to the lowest income students, to get to the English language students, and that again, what Dr. Weber echoed, that achievement gap, that's our measurement. That's our measurement to make sure that are they achieving? Not just is the school look nicer, do the buildings have a new coat of paint, but are they getting what they need in the classroom and on the playground? So again, I just thank you so much for your time, for all your efforts, and very much look forward to a continued dialogue to continue to implement this program over the coming years. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I have the Honorable William Murray.
Members of the board, Superintendent Torlakson, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I've been asked to urge you to encourage districts to include civic education in the LCAPs. My name is William Murray. I'm an Associate Justice on the California Court of Appeal 3rd Appellate District here in Sacramento, and I'm actually here on behalf of the California Task Force on K through 12 civic learning, established by our Chief Justice, Tani Cantil-Sakui, and Superintendent Torlakson. Civics education is important because our system of government depends on its citizens to participate responsibly as informed voters, as jurors, and as active participants in our communities. And our business community needs our students, the future employees, managers, and CEOs of our state, to develop the competencies they need that are necessary to thrive in a changing national and global economy. We see the local control funding as a path to promote civics education. And including civics education in the LCAPs can provide a vehicle to meet the local control priority areas. I don't have much time to talk today. Unfortunately, I wish I had more time to talk with you, but I'll touch on a couple of the priority areas where we think there's linkage. Student achievement. Civic learning supports college and career readiness through opportunities for youth to apply academic concepts in real-world settings, work collaboratively in teams, and engage professional role models. Implementation of the Common Core state standards. Civic learning naturally supports the college and career readiness skills called for in the Common Core state standards, especially English and language arts. One thing I think that's important to emphasize, though, is the student engagement and reducing the dropout rate priority. Taking courses that provide opportunities for community service and participating in student government have been found to predict high school graduation and college attendance. I have been involved in school outreach for a long time. I think the first school I ever visited as a lawyer was in 1983. I know I don't look that old, but it was. I've been involved in mock trial programs involving youth as young as the 3rd grade, middle school, as well as high school. And these programs have been in disadvantaged communities. And I've personally seen the energy that's generated by an elevation of self-esteem and a new excitement about school that results from kids participating in these kinds of programs. Beyond what you do today, I urge the board that when you get to the point of considering expanding the assessment system, to do whatever you can to include civic learning in that process. We do need to assure ourselves that we are developing in our youth the skills, the knowledge, and the values that they need to participate as informed citizens and responsible citizens for the state of California, for the United States, and in the world. I have with me today a document that we're distributing, produced by the Civic Learning Task Force, that further explains the linkage between civic learning and the LCAPs. I'll close by saying today that the California Judicial Branch and the task force stands ready to join with the board and with local school districts in recapturing the civic mission of schools and making California a leader in preparing students for their roles as residents and citizens of this great state. Thank you once again.
Before the next speaker, I need to announce that some people are parked in the Westminster Church down the street, and you will be towed very soon unless you move your car. So, the Westminster Church. Next speaker is Dolores Huerta.
Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, board members, and guests that are here today. My name is Dolores Huerta, and I am here representing many of the families in the Central Valley of California. We have an organization called the Dolores Huerta Foundation. We work in doing grassroots organizing in the Central Valley. Right now we are in 7 different communities. I was formerly a teacher and also a former UC Regent. I just want to throw that in there. And I'm here today to ask you to close the loophole and to clarify in terms of where the additional funding is going to be spent. This is extremely important, as we know that the legislature and the governor with LCFF want that additional funding to go to the children, low-income students, English learners, and foster children. And we want to make sure that the money is spent where it's supposed to be. I think that it's an embarrassment for the state of California, for this very rich state that we have, with all of the intelligentsia that we have, that we are at the bottom of states when it comes to our educational system. And this is an opportunity that we now have to fix it. But we've got to make sure that the money, that the funding goes where it's supposed to go, to the children that have the most need. Governor Brown made a very important statement when he quoted Dr. Martin Luther King. He said, "Equal treatment for children in unequal situations is not justice." And this is the situation that we have here in California. We have many of our children that are very, very poor, as you know. The other thing I think that we have to look at is recently, in last week's Los Angeles Times, there was an article that said there will be 30,000 more prisoners in the state of California. We know that there's a correlation, a connection between our educational system and the people that are going to prison. So for sound fiscal policy, the fact that we can stop this, and we can do it by improving our educational system so that we do not have to have more of our young people going to prison. We know it takes a lot more money to keep somebody, as Jesse Jackson said, it takes more money to keep somebody in jail than just to send them to Yale, right? If we can remember that. Another quote that I want to give you is one from a Spanish philosopher, José Ortega y Gasset, who was a Spanish philosopher in Spain during the Republic. And he made a very profound statement, and he said, if you do not have an educated citizenry, what you have is mob rule. And we need to have an educated citizenry. We cannot have a democracy if we do not have an educated citizenry. Families and Schools, one of the organizations that we work with, California Calls, another organization that was very instrumental in passing Proposition 30, is about engagement. It's about engagement of communities. It's about engagement of parents and engagement of students. This funding that we have gives us the opportunity to do that. And so we have a golden opportunity between your leadership here from the Board of Education, the parents, the communities, the students, all of us working together we can erase the inequities that we now have in our educational system. So this could be the legacy of this board. And we hope that you take it seriously and you make it possible. Because us on the ground level, we are ready to take our part and do the work that we have to do to make this happen. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready now to proceed with the regular list.
Calling speakers numbers 1 through 8, please line up.
Oh, she's not on my list.
One minute. Go ahead.
President Kerr, Superintendent Torkelson, members of the board, thank you for allowing us to be here today. I'm wearing two hats. I'm Mike Hansen. I'm President of the Board of Directors for CORE and also the Superintendent of Fresno Unified, speaking to both items today. As Superintendent of Fresno Unified, the fourth largest district in our state, I must express the vital importance of honoring the unique circumstances in our local communities. As a district, Fresno Unified understands and takes very seriously the considerable increase in local accountability that comes with such a shift to local control. We are focused intently on allocating resources so that students who struggle the most receive the greatest amount of support through appropriate and effective interventions, as well as through more student instructional time with an effective teacher. Furthermore, we've made a big push and a firm commitment to total transparency in the development of our plans. It is also my sincere hope that the State Board will allow sufficient time for LCFF to prove its worth, as it is a big departure and big change, and it will not happen overnight. It will require trusted and steadfast support from the State Board. Also, there is a letter on record signed by all 10 district superintendents from CORE representing nearly 1 million students in our state. I thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning, President Kirst, board members, and Superintendent Torkelson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed regulations. I'm Chris Steinhauser, the Superintendent of the Long Beach Unified School District. The proposed regulations support the work we've already started with our LCAP process. We received more than 2,700 survey responses, over 13,000 ideas, and our LCAP committee, composed of 69 individuals representing 24 different groups, has already met 3 times and will meet for the 4th time next week. We're committed to allocating the resources to the students in the LCFF bill. We have made a firm commitment to total transparency by videoing our meetings and putting them online with all agendas and related documents. Our fervent hope in Long Beach is that California will allow sufficient time for this process to prove its worth. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torkelson, and State Board members. My name is John McGinnis. I'm President of the Board of the Long Beach Unified School District. In addition to my 4 years on the board, I've enjoyed a 40-year career in public education as a teacher and an administrator. Our district, the 3rd largest in California, supports the LCAP template and the regulations because they ensure strict accountability while allowing local control. As a member of our own LCAP committee, I can attest that we quickly engage diverse stakeholders in the development of our LCAP. Our hope is that California will allow sufficient time for LCFF to work. LCFF replaces a system that's been in place for decades. Such change requires steadfast support from our state board. Long Beach has earned an international reputation for closing achievement gaps, but we have more work to do. We must accelerate gains in achievement for all students if California is to remain competitive. The template and regulations provide a path to success. We strongly support their approval. Thank you.
Will speakers 9 through 16 please line up in the lobby? Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the proposed LCFF regulations that are before you today. I am Annabelle Kleist, and I am here on behalf of the California Office to Reform Education, or CORE. As a collaboration of school districts throughout California that are focused on helping all students achieve at high levels, we would like to express our support, especially for the proposed LCAP template. We believe that the proposed template represents a great compromise, prioritizing California's commitment to equity, as well as providing much-needed flexibility for local communities. The flexibility in the proposed template enables school districts in the core consortium to align our state and federal equity and achievement-focused accountability systems that are aimed at improving educational outcomes for all students. Together, these new state and federal accountability systems represent a powerful opportunity for us to use resources in ways that most effectively help prepare all students for college and careers and focus support on underserved student groups. Thank you.
Buenos dias. Good morning, President Kurz, Vice President Strauss, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. My name is John Dacey, and I have the privilege of being the Superintendent of Schools for the youth of Los Angeles, and I'm also a member of CORE. I'm here to strongly support the proposed LCFF regulations and the LCAP template. The historic local control funding formula will improve education in Los Angeles and this state by focusing on continuous improvement, setting ambitious goals, and ensuring our most vulnerable students receive the resources that they need to actualize their opportunity to be lifelong learners. In short, we have an equity-based formula finally in California, where those historically who have had the least will now get the most support. The LCFF encourages student achievement and educational equity by enabling those closest to students, parents, teachers, principals, or classified employees, to decide what's best for our students. LA believes that the current regulations strike the right balance between empowering districts to work with their communities to decide what's best for our students and ensuring that our investments are prioritized for the neediest of students. At the heart of CORE's accountability is our dedication to eradicate the disproportionality that has historically existed. These regulations strongly allow us to do that. In LA, we spent the last many months establishing advisory committees and conducting town hall meetings to educate our communities about these changes. They've included collecting feedback from more than 10,000 individuals and working with the California Endowment to have robust community discussions with parents, administrators, teachers, and the community. This is also the same that's occurring across all of our core districts. Despite experiencing devastating budget cuts over the last several years, our district has continued to show dramatic improvement in student achievement. While we're satisfied with where we are, we're nowhere where we need to be, and we're proud of the progress we intend to make with your support. We look forward to continuing on this path, given the sufficient resources, which will further help overcome the inequities that students who currently live in circumstances of poverty or live in foster care or do not speak English as their first language will continue to achieve. The accountabilities proposed in LCAP template provide us with the opportunity to assure our community that their tax dollars have been well spent, while we are providing a framework to measure achievement of our locally developed goals. Please keep strong your oversight, and thank you for your confidence in local leadership. I appreciate your commitment to implement the local control funding formula as a way to balance the consistent opportunities that were given in this historic legislation with the opportunities to lead at the local level. We urge your support for the regulations, the LCAP template that are here before you. Please let me close by thanking your entire staff, in particular Karen Staff Walters, for being so collaborative and helpful during the regulation construction process. It truly was a model of great governance. Thank you very much.
Hello, I am Priscilla Cox, Board President of the Elk Grove Unified School District, and here, along with my colleagues, would like to share highlights from a letter we will leave with you. Our district understands and embraces the LCFF focus on equity, transparency, and accountability to our local stakeholders, and support the State Board of Education's proposed LCFF spending regulations and accountability template. We enthusiastically embrace the involvement of our parent and community members and believe these dialogues are meaningful not only onto how we address the needs of our targeted students with funding that is less restrictive, but also to continue the empowerment of our parents as our true educational partners. The work has begun to engage our communities to develop our plans and budget priorities to improve outcomes for students. We are including examples of gatherings and meetings that have been held and are forthcoming in the letter that will be given you. Our district provides services and programs for all of our approximately 62,000 students. Of these, 59% meet the supplemental and concentration grant requirements. We have over 32,000 students identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged, with nearly 10,000 English learners representing over 80 languages. We also provide services and supports for our nearly 500 foster youth. In addition to the high-quality responses to state mandates, we have initiated innovative foster youth programs that go far beyond addressing the basic needs of these vulnerable populations. We have included examples of these programs and other successful programs that show our support and commitment to all the targeted populations, including special education. It is important to understand the necessity of adopting implementation guidelines that recognize the current financial realities in school districts, as well as the important need for financial flexibility. Until the budget targets slated for 2021 are realized and achieved, a myriad of costs supporting the educational opportunities and operations with a district is borne by the base funding. For example, we have maintained, even during these toughest economic times, transitional kindergarten through third grade class sizes of 24:1, 8 years in advance of the state target date, and even when it requires $3 million more than we receive in funding per year to bring this to fruition. This and other similar examples of our commitment are also listed for you. Please know we have strong programs and services to support all students, appreciate and are supportive of the interests to provide even greater supports for the targeted identified student populations. This is our priority. But without the ability to maximize our funding flexibility, we jeopardize the very intent of LCFF. We support the State Board of Education's proposed spending regulations, the local control accountability plan template, which strikes a great balance between ensuring the state and local priorities of equity for students with the flexibility to design and tailor services to local needs and accountability for outcomes. It doesn't make sense to eliminate old categoricals only to replace them with new ones. Please allow us, those closest to the needs of our community, with the dedication and commitment to serve them, the opportunity to develop and identify programs that truly meet the needs of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, I wanted to announce that Assemblymember Cheryl Brown is in attendance, and I want to recognize her presence here. Thank you. Right there in the front row. Yeah. Let's continue with the speakers, please.
President Kirst, members of the board, Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Chris Evans. I'm the superintendent in Natomas Unified, and I stand here with one of my trustees, Lisa Kaplan. We represent over 13,000 students. A few years back, the New York Times referred to our district as the second most diverse school district in the nation. And in 2012, the 95834 zip code, which runs through the heart of our district's boundaries, was named the most diverse zip code in the nation. We are the California of the future today. The LCFF allows us to better meet the needs of our students, diverse student needs. Parent engagement is not new to Natomas, but we have taken this opportunity to engage more parents and historically undersupported parents and students differently. Our Board of Trustees have stated their expectation for accountability, and our district will embrace the opportunity for continuous learning and improvement the LCAP accountability will provide. Two of our Natomas core beliefs are that every student can learn and succeed, and that disparity and disproportionality can and must be eliminated. Your efforts to date and today will help us further achieve these beliefs. We support the template as presented today. Thank you.
President Kirst, members of the board, Superintendent Torlakson, Bob Blattner, Blattner & Associates, in support of the proposed regulations as written, which provide sufficient guidance so that districts will do what's best for the high-needs kids, and also sufficient latitude so that districts can do what's best for the high-needs kids without necessitating a really destructive choice that would otherwise be presented between a debilitated core program on one hand or segregated classes on the basis of either socioeconomics or linguistics. Thank you.
Is he here now? Yes. We need to interrupt, sorry. Yes. Is he coming now? Yes, I want to announce the presence of the Governor of California, Edmund G. Brown, Jr., who will address the board.
I've never been more perfectly interrupted. 53 weeks ago, Governor Brown started this conversation and really underscored two very important principles. First of all, my name is Michael Hulsizer, and I'm here representing Dr. Christine Frazier, the Kern County Superintendent of Schools. The two principles were that children who are poor and learning a second language and who are foster youth require additional resources. And it's the responsibility of the state to provide school districts that have disproportionate numbers of those students with more resources to provide more services that are primarily designed for those students. And secondly, that it's locally elected school boards that are in a best position to make the determination of exactly what those services should look like. Your regulations do exactly that. They require all school districts to do more, spend more, and do more for these students. And secondly, these regulations underscore that it is ultimately the responsibility of local school boards to be the final determiner of what those services should look like. We encourage you to adopt these regulations as given to you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Michelle McLean, the superintendent of the Arvin Union School District in Kern County. We have over 3,100 students. 96% of them live at or below the poverty level, and 85% of our students are English learners. 50% of our parents report they have not graduated from high school. And clearly we have a daunting task to close the achievement gap. I'm here today to thank Governor Brown for the LCFF and the State Board of Education for the LCAP and embracing the LCFF. We have always embraced, and Dr. Molina knows this, I personally have always embraced flexibility, local control with accountability. And we are committed to doing that. The board and I have consistently and clearly communicated to all stakeholders in our community that the supplemental and concentration funds will go solely to the children to increase the needs and to close that achievement gap, to direct services to those children. Right now, we're engaging our entire community, including surveying 4th through 8th grade students.
Time.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Andre Gonzalez, and I'm president of the school board for the Bakersfield City School District. With 29,750 students, 88% of our students are in poverty. 1/3 are English language learners, and 175 students are foster youth. I'm here to express not only our district's full support for the draft regulations, but also our support for the LCFF and the principles of equity and local accountability. BCSD is committed to enhancing services for our targeted population. After a deliberative and comprehensive planning process, we will use these funds to improve access to student technology, provide intensive behavior counseling services to students at risk behaviorally, and deeply embed the principles of professional learning communities in every classroom across the district. These are only a few examples of the use of these new resources, and we strongly believe that they will be the best to meet the specific needs of Bakersfield students. We are excited by the opportunity of LCFF, and we are anxious to continue this important work. Thank you.
Next speaker.
We need the next speakers, please. Will the next speakers please line up?
Please come forward if you're a speaker.
Good morning, Mr. President, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this very important matter. My name is Nina Boyd, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the California Association of School Business Officials, CASBO. which represents more than 3,000 school business officials throughout the state. In addition to being the chair of CASBO's Legislative Committee, I am the Associate Superintendent of Alternative Education for the Orange County Department of Education. I'm joined today by CASBO President Rich Buse from the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, Vice President Leanne Arataberry from the Clovis Unified School District, our Executive Director Molly McGee Hewitt, and Deputy Director of Governmental Relations Jeff Vaca. You have our letter of support for the regulations and the template that are before you, so I'd like to focus on just a few key points. CASBO positions on key education issues are adopted with the goal of ensuring that all students have the opportunity to be educated in safe and healthy environments and supported by educational resources that are sufficient to ensure that they become productive members of society. We also believe that the concept of local control is fundamental to the success of the state's public schools. Local education agencies working with their communities and key stakeholders driving decisions on needs-driven, innovative programs to improve the achievement of all students. In statements on the local control funding formula last year, Governor Brown recognized all of these goals. Investing in our schools in a way that recognizes the reality that those children at the top are doing better, while those in the middle and the bottom need additional support and resources. Increasing local control while ensuring that students' needs drive the allocation of resources and ensuring accountability at the local level so those closest to students can make decisions. The regulations and LCAP before you today reflect these goals and represent an appropriate starting point for the long implementation period ahead of us. As we embark on a road filled with hard work, transparency, and collaboration, we want to assure the board that CASBO members embrace accountability, are committed to the equity goals embedded in the local control funding formula, and are prepared to be accountable to their local stakeholders. We recognize that today's action represents not an end, but a beginning. The depth and breadth of the changes that comprise the LCFF are historic in nature, and as we move forward, we hope that all parties remain focused not on failure, but on helping each other succeed in meeting the educational needs of all students. Accordingly, we urge the board to approve the regulations and LCAP template outlined in agenda items 20 and 21. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to come by and add a few thoughts to this process. I wanted to hear more of the speakers, but maybe it'd be better that I offer you a few of mine in the beginning. And I do that because what you're considering today is a collaboration. And I played some small part in that. Your president was one of the initiators several years ago. And I think it's well to just restate the central principles on which the local control funding formula is based. And the first principle, of course, is that of subsidiarity, focusing authority where it can be most effectively exercised. That's at the lowest, most competent level. And as we know, everything starts with the family. That's the primary institution of our society, and then it goes up from there to a parish, to a city, to a school. And I think we always have to keep in mind when we sit around here, we're not omnipotent. A little humility is in order. There are 6 million students in California. There are over 300,000 teachers. And anything that's done here will have to be memorialized in some kind of a writing. And that writing has to be sent out to those 300,000 teachers, and they have to read it. And then something has to happen based on that. And then in the next year or two, people will come back to tell you whether or not that writing was followed. At the end of the day, the things you do here are really important. But what is fundamental is what goes on in each home with each family and what goes on in the classroom. And when the door shuts, the education code is not of much help, or even the regulations of the school district. When the school door, the classroom door is shut, it's the students and the teacher. And if the parents aren't doing the right thing, and if the teacher's not doing the right thing, and if the principal's not doing the right thing, and if the superintendent at the local school district isn't doing the right thing, and if the elected school board members are insensitive, then it's highly dubious to think that the people around this table are going to be able to make up for it. At the end of the day, we do depend on families, teachers, principals, and people spread out throughout the entire state who have responsibility for our 6 million students. Now, that's not to say that it isn't important that we have guidelines and that we have some goals and some outcomes that all the teachers can strive for. And these regulations certainly go a long way toward achieving that. But it isn't a matter of putting this on automatic pilot with minute prescriptive commands from headquarters. We're in headquarters. Today, throughout California, there's 6 million students with 330,000 teachers who are working as we talk, and they're not waiting for what comes out. Now, already the money from Proposition 30 is flowing into the school districts, and that's really big. And I want to acknowledge, by the way, all the school leaders who helped, and particularly the California Teachers Association, who put the real financial muscle when it was needed. So there are a lot of divisions here, and I like to find the truth in the reformers, the unions, the parents, the students. We're all in it together, even though we all have different perspectives. And this set of regulations has that flexibility to incorporate different perspectives, but with the overall goal of achievement, of directing more funding where the challenges are greater, and setting up a template and a mechanism of accountability. But even accountability can be abused. And we live in a period of discontent and distrust. And the way some people react is to always go higher on the power curve to solve their problem. So if the teacher doesn't make it, some people want to come up here to the board, and if the board doesn't make it, they want to go back and talk to Arnie Duncan and get him to issue commands from his headquarters. But the further you get from the classroom, the less effective your instruction, your conversation, or your command. That's just happened to be. So, anyway, thank God for Proposition 30. I want to just say that again, because if we don't have the money, we wouldn't even be here fighting over the regulations. So this is a wonderful thing that people can sit around and argue about how we're going to spend the money. So hallelujah for the money. I just want to say that. And then secondly, this is not the New Testament. It's not the law and the prophets. This is just some mundane regulations that are much better because of the participation of the equity groups and others. So it's getting better, and it will get better. And luckily, you won't get it all done right the first time, because if you did, you wouldn't have any more work to do. But we don't need to worry about that. You're here, people are here, and we have a great opportunity in our state to fashion a more effective learning environment. And my final thing, I don't want to ever forget the students, because they have responsibility as well. It isn't like just pouring this noun called education into the heads of students. It's an intransitive verb, I learn. And the only I that can learn is the student. The teacher can facilitate. The teacher lights the fire. The superintendent, the board, the politicians, the state board here, we create environments, some incentives, but we don't want to micromanage. We want to give a wide latitude to teach and to explore and to light that fire in every student. And to the extent that teaching becomes a menu and a recipe, we lose that. So I like to just close with the two poles that you have to embrace simultaneously. One is imagination, and the other is rigor. If you only have imagination, you have chaos and insanity. If you only have rigor, you have paralytic death and rigor mortis. But if you combine rigor and imagination, if you combine flexibility with guidelines and some reasonable accountability, we'll get the job done. So good luck, and I'm very excited. I'm bullish on California schools. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, you know the old saying, it's a tough act to follow. I'm Jeff Frost. I'm like I said, I'm Jeff Frost. I'm with the California Association of Suburban School Districts. We're here to support the emergency regulations and the template. We think that this is a very fine balance. As the governor says, it includes significant subsidiarity, but at the same time provides real structure for how the money should be spent in terms of district-wide, school-wide, and targeted money toward the unduplicated students. My school districts, many of who you will see today, are completely supportive of all of the requirements in the LCFF related to community participation.
Yeah.
Toward community participation and full inclusion. And I guess at that point...
Go ahead. Go ahead and finish. Yeah, we'll have to have quiet in the room, please.
You'll need to leave or keep your voices down.
Yeah, okay. Could we have, would you please leave? Quiet down or leave.
Can you guys get the security to get them out? Beth, get the security to get them out.
Okay, yeah, we'll start your 1 minute again. It became a little incoherent, yeah. I thought we had to.
I thought legislative hearings were bad. All right. Okay. Again, Jeff Frost, California Association of Suburban School Districts. Many of our members will be here today to give you more detailed descriptions of their specific action plans in terms of how they propose to spend their money and why the regulations as proposed are an excellent balance in terms of meeting local needs and subsidiarity and having some specific controls on how the money will be spent to ensure that money does go to unduplicated students. There is a presumption that somehow school leaders want to put paint on buildings as opposed to spend money on targeted kids. I'm here to say that that is not the case, that we will provide full inclusion for all parents, all stakeholder groups, per the statute and the regulations, and that we think, again, the regulations are a perfect balance and we would support them. Thank you.
Morning. David Rattray. I'm the Senior Vice President of Education Workforce Development for the LA Chamber and the President of Unite LA. We are the convener of the LA Compact, and I'm proud to be here with you today with our Superintendent, John Daisy, and many of our partners. We, too, support these regulations as established and recommended to you today in the LCAP plan. While we certainly would understand concerns and respect the different points of view today, we think at this moment in time, this is the right plan, and we would encourage support. And I can suggest that I think many in the business community throughout LA and the whole state are really excited about what you're about ready to do today and would stand in support with you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Noemi Bravo. I've been a teacher, special ed teacher assistant for 9 years at Middleton Elementary School in Los Angeles. It's my job to assist children in becoming independent learners. For example, I spend a lot of one-on-one time when a new student enters a classroom. I work with them on whatever they need, penmanship skills, math skills, getting along with other students, coping skills. The teacher can't do this while focusing on other children. I've seen a lot of problems with budget cuts over the past few years. We don't have enough assistants, and for the number of children in some classes, there are 19 children and only one assistant. Our kids can't get the individual attention they need. Now, as we finally begin to rebuild our schools, I am encouraged that the board will set guidelines to support our neediest students without disrupting services that benefit all our children. But as you make decisions on these important regulations, I also ask that you include a requirement to ensure school districts conduct a needs assessment. This will make sure all student services are properly evaluated and improvements are made so all children can learn in a safe and supportive environment.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have to pull it down a little.
Yeah.
I am Cheryl Brown again, Assembly Member for the 47th, and the young people who were here earlier and many thought disrupted had a message. And my message, I'm not trying to say that what they did was right, but I think we need to listen to them. The governor sat here, said, where are the others? Because everyone is for this plan, and I'm so happy that the legislature, me included, were happy to pass local control funding. The one thing that I think, and when I saw the kids, is outreach. Where's the outreach component for this plan? Where's the outreach for every district to reach those parents? I think that's one of the things that might be missing, and I hope that you would include that in this plan. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Aguilar. Hi, Tom. I have worked as a custodian with LAUSD for 9 years. I work hard every night to make sure students can learn in a clean and healthy campus every single day. I really try to keep the school clean so that kids can still feel pride in their school. But without enough staff, it's hard. For example, in all the classrooms, we're only sweeping once a week. This is not good climate to learn in, especially for the kids who have asthma. Excuse me. I believe students deserve a clean and healthy classroom every day. We send a terrible message to students about their education when facilities are not fixed on time, classrooms are dirty, or restrooms are covered in graffiti. I am happy that the board also recognizes the importance of the work I do. I appreciate that the regulations will help ensure that all students receive the services and support they need. However, I urge the board to include requirements that will make sure school districts review current practices and staffing levels and make the necessary improvements. If we want our children to succeed, we must provide them with quality services inside and outside the classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment. I had the privilege of walking in her shoes, and I worked with her on an 8-hour custodian shift, and so that's where we connected. So thank you for your good work, hard work.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Bennett Kaiser. I'm a board member representing District 5 of the Los Angeles Unified School District. I'm proud to have been the board member who made the motion to support the local control funding formula and be committed to its success with LA Unified. The local control funding formula proposes spending and regulations to a regulations template that has the potential to have profound positive effects on our children. We are working with our parents, community members, to develop a local set of plans that will benefit the kids and make learning more accessible. We embrace the accountability and reliability and responsibility that this will offer.
Time.
Thank you very much.
Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirsten, members of the board. I'm Dale Marsden, Superintendent of San Bernardino City Unified School District, the 8th largest district in the state, serving America's poorest city. On behalf of our community, we thank you for your leadership and want to express our strong support for local control funding formula regulations. We have over 50,000 students and an unduplicated count of 92%. Our response to the Governor's LCFF and this board's LCAP has been the highest level of involvement, including over 1,000 community partners, parents, students, and staff that represent every school site council, every African American English language advisory committee from each of our 77 sites. Our goal is total community engagement. We ask the board to protect each community's ability to make local decisions. We ask you to continue to push for full implementation of LCFF, but to do so over the next 5 years, not prolonged through 2021. I want to thank Ms. Kubinek for her expertise offered to our community. Mr. Torlakson, thank you for increasing the employment rate in San Bernardino City by 3% with your recent appointment of Val Dixon to our Personnel Commission. Dr. Cohen, thank you for your recent address to our community gathering where members were inspired by the hope you offered of San Bernardino City, America's poorest city, becoming a model city for our state and nation. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst, Torlakson, and the rest of the board members. My name is Gloria Allen, and I am past president of Stockton Unified School District Board of Education. We have 37,000 students, and I am just happy to be here. And I want to again thank you, Dr. Kirst, for coming to Stockton to help us get on our way with implementing local control funding formula and Common Core. I have Ms. Michelle Huntoon. She's our CBO, and without her, this journey would be very, very difficult. We'd like to thank the State Board of Education for your work and your diligent effort to secure that the steadfast process was used to bring the regulations to fruition. The regulations as drafted align with the goal of LCFF to increase flexibility and accountability at the local level, so those closest to the pupils can make the decisions that ensure that pupils meet their needs. The needs are met. Stockton Unified is particularly appreciative as a regulation will allow our district an opportunity to better engage our families and communities. Not that we haven't been doing that, but it will give us the best time. So, and then I would like to say something on behalf of the California Coalition of Black School Board Members. I am president of that, and I'd like to reiterate what Dr. Shirley Weber said.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Trust but verify.
Audrey Yamagata-Noji, Board President, Santana Unified School District. There is no level playing field. But the expectations at the end of the day are the same, that all of our kids would score the same. Our kids start school behind, not due to the fault of their parents or their families. We're the 6th largest school district in the state, 95% ethnic minority, 85% free lunch, 94% free and reduced, 53% ELL, 6,000 homeless students, and over half of our parents do not have a high school diploma. How are we going to catch our kids up? This is the answer. I've waited 25 years as a school board member to have policy and funding that addresses the inequities in our communities and allows districts like ours to step forward and really help our students to achieve at the same level with the same support that they deserve as other students have in other districts and other parents are able to provide. We support a balance of flexibility and implementation, plus accountability and transparency. We're not afraid of that. We are working hand in hand with our parents and our community to know exactly what is the best thing to do, and we guarantee we will be doing that, because our goal at the end of the day is that schools have to be what equalizes opportunities for our communities and our children, and we are committed to that, and thank you.
I'm Rick Miller, Superintendent from Santa Ana. Again, we support the proposal that you have in front of you. I'll try to be brief. It seems to me that you have obviously many diverse perspectives, but you've really crafted between you and your staff a very elegant solution. And I really see it as a triangulation between the needs and even the statements, the inputs of our students, the inputs of our parents, and then the flexibility for districts to have efficacy in actually meeting the learning needs of students. And the idea is that we want equity of outputs, not equity of inputs. And again, our president just spoke about that. Thank you.
Calling speakers number 25 through 32. Please line up in the lobby.
Okay. President Kirst, members of the State Board of Ed, and Superintendent Torlakson, I'm Vernon Billy, Executive Director of the California School Boards Association. Today I want to make just two quick comments in support of the regulations. First, I just want to say you and your staff should be commended for the work on the regulations. They are a well thought out compromise that provides the proper framework for guiding local decision making, helping to drive student success, advancing equity, accountability, and community engagement, which is already underway across the state, as you've heard from some of the speakers earlier. Secondly, CSBA believes the LCFF and the accompanying LCAPs can make a profound and positive difference for students. At the core of the regulations and the law is the ongoing community engagement, planning, implementation, reflection, and evaluation process that is iterative. And we think this can be very powerful for local communities and boards. And while districts have previously embraced the principles embedded in LCFF, governing boards are re-energized by the prospects of improving student achievement that these regulations afford them when compared to the old categorical structure. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josephine Lucy. I'm a board member in the Cupertino Union School District, and I'm the president of the California School Boards Association. I want to thank Vernon for his previous comments. LCFF shifts California public education funding and with the very specific purpose of closing what we call the opportunity gap. The proposed spending regulations and the LCAP template provide an excellent balance between the flexibility local communities need to design the services necessary to meet the needs of their local students while maintaining a high level of accountability for results. Many of my fellow board members from districts and counties across the state have come here today to share with you the work that they are doing. I would like to share with you 3 brief points about the regulations before you. First, the spending regulations provide a workable methodology for determining the proportional annual levels of increased services for students in the unduplicated categories while allowing local education agencies to determine prior year expenditures. This provides valuable clarity. Secondly, we appreciate the clarification of the spending regulations that provides local discretion with stakeholder input to develop district and school-wide programs and services, and the deeper levels of explanation for LEAs that choose this option to guarantee transparency and accountability. And thirdly, as designed, we believe the LCAP template can be used as an effective tool for boards, district staff, parents, and students to analyze data, evaluate options, design programs, and align expenditures with goals, thereby addressing local student needs and state priorities. We look forward to working with the State Board of Education as we move to full LCFF implementation, addressing whatever concerns and challenges may arise during the transition. We remain committed to the students of California. Thank you.
State Superintendent, President of the Board, board members, I'm Wendy Godalowitz, Superintendent in Cupertino Union School District, and I'm here in support of the current LCAP plan. I appreciate the flexibility in the plan, in addition to the accountability to and the inclusion of the parent community, as well as our staff. Last year, we began a massive engagement process in our district. We had town hall meetings and engaged thousands of parents, as well as our school-based meetings, our DLAC, District Advisory Committee, Parent Advisory Committee, Teacher Advisory Committee, and all of our staff meetings. We've used all that information as a board to create board priorities, which are currently aligned with the state's 8 priority areas. We are now engaged with our English language learner families to develop a new EL master plan, which will be incorporated into our LCAP plan. So once again, I want to thank you for the flexibility, and I also want to thank you for holding us accountable for closing the gap.
Good morning, Board President, Superintendent Torlakson, and board members. My name is Adora Fisher, and I'm Director of ELD with Cupertino Union School District. The maximum flexibility of LCFF and the LCAP allows me to address the diverse needs of ELLs in my district in a one-size-does-not-fit-all community. Without this flexibility and tighter constraints, it will remain challenging to target, monitor, and service students in our district who span the spectrum from high socioeconomic ELs to transient populations of ELLs. As you can imagine, the needs and services of these populations are very different, and the accountability for the services they receive are also very different. Flexibility is key in customizing services for targeted ELL and low-achieving diverse populations. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for having us here this morning. My name is Nicole Johnston, and I am principal at Kennedy Middle School in Cupertino Union School District, a very high-performing school. But nonetheless, I'm here on behalf of the support of the LCAP template and the flexible funding model that you're looking at here today. Our students are given an opportunity to have a rigorous, supportive, safe learning environment. And within that, as a principal, I feel I'm here also as a voice for my students and community, that we all have unique needs that we bring to that school. One size does not fit all, and this allows me as a site principal the flexibility to provide the appropriate resources and support within our school community so that these students have equal access as all the rest of the students in our community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Nishihara, and I have the honor and pleasure to serve students in 2 different capacities. One as a board member for the Oak Grove School District in San Jose, and also as the Chief Information Officer for the Cupertino Union School District. These are both excellent districts serving 2 uniquely different student populations, and I'm here today on their behalf. The flexibility afforded to districts in the current proposal is crucial in maintaining our ability to effectively and quickly implement programs to meet our students' needs. The more prescriptive the guidelines, the more likely there could be an unintended consequence, such as the inability to implement an effective program in a classroom, across a school site, or throughout our districts. Accountability and targeting resources to where they are most needed is important, and the proposed district-wide, school-wide requirements and explanations of the expenditures through the current LCAP serves this vital function. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today in support of our current LCFF proposal.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Tyson, and I'm the principal of DeVargas Elementary in Cupertino Unified School District. DeVargas Elementary is a diverse K-5 school community. We are a Title I school, and we also have a large majority of our student population as our English language learners. A large number of our students need the additional educational support, including targeted tutoring, supplemental resources, technology access, and after-school opportunities in order to achieve academically. The flexibility of the LCFF and the accountability provided by the LCAP will ensure that we're able to provide school-wide programs and also equitable services for all the students in the DeVargas school community. I'm here today to support the approval of LCFF and the LCAP template. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning, President Kirst and state trustees, Superintendent Torkelson and staff. 40 years of a twisted public school funding formula has been tolerated in this state of California. Thank you for your bold attempt to untwist it for our communities. I'm Steve Batondo, Superintendent of Morgan Hill Unified School District. With me here, but speaking on their own accord, is our local community, our one local community. Following my comments, you will hear from those representing all stakeholders in Morgan Hill Unified School District and the surrounding area. We have already started on to put the LCAP on, if you will, and we're making sure it fits. Here to speak to the value of your action to the community of Morgan Hill and how we ensure it will work for our students are our cabinet members, our employee leaders, teachers, classified administrators, representing our local government, nonprofits and faith-based organizations, the mayor of Morgan Hill and the chief of police, our business community represented by president of the Chamber of Commerce, and our parents and community members, and a trustee elected by our community to make the tough decisions for our students based on our local needs. Thank you very much for this time.
One moment, please. Just one moment. Whoops. Numbers 33 through 56, please line up in the lobby.
Good afternoon. I'm Fawn Myers, Director of Personnel. In Morgan Hill, we are excited with the changes that LCFF will bring to our district. We have created a process and timeline to create our LCAP. The first step in the process includes identifying work groups for each of the specified areas. These work groups are comprised of administrators, teachers, classified staff, parents, and community members, some of whom are here today. It's exhilarating to bring together dedicated school personnel, caring parents from our DLAC, Home and School Club, District Advisory Committee, and invested community members to ask ourselves the question, how can we, together as an entire learning community, best serve our youth and students? Morgan Hill Unified School District serves a boundary area of approximately 59,000 residents, and our community values the personal touch. LCFF is allowing us to personalize and customize our spending plan based on our local needs.
Good morning. I'm Kirsten Perez, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Without the restrictions associated with previous school funding, these work groups will look at our district data specific to their area and create goals ensuring that our students with the highest needs are a priority. In fact, Morgan Hill has just approved a new mission, vision, and values that are grounded in equity. We will create district goals that unequivocally address the specific needs of our English learners, low socioeconomic status students, and foster youth. We embrace the challenges that come with closing the achievement gap and will ensure that the resources are provided to the neediest students, as we have always done, not because it's mandated by law. The LCAP will then be shared with our school sites, parents groups, and at scheduled community meetings for additional input prior to board approval on June 10th.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Norma Martinez-Palmer, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services in Morgan Hill Unified School District. Working collaboratively in these 8 groups is a unique opportunity to work side by side with important stakeholders. In education, we often lament that true engagement is a challenge. Creating the LCAP is allowing our district to genuinely include all of our parents, community members in order to help us look at our successes and strategize to thoughtfully and deliberately address the needs of our students. We are freed up to examine how we spend our resources on materials, interventions, facilities, technology, and personnel. Without fewer restrictions on how to spend the money, we are excited to truly align our resources with our locally created goals based on our local needs with a clear focus on equity and measured by defined outcomes for increased performance. This is a unique opportunity that we are eagerly seizing.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Buxer. I am principal at Jackson Academy of Math and Music in Morgan Hill Unified School District in Santa Clara County. I am also the president of the Morgan Hill Educational Leadership Association. I stand here with the president of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers, who is also a teacher of social studies at Ann Sobrato High School, Teresa Sage, and president of the SEIU Morgan Hill, Danielle Nunez. We stand here united, all employee groups, and ask you to allow the flexibility for our team to continue to work with our community to serve our students. As a team, we have continually engaged our community in defining and focusing on what quality education means in Morgan Hill. Our district's vision focus on equity, and it is a moral imperative for us. It is our adult mindset. This is a true vision in Morgan Hill and has been for some time. We are here and have been committed to our students, especially the most needy students. We value and depend on our community input and never let go of our focus of equity. As we trust our community and value their input, we ask that you do the same. Trust your local professionals and community members who work closest to the children. They know them the best, not the legislatures who do not know them. My K-8 math and music magnet school was a direct response to the community's input and priorities. Don't invoke more regulations or hamper the flexibility that we have and need to serve all of our students, especially our most needy students. Trust your local professionals to continue working with the flexibility to do what is right with accountability. So please do not invoke more regulations and support the collaborative efforts of this unity of the team and allow us to design and deliver educational programs and also support the adult mindset to meet all of our individual students' needs. We support the current plan that has been revised based on stakeholder input. We invite you to see the genuine engagement in Morgan Hill between all of the stakeholders. Thank you for your time and diligence in supporting Morgan Hill students.
Good morning, Steve Tate, Mayor of Morgan Hill, and as Mayor of Morgan Hill, I frequently come to Sacramento to advocate for local control, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here today to talk about implementation of local control. We have a very close relationship with our school district. Based on mutual trust, we meet bi-monthly, city school liaison, but we meet informally continuously. Last week I had an interfaith meeting. The school district was there. Just 2 days ago, I had a United Way South County meeting. The school district was there. They are in our community. We have, as a city of Morgan Hill, a youth initiative looking at the total future prospects for youth. It's built on the 41 developmental assets, and we're in total partnership with that, with the school district. We're just all tremendously proud that as a community, we are getting together to give our kids the best life experience totally. And thank you.
Good afternoon. David Swing, Chief of Police of Morgan Hill and also former school board trustee at the Aroma San Juan School District. I recognize the unique challenges in policing and education that to serve our communities and to find success, it requires unique strategies. And the collaboration seen between the Morgan Hill Unified School District and our police department has enabled success for our students over the last few years. I'm here to advocate and recommend a model that allows for flexibility. It allows for the local governing board and local educational professionals to develop and implement strategies that are unique to our communities to help find success for our future leaders. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm John Horner. This is my wife, Ann Horner. We are here as Morgan Hill residents, parents, business owners, very active community leaders. I'm also the Chief Executive of the Chamber of Commerce for our city. We are very excited about the opportunity to deepen our involvement in directing how we can best meet the needs of all of our students in our community. I have a particular passion and concern around school completion rates, dropout rates, however what you want to measure that number. We have led bringing projects such as Rachel's Challenge to our community, which is a pro-kindness, anti-bullying program. And we're thrilled at the partnership that's always been available to us, working with our school district, working with our city, working with our businesses. We are a community, and we support the effort to give our community the flexibility to do what our students need. Thank you.
President Kirst, members of the board, Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Bob Benevento, and I too am from Morgan Hill. I'm here representing the Board of Governors for the Morgan Hill Unified School District. I thank you for your time this morning. We yearn for, value, and appreciate the opportunity to exercise local control and accountability. As a district, we do reach out, we do engage, and we do listen to our diverse community, as you have heard this morning from my fellow travelers. As a board, we've developed, approved, and are implementing an updated vision, mission, and value statement with LCFF in mind. This update provided the guidelines that allowed our district to prepare for the basis of our local control accountability plan. And we look forward to a very successful implementation of that plan. We ask you to let us exercise local control as written in our unique community. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning. My name is Mario Bañuelos. I'm a resident and parent in Morgan Hill. I immigrated to the United States at age 4, not far from here in Stockton, California, and grew up in a school system as a slow socioeconomic English learner. As an adult, I became a foster and then adoptive parent, and continue to feel passionate about the success of English learners, students of poverty, foster youth, and students with disabilities. I'm involved with a nonprofit called Project Roadmap with the Morgan Hill Community Foundation that identifies first-generation college-bound students to offer a free annual conference for youth and their parents. We also offer free SAT prep courses and ongoing parent support and engagement meetings. I've been invited to serve on the LCAP work group. I'm excited to work with the district and other parents as we look at the needs of all of our students, particularly our 49% Latino population. I'm hopeful with my background and lens for equity. I will continue thank you.
Good morning, members of the State Board of Education, Superintendent Torlakson. I am Ruben Frutos, Superintendent of the Roland Unified School District in Los Angeles County, and I travel here with my board president. Our district has embraced the provisions of the local control funding formula, and we feel accountable to our community of stakeholders through the implementation of the local control accountability plan. As we prepare to build our budgets for next year, we recognize the need to continue to develop goals and actions to improve student outcomes. We ask you to approve the formula in its current configuration and applaud your efforts to enact local control in educational finance. Roland Unified is a very stable district with a significant population of disadvantaged and English learner students. Our district has maintained programs even though we were very low funded under the old formula. We believe that maintaining significant flexibility in the formula will better serve our students, and I thank you very much for your efforts. Thank you.
President Kirst, members of the Board of Education, and Superintendent Torlakson. I am Heidi Gallegos, and I am President of the Board of Education for the Roland Unified School District, a 15,000-student K-12 district located in the East San Gabriel Valley of Los Angeles County. Roland has a large Hispanic population as well as a large Asian population and a significant number of English language learners. Our district has traditionally been underfunded under the past funding formula, yet we have established prudent fiscal policies that have maintained financial stability and have protected our programs. Our district is committed to maintain quality and stability through the local control funding formula and the local control accountability plan, as well as to maintain district-wide arts programs and class size reduction. We respectfully urge you to adopt the formulas without further changes. The regulations should reflect the premise that school districts know their students best. Discussions at the local level are driving our budget development, and our hope is that the regulations will not be so restrictive that they prevent local education agencies from implementing programs that meet the needs of our students. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Herman Medes. I am the superintendent of the Paramount Unified School District in the Los Angeles County. And thank you for the opportunity to address the board regarding our perspective and commentary for your consideration with regard to the LCAP and LCFF. We applaud the leadership that draws on the premise that the local educational community understands most intimately the needs of its students. I'm here with members of our school board and our CBO to provide representation for our 15,868 students, 95% of whom are on free and reduced lunch program, 35% of them who are English learners. We provide a quality program for our students and recognize that we have an important obligation to serve the ever-growing Latino population, which for Paramount Unified is 87.5% of our total enrollment. We're here to demonstrate our support for the proposed regulations, which not only adheres to the idea of local control, but also to a results-based model. Local control will support Paramount Unified's district's work in addressing the academic, social, emotional needs of our students, of our English learners, students with financial resources, and other historically underrepresented student groups. Thank you very much.
Time.
Hello, my name is Alicia Anderson, and I'm currently serving as Vice President of the Paramount Unified School Board. We have reviewed your final regulations that were released on January 3rd, 2014, and we really appreciate the proposed regulations provide for accountability. We've already begun the work of involving our stakeholders by developing a local control accountability plan through the formation of a committee. The LCAP committee composition includes parents, teachers, students, principals, the business community, our school board, our teachers, and classified unions. Through a series of meetings, the committee will work to provide input in the development of our plan, which will be brought to our board this spring. During the development process of this plan, our committee will look at hard data from STAR testing results, graduation rates, suspensions, expulsions, and our daily attendance. We in Paramount value local control. We have a very strong commitment to our entire community, and thanks for your time.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tony Peña. I'm with the Paramount Unified School District. I'm a school board member there. We are mindfully working with our committees to start our students and create our LCAP plan. To drive our work, we're looking at self-data that includes commentary and reflections about our strengths and potential to drive for further opportunities and growth. Gathered from our conversations with parents, parent focus groups meetings, one-on-one meetings, and business, faith-based, and community leaders, the LCAP committee is in keeping with Paramount Unified's present and historical parent involvement practices, which have included our district and school site English Learner Advisory Committee, PTAs, School Site Council, Community Advisory Council, all of which are vehicles to provide our parents with a voice in driving the educational program of our district. We support LCSF regulations and LCAP instrument that balances the need for local decision-making with a focus on student needs and accountability. Thank you for your consideration.
Excuse me for 1 minute, please. Excuse me. Calling speakers numbers 57 through 72. Please line up in the lobby. Thank you.
President Kirsch, board members, Superintendent Torkelson, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Michael Conroy. I'm the Assistant Superintendent and Chief Business Official for the Paramount Unified School District. As already shared, a 95% unduplicated student count district. We wanted to share that we appreciate the LCFF and LCAP that has allowed us to begin conducting long-term academic and fiscal planning. This new model provides for a greater opportunity to establish educational priorities free from the burden to silos, and to target resources to instructional materials, staffing, and program needs aligned to the students in the Paramount Unified School District. We commend the governor and the legislature in passing new funding allocation system for public schools that differs from the old compliance-driven system that confined districts in their ability to address local needs. During the past 5 to 7 years, local school districts managed their economic crisis while also providing the needed instructional programs to improve student achievement. We now ask the State Board of Education to please honor teachers, support staff, administrators, parents, and community members who know our students best.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Shilani Cruz Gonzalez. I'm a board member in Azusa Unified School District, but today I'm representing I'm the president of the California Latino School Board Association, and I have two of my board members here, Darcy Green and Elizabeth Romero, both county board members. And I also served on the LCFF implementation working group. And we just wanted to give one comment. One, we appreciate all the work that went into this and what's here, but we also wanted to stress that we feel that there's a role for strengthening the accountability mechanisms in terms of the county offices overseeing whether or not the supplemental and concentration grants are being utilized as they're intended to be utilized. So that is our one comment, and we hope that you take that into account. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson. James Moore from Azusa Unified School District. And on behalf of our school district, I just would like to thank the State Board for the template and let you know that we're in full support of the regulations and the template. We feel it provides the right balance between accountability and flexibility. We're committed to the progress of all of our students, especially those who've been underserved in the past, and we have full confidence in the board and community to make informed and prudent choices. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Nakashian, and I'm a board member with the Azusa Unified School District. So I'm here today in support of the LCFF and its regulations that will establish a local funding control, allowing districts to address their unique and individual educational needs. As a district with 90% of students coming from low-income families, our district have our own local challenges. So we look forward in developing, expanding, and bringing back enrichment program opportunities such as STEM engineering pathway or CTE healthcare pathway. As a professor, it is my strong belief that programs in the visual and performing arts are vital areas that will help promote student engagement and establish a learning environment that is conducive to creative and critical thinking. So these are some of the items and the vital tools that we believe our district needs. So as a board member, I also value the importance of transparency, accountability, and working in collaboration with all the stakeholders with one common goal in mind, is to ensure that every student has the opportunity to believe, pursue possibilities, and ultimately achieve a high-quality educational expectations. Thank you.
Good morning. That's right. Okay. Good morning. My name is Alex Zucco. I'm the board president for Monrovia Unified, and I'm here today with my teachers union president, classified union president, our PTA president for our council, and the superintendent, because that's how we do things in Monrovia. We do it all together. As president of the Board of Education, local flexibility will allow us to set vision and priorities while providing schools with the resources they need to meet the needs of their kids. This allows us to strategically plan, not just for this year, but for the next 3 years, with goals and objectives based on our unique strengths, our culture, and our students. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ann Battle. I'm president of the Teachers Association in Monrovia, and I'm here to advocate for our teachers and the need to have flexibility to tailor their instructions to fit our diverse population and our needs. Monrovia has worked to create a climate of cooperation with employee groups, the community, and parents and students. Teachers are not opposed to measuring our progress, and we accept accountability. We continue to evaluate and assess the practices we are using current educational research and data from multiple measures. The flexibility in categorical funding has helped us plot our course with our constituents. We would like to continue that practice, so we encourage you to support the current plan. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Hobbs, and I am a classified employee at Monrovia Unified. The local control funding formula, LCFF, was established on the premise that local agencies better understand the needs of our students and communities than anyone in Sacramento. As a representative of the California School Employee Association, Chapter 20, I understand that in schools we have one goal: to support student success. In Monrovia, anyone out of the classroom is responsible for supporting everyone in the classroom. So from superintendent to clerk to cafeteria worker to cabinet member,
We consider ourselves the support staff. Monrovia's classified employees support LCFF as it is written.
Good morning. My name is Heather Warren, and I am the PTA Council President for Monrovia. As a PTA, we work hand in hand with our school district and the administrators. We continue to find ways to fill the gaps, whether it's with technology or basic supplies. Okay. We want every child to succeed. Monrovia is such a diverse district, and only our community can really understand what our children need. And they are all of our children. If they succeed, we succeed, and we see that as a community. Okay, we have a small town feel about us, from the teachers to the parents to our community people that don't have children in our district. We all pull together. So I trusted in our community and our education leaders to decide how our monies are to be spent, and we do agree with the proposals and would support additional flexibility. Thank you for your morning.
President Kurz, members of the board, Superintendent Torlakson, I am the proud superintendent of Monrovia Unified School District. We are excited about this time in education where we have the opportunity to reform a system that is ineffective by trusting those who are leading our kids and know the unique needs of every student within the district. Parents entrust us to take care of their children. We take that trust seriously, and it is really a pledge, a solemn pledge, that we will create opportunities for them if they partner with us or when they partner with us. That pledge is not one to be broken. Kids go through a great deal in our district just to get to school. We make sure that once they do, they have opportunities and the means through which they can realize their dreams. To not trust in them and to not trust in us would be a violation of the trust we have with our parents. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lori Breyer. I'm in Education Services at Humboldt County Office of Education. I'm here today to speak in support of LCFF and the LCAP template. In a rural county, we have districts ranging in size from 20 to over 3,000. We have districts with very low poverty up to over 90% poverty. LCFF allows each district to target its expenditures to the needs of its student population. Allowing both district-wide and school-wide expenditures allows further direction to the different demographics at the different schools within a given district. Thank you for including that provision. I look forward to working more closely with every district on a plan that won't be written to sit on the shelf for 10 years. The accountability for consistent improvement monitoring tailored to the individual district is one of the biggest strengths of LCFF and the LCAP. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Ingham. I'm with the Humboldt County Office of Education. I'm representing our office as well as the 40 districts and charters in our county. We're here to offer our support for the LCAP template. All LEAs, whether they're single school districts like many in Humboldt County or large urban districts, are subject to the policies that are set in LCAP. We are pleased to see the flexibility that's included in the design of this LCAP. It's going to meet the needs of our small rural districts as well as the larger ones in the state. It fosters public involvement and it enhances the authority of our locally elected school boards. I've helped districts develop lots of plans, single plans for student achievement, LEA plans, school-wide plans. This template is going to require an alignment of fiscal resources with services for students right from the onset. It also provides a way for districts that have a high percent of English learners, foster youth, and low-income students to describe district-wide services. We encourage you to adopt it without any further delay. Thank you.
My name is Kathy Abdel, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Personnel for the Fountain Valley School District. I want to start off by thanking Governor Brown for the local control funding formula and thanking the board for the local control accountability plan. As chief negotiator for our school district, I have worked in unison with our local school board to develop a negotiation strategy with our association based on the understanding that the funds received through the supplemental grant is targeted for our students generating the funds, making a commitment to ensure that the money goes to our unduplicated students. This approach is understood by our associations, and we are working together with our parents, students, staff, and community to provide instructions and services to support the achievement of all our students. We appreciate you recognizing the value of the fundamental premise of local control and local accountability in making decisions for the students in the state of California and the students in the Fountain Valley School District. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Judy Edwards, and I'm a member of the Board of Trustees in Fountain Valley School District. I have been on the board since 1998 and am currently serving my third term as president. We strongly support the LCFF. It gives us the opportunity to serve students with the greatest needs. We dispense our monies where they meet the unique needs of the students of Fountain Valley. We have always made sure that the EL and low-income students' needs are met. We embrace accountability and responsibility and look forward to working with the teachers and the parents in the implementation of LCFF. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Mark Ecker. I'm the superintendent of the Fountain Valley School District, and I serve this year as president of the Association of California School Administrators. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address you on our strong support for the draft regulations and the template. Our team came here today to reassure you of the great value that the local control funding formula provides for local decision-making and accountability. The Fountain Valley School District is unique. We have a 31% unduplicated count, but our EL population are very high achieving and would benefit from strong and vibrant school and district programs. 90% of our students, for over 80% of the day, come to our classrooms not connected to the internet. They don't have appropriate devices in our EL, and our low-income students would value and benefit most from our ability to move in that direction. Despite an API over 900, we are a third-year program improvement school, primarily because of an underperforming white population.
Time, please.
Trust us, we will use the funds in the manner they are intended. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Sanchez Thorstensen, and I'm the superintendent of the Whittier Union High School District. We enthusiastically endorse the revised regulations as we firmly believe they constitute a reasonable and wise compromise. We fully support targeted investment directed toward our students most in need. Our district has a proven track record of providing effective support and services to our neediest students, and our results have been outstanding. This has not occurred by chance, but rather through targeted investment and extensive collaboration. These factors will guarantee continued success through the revised regulations. Our commitment to parent engagement has always been a vital ingredient to our district's success, and through local control will take on even greater value. The proposed regulations will effectively meet the needs of all of our students, especially those who come to our schools facing significant challenges. Thank you very much.
And good morning. My name is Leighton Anderson. I'm a board member of the Whittier Union High School District. All we are saying is give local control a chance. Through the commitment, I would even say the love, of our teachers, administrators, and staff, we have demonstrated consistent growth by every measure, year after year, serving the same young people that the law now calls unduplicated pupils. We call them our kids. We do whatever it takes for them to succeed. We work with them and with their parents and with their grandparents and with their aunts and their uncles and anyone else who wants to work with us to help our kids learn, grow, prosper, and maybe even have some fun. What we ask from California is give us the tools and then let us do our jobs. We know our kids, we know our community, we know what works. Please let local control have its chance to work for our students and families. Thank you.
Calling speakers number 73 through 88. Please line up in the lobby. Thank you.
Good morning, State Board members and State Superintendent. I'm Gabe Samaki, Superintendent of the Oxnard Union High School District in Ventura County. We are a 912 high school district with 16,000 students and 6 large comprehensive high schools. Our district's vision is to redesign the high school experience for the 21st century learner, and we are very proud to be a linked learning district. We appreciate the flexibility of LCFF to support equity and access for our students as we fully understand the LCFF regulations and LCAP template. Our district needs to have the latitude to provide a systemic and district-wide transformational change process and encourage you to adopt the items as presented before you. We have a diverse district, and we want to ensure all of our students achieve at a high level. Our teachers are working very hard to learn about the Common Core, and I appreciate their patience to learn how to implement them. It is essential to provide professional development for our teachers to help them implement 21st century teaching and learning strategies. Many of our students do not have access to the internet at home, nor computers to access the new electronic learning resources we're implementing. Our students need to get their hands on technology tools to prepare them for the new global economy. We certainly appreciate your efforts. We are having parents come in and also participate in conversations, and we're going to have an informational night on the Common Core, local control funding, and LCAP. Thank you very much for your support.
Good morning, I'm Tammy Elzig. I'm the Assistant Superintendent in the Jurupa Unified School District, Assistant Superintendent of Personnel. We applaud you for the proposed regulations for the local control funding formula. According to those regulations, our district, as well as all of our schools, will qualify for services. With LCFF funding, we will continue to target English language learners and low to moderate income students. We've not hired elementary teachers in 5 years, and we'll use LCFF money to reduce class size in hiring elementary teachers, to also hire intervention teachers and increase our numbers there, and teachers who can be coaches for other teachers. We look forward to adding all of those positions, and that will greatly benefit our students. We will increase summer school and extending learning opportunities for our students. We believe that local educators understand the unique needs of their students and communities and appreciate the local control outlined in these regulations. We encourage you to approve the proposed regulation as written. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, President Kirst, members of the board, and Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Paula Ford. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business for Jurupa Unified School District, and we strongly support keeping the local control in the local control funding formula and allow local communities to actively engage in shaping spending decisions in ways that advance student achievement for all students. We urge the board to approve the proposed regulations as they stand and allow parents, governing boards, and communities the flexibility to appropriate funds for programs and resources that best support our disadvantaged students, our English learners, and our foster youth. We are committed to parent engagement and have already begun the process of holding school-based collaborative meetings with parents and students to listen and hear their needs and receive guidance in the development of our local accountability plan. We strongly believe flexibility with accountability for outcomes gives our community the tools to close the achievement gap. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Memo Mendez, and I'm a board member in the Jurupa Unified School District in Riverside County, and I'm here to speak in support of the proposed regulations this morning. As a former director of categorical programs, I experienced firsthand what it is like to manage programmatic regulations. In our district, we have experienced increasingly higher academic achievement over the last few years. We firmly believe that our success can be attributed to our emphasis on raising academic achievement for low-performing students, regardless of what group they belong to. Restricting expenditures to specific students does not support systemic changes that raise the achievement of all students. We applaud you for your work to keep the LCFF flexible, yet hold us accountable for academic achievement. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Iris Nunez, and I'm a parent volunteer from Jurupa Unified School District. I've been involved in School Site Council, ILAC, DILAC, DAC, PTA, and Café Literario. As a parent point of view, I know there's a lot of necessities in our school. I strongly believe that our local government should manage funds in order to perform and satisfy all of our student needs, providing good quality programs for students so they can achieve their goals and make it to college. Good training skills for teachers, and good workshops for parents as well. We need funds, not restrictions. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Schmidt, Board President for Jurupa Unified and a teacher of visually impaired for San Bernardino County. Keeping the flexibility as written to date means all of our children at Jurupa Unified will benefit from the LCFF. We are a district of approximately 19,000 students, of which 38% are English language learners and 80% of our children are in unduplicated groups. Giving our district local control will allow us to expand programs such as dual immersion, which is currently at 2 of our 16 elementary schools, Café Literario, which gives parents an opportunity to discuss books and then bring more reading into their homes, Rivercrest Academy, a hybrid internet school where high school students learn at their own accelerated pace and attend at least 1 hour a day and on site and can stay connected to activities at their comprehensive high school. And school learning support where our underserved students can get extended help and support. Thank you.
Superintendent, State Board of Education, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Robert Kent, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the Placentia-Yorba Linda Unified School District and a member of the School Finance Reform Coalition. I am here representing my district and the coalition to show our support for the regulations presented for your approval today. Through the development of our local strategic plan and by utilizing deliberate, targeted goals, and connecting these goals to budgetary decisions, we were able to provide school-wide and targeted intervention programs to benefit the needs of all of our students, enabling PYL-USD to consistently improve student achievement and to close the achievement gap. Like other districts throughout the state, we have been faced with difficult budgetary decisions. We are proud to say that we have never lost sight of our duty to meet the needs of all of our students, including those currently identified as unduplicated. As we move forward, we strongly support the local control and the provided under the the proposed regulations and the LCFF template. Thank you.
Please line up speaker numbers 89 through 104, 89 through 104. Please line up in the lobby. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Don Stabler. I'm Deputy Superintendent for the Torrance Unified School District, and I'm representing the California School Finance Reform Coalition. As a chief business official in Torrance Unified School District and a founding district of the coalition, I want to say how appreciative we are of the proposed LCFF regulations because they provide a standard methodology for all LEAs to calculate our supplemental and concentration grants. We strongly believe that the allocation of these supplemental and concentration funds should remain flexible so that we can use these funds, on programs that will assist all of our underachieving students. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Tim Stowe, the Chief Academic Officer in the Torrance Unified School District and also a member of the California School Finance Reform Coalition. We do want to support the proposed LCAP regulations and appreciate the work that's gone into those. That flexibility will allow us to help us meet the needs of our highly diverse student population, and we have already begun the process of engaging the entire community in the development of that, and so that we can target those funds to be the most effective for all the students. I do, and I've stated before this board in previous meetings, my concern about the LCAP evaluation rubric, and I just urge the board to, through that evaluation rubric development process, continue the same process that you did with the LCAP template and engage all of us in school districts because it's something we highly care about. Thank you.
Good morning. Steve Ward, Legislative Analyst for Clovis Unified and Executive Officer for the California School Finance Reform Coalition. Clovis Unified and our coalition are here today to express our support for the proposed LCAP regulations. On behalf of our 54 coalition districts and the 560,000 students and their parents that we serve, we want to express our appreciation to the board and to your staff for being responsive to the coalition's feedback and recommended changes. Our member districts were actively engaged in the regulation development from the beginning. We attended every regional meeting and several members were on the implementation work team. Our districts provided many letters of support and providing feedback, and we thank you for providing multiple opportunities for involvement. The governor has given districts more freedom in how to spend the dollars that our taxpayers provide. However, with this increased freedom comes more responsibility. Please know this. We are prepared to assume this additional responsibility, and we have the processes in place to actively and meaningfully engage our parents, students, and employees in this shared responsibility, thus ensuring the LCFF will be successfully implemented. Thank you.
Good morning. Abe Hajela on behalf of Dr. Randy Ward, San Diego County Superintendent of Schools. He apologizes for not being able to be here. He was an early and very strong supporter of LCFF and excited to move forward with LCFF implementation, absolutely committed to improving services for English learners and low-income kids. And we think you guys have struck the right balance to do that. I want to speak specifically to the school-wide and district-wide use of funds. We think proportionality formulas don't educate kids. Good planning and smart actions educate kids. And by putting school-wide and district-wide use in the LCAP is precisely the right way to go. It's our obligation to demonstrate how we're going to serve these kids, and we're prepared to do that. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Cecilia Mansfield, representing the California State PTA, and I'm very pleased this morning to have with me a number of local leaders, parents, and grandparents who were able to be with us. PTA has long supported the goals of LCFF, and we do support the proposed regulations and the LCAP. We believe they provide a great starting point and reflect the importance of family and parent involvement, which is a priority for PTA. We sincerely want to thank the board and their staff, sincerely, for their efforts to have a very thoughtful, inclusive process at expensive outreach. And we really and truly appreciate the opportunity to participate fully in that process. To further clarify and strengthen transparency, PTA would support the specific wording suggested in the January 10th letter signed by members of a coalition of civil rights groups. We believe this suggested change would strengthen requirements regarding use of supplemental and concentration grants during the initial year of implementation, and would continue to balance flexibility with the requirements in statute to increase or improve services for unduplicated students. California State PTA is eager to begin our work in educating parents throughout the state and engage them in the process at the local level. We look forward to working with you in the future because we know, as Sue said this morning, we're launching LCFF today, and we know that there's a lot of work to be done, and we want to be able to participate in that and help make it successful. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Kurst, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Kathy Moffett. I'm a PTA volunteer, and I'm also Director of Legislation for the California State PTA. And I'm happy to be here alongside so many of my fellow PTA volunteers to express our support for the emergency regulations proposed here today and for, excuse me, the amendment proposed today as well. We thank you as an organization for the inclusiveness of your process. It's really been very effective and meaningful to our organization in particular. The California State PTA, or the California PTA in general, has a history of over 100 years of advocacy for all children. We have in excess of 800,000 members across the state in 3,500 local PTA units, and over half of those units in local schools are Title I schools. State PTA is pleased that the state of California is entering into a new era of parent and family engagement and involvement in school decision-making, keeping the needs of all children in sharp focus. Thank you so much for your good work for kids.
Good morning, and it still is morning. My name is Carol Kosovar, and I'm the immediate past president of the California State PTA. And as you know, that family engagement and parent engagement is a priority concern of the PTA. So we believe that in addition to engagement in the LCAP process, we really need to advance parent engagement at all schools and across all state priority areas. Because engagement means more than just being invited to speak for 2 minutes at a public meeting. It means helping parents understand the issues and welcoming parents as partners. It means each school discussing its needs and how they can be addressed through the local control funding formula. It means parents feeling welcomed and connected. It means effective communication. It means having parents and staff collaborate together on student success. And it means parents being encouraged to advocate for student success. And it means parents and staff and families being partners in decisions at our school districts and in our schools. Thank you so much.
Good morning, President Kirsch, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. Deborah Brown with Children Now. We greatly appreciate the engagement of the board members and staff during the development of these regulations, and considerable progress has been made, including the establishment of a formula to measure increased or improved services. However, there remains a significant loophole in the proposed regulations regarding the use of supplemental and concentration dollars for district-wide purposes. We strongly support the proposed amendment related to this issue and believe it is imperative that the board add language that ensures those dollars principally benefit high-need students. We also believe the board needs to define chronic absence as so that 10%, as 10%, so that the measure is consistently applied. Thank you.
Calling speakers 112 through 120. Please line up in the lobby. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Linda Gallagher, the Vice President of Public Policy for the Bay Area Council. That's a business association representing many of the largest employers in the state. The Bay Area Council supported both the passage of Prop 30 and LCFF, and we thank the governor for his leadership. But we have continuing concerns about the parameters of the district-wide and school-wide uses of the funding. In our letter to you, we've suggested a limited adjustment to the language of the emergency regulations and ask for your consideration. Thank you.
Good morning, David Sapp on behalf of the ACLU of California. I am directing my comments to both agenda items. We submitted a letter jointly with public advocates that reflects our detailed comments, as well as signing on to a coalition letter from 30 other organizations, civil rights parents groups. We stand by those comments, but I just want to emphasize 2 points. First, we want to commend the board for the tremendous progress reflected in the documents that you're considering today. As a result of the improvements in those documents over prior versions, we believe they reflect a framework overall that is workable and that we support for implementing LCFF. The second point, however, is concern over the significant loophole that you've heard addressed about the threshold for the standard for districts that are above threshold, in particular the need to tighten and strengthen that standard. You'll hear more detailed feedback from many of my colleagues about the specific recommendation reflected in our letter. Finally, I just want to say that we look forward to working with you and with your staff and with all of the stakeholders. This is a long process, and we understand it's a process, and we look forward to improving and strengthening the entire framework as well as responding to issues that arise in implementation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, board members, Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Catherine Ramirez. I'm the Director at Large Hispanic for the California School Boards Association's Board of Directors. I'm also a board member in the Salinas Union High School District. Our demographics are 83% Hispanic, 75% socioeconomically disadvantaged, and 28% English language learners. I would like to thank you for all of the work that you have done to bring forward the regulations and template proposed today. I'm confident that my district will continue to serve the needs of our students and place the funding where it is most needed. We have the performance-based budgeting process, and we've been doing that for over 10 years, which is an effective budget format, and it helps us help all of our students achieve. I'm committed to engaging parents in effective and meaningful ways within our budgetary decision-making processes. And I am excited to have more community and parent involvement in our schools, because when parents get involved in their child's education, children achieve. Thank you so much for your time and attention today.
Good morning. I'm Jill Wins. I'm in my 22nd year as a school board member in San Francisco, and I am a past president of the California School Boards Association, now a member of the Board of Directors. And I'm here to speak in support of the proposed regulations and the template. And I have two things I'd like to talk to you about. We've had a weighted student formula and site-based budgeting system in San Francisco for more than a dozen years. I'm a big proponent of that, was even before we had it. And I have learned two things. I've learned a lot, but two things I want to focus on today. One is that it takes time to build the infrastructure that you need for community ownership of these processes. That we had to write a handbook for school site councils that's on the state department's website. We had to do training every year. We had to learn how to do this. And the second thing is that if you really believe in local control, you have to trust the people that are making decisions to make decisions you might not make. And I've learned over this time that even when people do things I don't want them to do, they're usually right. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Harris, and I'm the Superintendent Principal of North Cow Creek School District. Let me begin by thanking the board and Superintendent Torlakson for taking the time to hear comments on this groundbreaking shift in school funding. We are a small, rural, one school district, and for the last decade, we've been one of the highest performing schools in Shasta County. 2/3 of our student body do not live in our district and attend our school on interdistrict transfers. They choose our school because we recognize that some students need more help than others, and North Cow Creek has the reputation of assisting each child individually where they need the help the most. They also choose our school because we actively involve parents in the thought process and how we use our budget, how we assist their children, and that is not new to our school, and that's not a new process in dealing with our families. Over the last 5 years, though, we've lost many of the programs that make our school stronger and that address the individual needs of our students. The LCFF affords us the ability to address their needs specifically and with more resources. Any regulations must allow for the individual needs of our students and our unique school community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alan Toney, and I have served on the North Cow Creek School Board for 9 years. I'm here today to show my support for the LCFF and for the regulations that establish and maintain the individuality of education within our district. During my tenure, staff at the school has been reduced by almost half, resulting in larger class sizes, lower enrollment, and less ADA funding. As past board president, I've dealt with the fiscal constraints of trying to meet the unique needs of our district, using very restrictive categorical funds, complicated funding formulas, and cumbersome accountability requirements. With the LCFF, I'm looking forward to proactively establishing transparently and easily understood long-term academic and fiscal goals in a stable environment that takes our particular situation into account. I would urge the board to preserve the local control aspect of the new funding formula. We willingly take up the challenge of utilizing local control funds to meet accountability benchmarks. We look forward to continuing our work with all stakeholders to ensure that our programs meet the needs of each student and ensure a high-quality education outcome.
My name's Kevin Butler, and this is my first year as a board member for North Cow Creek School. This year I've been dismayed at the complexity of school funding, the restrictiveness of our current system, and the lack of regard in the current regulations for individual needs of districts and working with their neediest students. We are supportive of the LCFF and proposed regulations and the requirements to involve so many stakeholders in the process. I would ask the board, though, to consider as they hear testimony today the individual needs of schools and districts similar to ours. Districts who must have funding that can be applied in the most beneficial, effective, creative manner possible, without restrictions that currently exist. Our desire is not to have a fiscal and problematic mandated system, but to improve teaching and learning at the local level with strategies, priorities, resources that are individuals for our school and our district. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Greg Lawson, and I'm a fourth grade teacher and the current president of the North Cow Creek Educators Association. I taught all of their kids. At North Cow Creek, we have an excellent academic program. For at-risk students, though, there are other co-curricular facets of their education that are desperately needed. Visual and performing arts support all content areas and inspire students to think creatively. 21st century learning approaches, embracing technology and encompassing critical thinking are essential for success in the Common Core and on the Smarter Balance assessments. At one time, we had award-winning programs in both areas that put each student well on their way to being high school and college ready. The ability to locally control funds to bring them back, especially for foster and homeless youth and children in poverty, is critical to the ongoing mission of education. As a teaching staff, we support transparency, collaboration, and accountability associated with the LCFF and request that the board retain the original intent, keep control of funding local to ensure that those closest to students develop the best environment to improve achievement and ensure equity for each student. And I thank you.
State Board Superintendent Torlakson, my name is Wes Smith, and I'm the Executive Director of the Association of California School Administrators. You've heard and we'll hear from a lot of people that are a lot smarter than I am, so let me be brief. Two comments today. I don't think you're going to hear from opposing sides. I think we're all on the same side, and that is to ensure for once, finally in California, that our neediest students have access to equity that they've been promised forever. Secondly, that ACSA, the Association for California School Administrators, is publicly today giving you our full commitment that we'll be vigilant in making sure that our members understand LCFF and LCAP, that they have a repository of best practices on how to engage all community members, not just the privileged community members, and that we are holding ourselves accountable. That's a commitment we give you today. We thank you for your time.
President Kirst, calling speakers number 121 through 136. Please line up in the lobby.
Good morning. I'm Craig Wheaton, Superintendent at Visalia Unified School District. And I made the long trip up here today with a group of us, a couple of board members, community member, and student, to really commend you for your work and to really provide our support for the regulations and template, because we believe that it's a good balance between giving us local control, local flexibility, and also accountability for how we spend the funds. So I very much support that, and you're going to hear from others from our community. The next speaker is actually going to be our student, Jonathan Estrada, who's going to tell you a great one-minute story about Jonathan. And my view is with these regulations, we hope to have more success stories like Jonathan. So thank you.
First and foremost, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to tell my story. My name is Jonathan Estrada, a senior from Mount Whitney High School in Visalia. I grew up in a Spanish-speaking home, and I recall in the second grade, I was an English learner. I also remember seeing my parents work hard for small wages, and I quickly learned the value of hard work and of the importance of an education. I joined the AVID program in junior high school. There are many programs in Visalia that have aided me in my educational development. However, the AVID program stands out in importance. AVID helped me with the college application process, something of paramount importance to me as a first-generation college student. AVID's curriculum focuses on developing lifelong skills such as effective note-taking and organizational skills. With my burning desire to attend college and the support of the AVID program, I was accepted to MIT. And one thing today is certain, without the AVID program, I would not be here today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Juan Guerrero. I'm currently the school board clerk at Visalia Unified School District. And as Jonathan, I too was an English learner. And we're very grateful with the opportunity to provide our local decisions at our local level. Estamos muy agradecidos de la oportunidad de hacer las decisiones localmente para nuestros niños. We currently are a district of 27,000 in the central San Joaquin Valley, but we're split between urban and rural. What we've been doing is we've been building our parent education programs, we've been building our connectedness to school programs for our kids out there, and we've been out there trying to do some things that are a little bit different, and the flexibility that this legislation, the compromise gives us, it allows us to continue doing our work. Thank you.
Good morning. John Crabtree. As a newly elected board member, I would like to say, after studying the old ways of the school, and I'm still learning, I'm looking forward to working with the new program very much so. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Richard Rodriguez. I'm a community member, Visalia Unified School District, and I come from a district that's very rural, in the middle of the San Joaquin Valley. We have an unemployment of 16%. But before I go on, that's a nice story of Jonathan. That's why you're here. Thank you so much. We're all here in support of the proposed funding formula. We're all here because we want the best for my child, your child, everyone's child in the state of California. We want the best. And this plan is equitable. The story I have, in any family, there are differences. I have 3 children. The first 2 were so easy to potty train. The third one, the boy, received the same love and attention the other 2. He needed extra help. Your funding formula will help other children be potty trained. Thank you so much.
Hello, that's quite a story. My name is Christine Turner. I'm board member with the Adelanto Elementary School District, and I'm here with 3 fellow board members and our chief business officer representing our district with the current enrollment of 8,011 students. I would like to begin by thanking the State Board of Education for this opportunity to provide support for the LCFF and to commend you, Governor Brown, and the legislature for seeing the vision that change was needed in order for public education to be effective now and in years to come. Of our 8,011 students, our low socioeconomic population is 7,061, representing 87% of our students. There are 1,557 English language learners and 1,048 special education students. We have to trust that those closest to our students will understand their needs the best and will use their resources to improve the outcome for all students. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Marie Garcia, and I'm a trustee of the Adelanto Elementary School District. and I'm here today to encourage the honorable members of the State Board of Education to maintain the idea of allowing local school districts to decide how funds will be used best to meet the unique needs and challenges within our own community of learners. We are witnessing a glimpse of community engagement firsthand. Its power to unite, to allow for transparency and accountability in an effort to reach a common goal, student success and achievement. Briefly, I want to share with you how we have begun to genuinely engage our community. We have chose to have 13 focus groups, meetings that everyone was invited to attend to give input and ideas on how we can address our unique needs and challenges. We shared info on LCFF subgroup academic data and have had great discussions with participants. Many have expressed gratitude in allowing their voices to be heard. The focus group participants voted for 2 representatives to sit on our LCAP committee. We will document all ideas and write a comprehensive report for our LCAP committee's review. So I'm leaving you with some of that information for your review at a later date. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elaine Gonzalez, and I'm the board president for the Adelanto School District. I've been involved with schools now for quite a while, first as a parent on PTAs and site councils, getting involved and being concerned of how money was spent. And I've learned quickly that there were budgets and they were restricted. When I went to work for actual school districts, my concern turned to frustration when I witnessed unmet of our children, their needs not being met. Now, as a school board member, my frustration has become irritation. I have to sit on the board that approves these restricted budgets. But today I stand here before you actually excited at the promise of the LCFF and what it allows the restrictions to be lifted so that we could spend our money on what our children need directly, thereby giving them the help they need to close that gap. Every district is different, and the flexibility that this will allow will help put in place funds, programs, and supplies that can best help the deficits in these areas. Thank you very much for recognizing that those who work and live with our children are the best ones to make that decision. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Laura Karovic, and I am the Chief Business Officer for the Adelanto Elementary School District. I thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you today regarding the funding flexibility. As you have already heard from our trustees, the community in Adelanto is very diverse. With an unduplicated student percentage of 87%, our students will directly benefit from the flexibility we now have to choose the best interventions, materials, outcomes, and programs that fit the needs of our students. The flexibility that you have now given to local school boards and administration gives the individuals closest to the students and the communities the ability to make the decisions, and that has been something that we've needed for a very long time. Over the past 25 years, I have seen the districts I've worked in struggle with the rules and regulations associated with various categorical programs. Our district fully supports the LCFF and LCAP process, and we have made community involvement our top priority. I thank you very much for this historic opportunity.
Good morning. My name is Martha Zaragoza Diaz, and I'm here representing Californians Together and also the California Association for Bilingual Education. You will be given our letter with regards to our concerns regarding the proposed regs and template, but today I'm only going to focus on one major issue, and that's with regards to the specified threshold allowing school districts who fall below the 55% and 40% threshold to be able to use the supplemental and concentration funds for district-wide, school-wide purposes. Remember, Title I and Title III are funds that are to be used on top of and in addition to the LCFF funds, other federal funds, and public local funds. We believe that there is an unintended consequence with the language proposed in the regs and the template that would allow LEAs to use Title I and Title III funds for basic core services. Absent language in the regs and the template requiring the identification of all funds used to provide LCFF services to the unduplicated pupils, we believe that this unintended consequence will occur. And we cannot in good conscience agree to move the emergency regs ahead without addressing this very significant concern. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Rice. I'm from California Rural Legal Assistance. We have offices located in the most rural portions of California in 15 different areas. We represent the unduplicated students and their families in those areas. We are here today to support many aspects of the proposed regulations, but to join with Californians Together, Dr. Weber, Dolores Huerta, and others in raising great concerns about the accountability aspects of them. To hearken to Governor Brown's comments, we believe that subsidiarity has largely been accomplished by the regulations, but rigorous accountability needs some work. Specifically with respect to school-wide and district-wide programs, the legislation specifically looks at Title I as an indicator for standards for accountability for district-wide, school-wide, county-wide, and charter-wide programs. However, the regulations fall far below the Title I standards by allowing school districts and LEAs with under 40% to have district-wide programs. That should be eliminated, should be limited to 40%, and the rigorous accountability standards need to be laid out for the County Office of Education review. Thank you.
President Kurz calling speakers number 137 through 144, 137 through 144. Please line up in the lobby.
Good morning. My name is Ernie Morrison, Board President and former principal of the Oxnard School District in Oxnard, California. I am proud that the majority of our school board members, superintendent, and chief business officer have come today in support of the local control funding formula spending requirements. The new funding structure is allocating more money to our district, enabling us to offer increased services for our students. We as trustees accept this responsibility and will ensure that all our students have equal access to a quality education. We have always prided ourselves in communicating with our stakeholders and will utilize this strength to get feedback on spending priorities from our community. We are here to demonstrate our support for the proposed regulations and thank the State Board of Education for your continued support. Thank you.
My name is Ana del Rio Barba. I am an 11-year trustee from Oxnard School District and CSBA delegate. In keeping with the intent to simplify school finances and emphasizing that working with parents and community members is not new, we pride ourselves in having active school site councils, English learner advisory groups, district English learner advisory groups, PTAs, and community forums to engage parents and community continuously. Additionally, we are committed to communicating via our website and our local public access TV channel to all stakeholders. We ask that the State Board of Education support a process where the LCAP, LEA plans, and the SIPSA are not duplicating efforts in tracking the goals, expenditures, and priorities of the districts. As we move toward an innovative system of school finance with a local control funding formula, we ask that equal attention be given to efficiency and reporting requirements and avoiding a more cumbersome process. Thank you.
Good morning to this board. My name is Albert Duff. I'm a 7-year trustee from the Oxnard School District. One of the key features of the local control funding formula is that it promotes lower class sizes in kindergarten and through the 3rd grade. While it is a positive feature, all school districts are not in the same position to implement further class size reduction. In Oxnard School District, we see the need to lower class sizes, but Oxnard School District is a district that is growing in enrollment. We are struggling with capacity and space. Dropping more relocatable classrooms cannot be the sole solution in responding to this need. All students in California deserve to be taught in permanent facilities reflective of the 21st learning needs. We ask that the State Board of Education promote the need for a state bond to support new construction to implement lower class sizes. Thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Dennis O'Leary. I am a 10-year trustee for the Oxnard School District and a teacher at the Rio School District. Our district has 53% English learners. The LCFF allows us the opportunity to decide locally how best to meet the needs of our English learners in language skills and academics, in mainstream, traditional bilingual, and dual immersion programs. We will accomplish this by working collaboratively with the English learner families and our greater community. In Oxnard, we not only have a Spanish-speaking English learner community, but a growing Mixteco and indigenous community coming from Michoacan, Mexico. The LCFF funds will allow us the opportunity to provide how to better meet the needs of this Mixteco community, which includes increased translation services, community outreach, and curriculum development. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Klein, and I'm the Chief Business Official for the Oxnard School District and a very proud employee of that district. And I'm here to give you my support on the LCFF guidelines, as it is allowing us to provide unique services to our unique students in our district. I have a concern with the hard cap on the CSEA and having the stiff penalty of losing all the money if you go over your CSR. As was stated by one of my board members, we are a growing district, and we have over 30% relocatables currently as classrooms. We have passed a local bond of $90 million, and we are looking for the state to pass a bond to help us match those funds so we can build the schools we need to reduce our class sizes. Thank you.
My name is Cesar Morales, Superintendent of the Oxnard School District, serving 17,000 students and families. I'd like to express support of the LCFF regulations. We embrace the opportunity of making the appropriate decisions to increase services for our students and proving that local control works. We are doing our part in making technology investments in our districts in a one-to-one initiative to assist in implementing the Common Core and facilitating taking the SBAC assessments. I encourage the State Board of Ed to support statewide initiatives on improving broadband internet access to school districts. We will continue to engage with parents, teachers, and staff to invest in projects closing the achievement gap. Thank you for supporting school districts with the flexibility to customize the best programs.
Calling speakers number 145 through 160. Please line up in the lobby, 145 through 160.
I'm Francine Cinto, board member, Tustin Unified, serving 24,000 students, 45% unduplicated, from Santa Ana, Irvine, unincorporated Orange County, and Tustin. I'm joined by Dr. Greg Franklin, superintendent, Tony Soria, Chief Business Official, raise your hand, Adele Hoyer, Beckman High School Principal, and the state's 2013 Valuing Diversity Award winner, and parent Luz Quinones Sequeira. We support the proposed regs. My colleagues and I are committed to the success of each and every student. We take this charge very seriously and will continue working with parents and staff to develop the very best instructional programs to meet the needs of all. Tustin has a long history of success in closing the achievement gap through a systematic model of response to intervention and ELD instruction. I'm followed by parent Luz Quinones Sequeira and Superintendent Franklin, and we speak for Mr. Soria and Mrs. Hoyer as well.
Good morning, board members. My name is Luz Quinones Sequeira, and I'm a parent for Robert P. Heidemann Elementary School, where I'm also a PTO president, and I also serve in the district superintendent's parent advisory committee. I support the balance in the proposed regulations between local control and accountability for outcomes for all of our children. Heidemann serves a very poor community on the border of Santa Ana and Tustin. However, we have a vibrant school community that is led by an energetic and passionate principal, Mr. Eric Killian, and supported by our district as well. Mr. Killian is committed to the parent engagement and regularly offers parent educational programs and PTO programs. He listens to our parents, encourages our participation on campus, and supports our initiatives. The district is similarly open and encouraging. Our great example is the district's passes measures S, where we were able to staff all of our children, no matter what, with iPads. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you to Dr. Kirst, members of the board, Mr. Torlakson. We appreciate your attention and this lengthy process. I'm Greg Franklin, Superintendent of Tustin, and we strongly support several key features of the proposed regulations and LCAP template, including the district-wide and school-wide expenditure provisions and the streamlined design of the template. Tustin Unified mirrors the state's demographics in ethnic groups and poverty. However, our students outperform the state average on every measurement. To continue making this progress, we will rely on the local control provided in these emergency regulations and would benefit from further streamlining and alignment with other accountability measures. By coordinating the LCAP with state and federal planning requirements, you will support a more focused effort at the local level to meet the needs of all students, rather than a focus on multiple compliance documents. We appreciate and support the work on the proposed regulations and look forward to a similarly open process in working on the permanent regulations. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Caruth. I'm the superintendent of the Whittier City School District. We have 87% of our students are free and reduced lunch and English learner. I'm here in support of the regulations as I find them very moderate and balanced. There has been tremendous input across the state, and your staff has been excellent in listening and discussing how this comes about. There are two things I'd like to assure the board. Number one, we hear you when it comes to spending more and doing more. In our district, we are spending more both as a percentage of budget and an effort to help our English learners and free and reduced lunch students. In addition to that, I want you to know we're working very hard in our communities to engage parents. We have had parents from every single one of our schools attend our meetings, and they have been very healthy and helpful for implementing the challenges that we have before us in each of the 8 areas. Thank you for your time and these excellent resolutions that we stand in support of.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Irela Perez, and I am a school board member in Whittier City School District. I am also a school principal in Inglewood Unified School District and simply a parent, a mom of children in the public school system, very proud. Today I'm here representing my district, Whittier City, on behalf of, speaking for local control. As an ELL learner myself, I know how important it is to invest our good money, our budget, into supporting ELs students and students of need. And that's what my job as a school board member is. And what we need in my district is local control. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Wagner. I'm superintendent of the Anaheim City School District. Thank you so much for taking the time and having the patience to listen to so many of us. I know it's a long day for you. We appreciate it very much. We want to thank you for listening to us, for providing us with a structure that gives us local control. We appreciate the simplicity. We appreciate the flexibility. We would request that simplicity stay as part of the equation as this thing rolls out. We do want to mention at the implementation level that Anaheim City School District is already running multi-track schools. So with the 24-to-1 ratios, we will be not only running multi-track and perhaps double session, but we'll need to construct. And so we would request that as you're considering the byproducts of this work, that we consider facilities funding as well. It will be a necessity in Anaheim. Thanks again so much for your patience and for listening. We appreciate you very much.
Hi, I'm Joel Shawn. I'm the superintendent of the Arcadia Unified School District, and I have my board president with me today. And I also just want to echo our thanks and appreciation for taking on something that probably at the outset seems impossible. You've really had to thread this needle between what the governor talked about, and for me it comes down to an issue of trust. And I appreciate very much that in the regulations and in the template as it now stands, you figured out a way to in fact say to districts like mine, it's a high-performing district, we do trust you, while at the same time recognizing the needs to address the variety of interests that are out there. We have very bold plans for the LCAP. We want to increase access to AP and honors for all the targeted kids, and we strongly believe that the regulations and the template as they now stand enable us to do that. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Board members and Superintendent Tolleson. My name is Kuhn Nguyen, and I'm the President for the Arcadia Unified School District. Thank you again for this opportunity to share my concerns. As Joel said, we are a very high-performing school district, K-12, with a district-wide API of 929, and our high school has a 99% graduation rate. I'm extremely proud of what our district continues to accomplish with our limited funding. The proposed spending regulations and LCAP template do not strike a good balance between ensuring the state and local priorities of equity for students in the LCSF unduplicated categories. We need more flexibility to design and tailor services to local needs and accountability. The local part of this funding formula is truly the key for enabling us to maximize our student potential. I'm an unduplicated category, and I'm a direct product of public education. When my family immigrated to the United States in 1975, funding for education in our great state of California was the model for our nation. Now we're closer to 49th. The local control funding formula is a much needed change. Thank you for this opportunity.
Good afternoon, President Kirst and board members. John Affeld from Public Advocates, here with staff from Public Advocates. I want to acknowledge the huge and significant revolution that LCFF potentially brings to our state. For the first time, really holds the potential for having intensive community engagement, setting local priorities, connecting budget and instruction in a way that it's never been connected before anywhere in the country. And I want to acknowledge that we're all getting in a boat together and going over the waterfall together. We don't know exactly where we're going to land. And it's a significant movement, but we all do have to get in the boat together and give this a go. And I appreciate greatly the work of the board and the work of the staff in involving many stakeholders and listening to us, and there's very significant movement where we are today compared to where we were at in November. And frankly, I didn't think we'd get this far. So I acknowledge and appreciate that. We, in particular, want to acknowledge the importance of having one standard proportionality formula that everyone in the state can understand and follow. And with that comes both direction to districts on how to implement this, but also transparency to the public. How much is your supplemental concentration? How much is your base? What's the relationship between them? I want to acknowledge the importance of having a strong definition, as the regs do, on increasing and improving service. There's needs to be a growth in quality, a growth in service, and it's not, you can't spend that dollars on just maintaining a more expensive service. So I think that's important in the regs. Two specific recommendations on the emergency regulations that we'd like to see before you approve them. Number one, as you've heard, we think that the standard associated with 55% and above threshold is still too weak. The showing needed by districts is to show that your district-wide service is serving unduplicated pupils goals. Given, though, however, that most of the time, maybe even almost all the time, that's going to be the same goal as all students are served, your unduplicated goal. So there's not going to be, if that's the only showing, much differentiation between base funding or a standard program. And so our suggested language, you've seen in our letters and the coalition letter, is to... Time on 3 minutes? Yes. Oh, okay. You've seen in the letters to say that it's principally directed and that there must be a showing of effectiveness. We also have a technical fix on the County Office of Oversight language, and we look forward to working with you on the permanent regs to improve other aspects as well. But we appreciate your considering those two for today. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Molly Dunn with the Alliance for Children's Rights. The Alliance and our peer organizations, who you'll hear from momentarily, are dedicated to improving the educational outcomes of foster youth. The state has a unique legal and moral obligation to foster youth, including the obligation to ensure their educational attainment. Unfortunately, their educational outcomes are significantly worse than other at-risk groups. Foster youth are much more likely to have high rates of school mobility, have the highest dropout rate, and the lowest graduation rate. Foster youth face a unique set of educational challenges that require a unique set of educational services. I urge the State Board to take the steps that are detailed in our letter and that will be discussed by my colleagues to ensure that LCFF fulfills its promise to our foster youth.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Good afternoon, members of the State Board. I am Melissa San Miguel with the Foster Ed Initiative at the National Center for Youth Law. I'd like to highlight 2 steps that must be taken to ensure foster youth receive the educational opportunities they need. First, thank you for all the work on the Local Control Accountability Plan template. We'd like to see it strengthened by including a chart for districts to list their goals specific to foster youth and other at-risk students. This would make the Section 2 goal chart similar to the structure of the charts in Section 3 and provide the focused attention on the goals for at-risk students. Second, school districts need to know which of the students are in foster care in order to develop and implement the portion of the LCAP related to foster youth. We recommend the CDE be required to regularly update the State Board of Education and the public on their progress in implementing the interagency data agreements and requirements between the CDE and the California Department of Social Services until all provisions are fully implemented and districts have the data they need. Thank you for all your work so far.
Good afternoon. I'm Ann Quirk with the Children's Law Center of California. We represent dependent foster youth in Los Angeles and Sacramento counties. We find that many school districts and county offices of ed are very confused as to what actually constitutes a foster youth and what the roles and responsibilities are of the various adults in their lives and what are effective programs for them. We also find them very motivated to have these answers, especially when they find out that each of these youth have their own lawyer. We are urging CDE and CDSS to work with foster youth education experts to provide accurate and consistent guidance in these areas and to ensure foster youth get the programs and assistance that they deserve.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vanessa Hernandez, Statewide Policy Coordinator for California Youth Connection. CYC is an organization whose members are current and former foster youth who make positive change in their own communities and legislatively. First, I would like to thank you, the board, for allowing public input in this LCAP process and also identifying foster youth as a unique and challenged population in the school system. Not only are the educational outcomes for foster youth scary, they are lower than other disadvantaged students. Imagine a life in foster care. In a world of instability, the public school system is the only constant. I grew up in foster care myself for 14 years. Getting a valuable education was my only salvation. The LCAP you have proposed is a step in the right direction. However, California Youth Connection, CYC, is concerned that foster youth, since it is a smaller population, will still be underserved. I would like to introduce to you a few more CYC members at this time to share their experiences.
Hello, I'm Jason Lowe with California Youth Connections, and I've been in foster care for about 2 years now, and I'm about to give you an idea of what we can do with the LCAP. What I was thinking is that we could isolate the foster youth services coordinator and make it where they always work with the foster youth at the schools constantly with their college education and other school activities, as well as that. This is just an idea. You don't have to incorporate. It's pretty much up to you. But I really thank you guys for listening to us, and I hope you give this a second thought. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Martinez, and I am also with CYC. I am a foster youth in Sacramento County. I have been in foster care for 8 years, and I am currently in my 14th home. However, being in foster care has not taken a toll on my education. I am a sophomore enrolled in all honors classes. My experience is not like that of most foster youth. I was able to achieve academic success because of the support from the schools that I attended. They provided tutors and counselors who were extremely helpful. LCFF legislation would help foster youth achieve their academic goals by providing additional funding for support services, such as counselors who specialize in helping foster youth emotionally, mentally, and academically. Half of foster youth become homeless after high school. LCFF legislation can help foster youth succeed. Remember, we are the future of America. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Walsh. I'm a trustee for the Butte County Office of Education. I'm also serving as a director at large for the California School Board Association and the California County Boards of Education. And I'm also the owner of a strategic planning firm where about 75% of our client base is comprised of educators. We've already heard this morning from the members of the legislature their concern for effective work on behalf of those represented by the concentration grants and the supplemental grants, as well as the students that just spoke regarding foster care. In all of my work as a business owner and as a board member, one of the things that I've been witnessing lately is more true collaboration that includes community members and stakeholders, that they're involved in the conversations at a level that I've never seen before. I believe the LCAP is key to that. I also want to say that my colleagues and fellow directors that represent those populations with CSBA, we're excited about the opportunity to finally address the needs of all the diverse learners throughout the state. I'd like to urge you to please adopt the regulations that are before you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Christensen, and I am a trustee for the Butte County Office of Education. I am here to say I appreciate the opportunity that the LCFF and the LCAP is providing to county offices of education and districts in California to better serve the diverse students that we have. Our county office is currently working with our local districts to prepare them by partnering with organizations like WestEd and California School Board Association to provide training to make sure that they're current and prepared to put forward a plan that actually works with the constituents in our counties and our schools and our students and our parents to be actively involved. I do ask you to consider, as you move forward, to keep Northern California in mind. We have many unique needs and issues with students still, and one of them is technology. Biggs and several of other small unified school districts are still not on the grid to actually have high-speed internet, and they don't have the technology and the capacity, even with the extra funding that they've been given. So thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. I just want to thank you for listening and your patience for listening to all 137 of us so far. That is my number. I just want to quickly just kind of reiterate what fellow board members, superintendents, and so forth have said. Accepting the template will help us. I am from Calaveras Unified School District, and my name is Sherry Roosh. I'm also the Regional Director for CSBA Region 8. So lowering class sizes is very, very important to us. Adding additional counseling, the LCFF will allow us to do that. It'll help us to provide coaching and training and support for the Common Core for our teachers and our staff. Also adding academic intervention, which is something that has been lacking in our system. Adding maintenance staff. in increasing student access to technology. Very, very important. And with the new Smarter Balance Assessment, we're going to need that. So we like the template. It's working for us. It's wonderful to be able to incorporate our parents, even more so than we ever have before, and to get their opinion and their buy-in. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Carrie Friend. I'm from Cayucos Elementary School District. I am the board president. Cayucos is a small one-school K-8 district with 224 students. Please understand that the 1,000 plus school districts in the state are unique and we all have different needs. LCFF allows each district to determine what is best for their district. We appreciate the spending regulations clarification that provides local discretion with stakeholder input to develop district and school-wide programs and services. The differing levels of explanation and rationale for local education agencies will promote thorough consideration of consistent programs across schools and districts. The LCAP template provides thoughtful guiding questions and prompts to assist boards, management, staff, parents, and students in analyzing data, considering options, and designing programs and budget priorities to address the state priorities. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Adriana Mendoza, and I'm from Stockton, California, representing Fathers and Families of San Joaquin as the youth organizer. And I'm here to talk to you guys about where I think the LCFF money should go. I go to an alternative high school where I think a lot more money should go to. My high school really needs help with getting college preparation classes. Currently, I'm a senior about to graduate, and I don't even know what I want to do when I'm done because nobody cared to ask me. Compared to other schools, mine looks like it's for people that are incarcerated. There's no school spirit, no on-campus activities, and no incentives for us to go to school. I go to school for only 3 hours a day, and they want me to get an equal education as somebody who went to a regular high school. I just hope that the school funding will be allocated to the right places and for the right reasons and for the right people. Remember this, children are the seed.
Hello, my name is Angela Robinson. I am from Stockton, California, and I am from Fathers and Families of San Joaquin. I'm a youth advocate. We demand the parents to understand where the funding is being spent. We demand notification for the parents that justify why LCFF is spending and being spent in our district. We demand notifications on how this spending will help our children, schools, and community. We demand the school districts incorporate the parents' opinion in what areas they think the money should be spent. We would like to have these things happen for parents could be aware. One last time, we demand to have these things. The children are the seed, and education is the root.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Esparza. I'm a youth organizer at Fathers and Families of San Joaquin, located in Stockton, California. I grew up in Southside Stockton. In my neighborhood, we had a 90% dropout rate. The incarceration rate was just as high. Our role models weren't doctors, teachers, or even lawyers. They were the people we seen every day in our neighborhood. I never had any traditional family support. Never had anybody that cared if I went to school. I didn't even have lunch money. I was all on my own. Martin Luther King once said, "Equal treatment under unequal conditions is not justice." Maybe if my neighborhood had more support, I wouldn't have lost so many loved ones. I urge you to ensure that the LCFF dollars are distributed in such a way that will finally provide community schools like mine the proper resources and support to thrive and succeed. Understand that children are the seed, education is the roots, and money is the water. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm coming from Stockton, and my name is Johnny Orlando. I'm with Fathers and Families of San Joaquin. I've attended school in Stockton. Not even 2 years into high school, I was forcibly transferred to an alternative school because I was considered a high-risk, high-need student due to the fact that I've been touched by CPS and the juvenile justice system. These alternative schools didn't do anything to address the needs I've required. They cut me up in credits but left me behind in education. I went to 9 different alternative schools and got kicked out of every single one because I would argue with the teachers because I was tired of being taught algebra readiness. I felt I was ready for geometry. This LCFF is a great opportunity for school districts to improve the education for high-need students. You, the state board, needs to ensure that the school districts are accountable in the way they spend their money.
Time.
The children are the seed, education is the root, money is the water, and change is the tree.
Good afternoon, State of the Board members. I hope you're enjoying your lunch. My name is Eva Garibay, and I am a parent volunteer at my daughter's school, which is Henry Elementary in Stockton. I also came with the youth organization, Fathers and Families of San Joaquin, and my 2 main concerns are for the education of my child and the education system, which has failed to provide parents like myself specific information about funds. My following questions are, how will this money be spent and where is it going to? What programs are going to be created to improve the children's education of the schools in our district of San Joaquin? How are we holding the districts accountable for so the money is being allocated to specific schools? In what areas will you be focusing to improve our school systems? And not last but not least, where and when will this information be available to parents like myself? Thank you, and you have a great afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Francisco, and I'm here to speak for the district, for the County of San Joaquin and the Stockton Unified School District. As a parent, my greatest concern is my children's education and the rest of the youths. I can recall a time when our district was funding lots of programs, music, arts, and field trips for educational purposes. The parents asked that we asked the SUSD for information on where, what, and how the funds have been spent. The SUSD answered us that the district has not received any fundings yet. We asked the State Board of Education to support us parents. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, vengo de la ciudad de Stockton.
Good afternoon, I've come from the city of Stockton.
Mi nombre es José Robledo.
And my name is José Robledo.
Mis hijos son estudiantes del distrito escolar de Stockton.
My children are students in the Stockton School District.
Mi opinión es, creo que las escuelas no hacen lo necesario para ayudar a que los estudiantes mejoren su nivel académico.
I think the districts are not doing enough to help the students improve their academic performance.
Necesitamos que el dinero se invierta en programas para mejorar la educación y que se nos brinde la información al respecto.
We need the money to be invested in programs that will improve education, and we need information about this issue.
En qué áreas se van a enfocar para que los estudiantes reciban la educación necesaria.
And we want to know where the money is going to be spent for the students to receive their necessary education.
Gracias y Dios los bendiga.
Thank you and God bless you.
Buenos días a todos.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Mi nombre es Griselda Estrada.
My name is Griselda Estrada.
Y vengo representando el Distrito Escolar de Manteca.
And I'm representing the Manteca School District.
a madres de clase general
parents for general classes,
y a madres de clase especial.
and parents in special classes.
Nuestra mayor preocupación como padres
Our greatest concern as parents
es que nuestros hijos no están aprendiendo
is the fact that our children are not learning
y más se están quedando atrás.
and they're falling behind.
Se siguen usando los mismos métodos.
The same old methods are being used,
Nuestros hijos no pueden progresar.
and our children cannot advance.
Mi hijo está en una clase con 35 estudiantes,
My child is in a class with 35 students,
con un solo maestro
a single teacher,
que enseña la misma materia para todos los niños por igual.
and who teaches the same subjects to all the students equally.
Pero no todos los niños aprenden de la misma manera.
But not all children learn in the same way.
Como madres estamos aquí
As parents, we are here
para decirles que no es un buen
to
método.
tell you that this is not a good method.
¿Qué van a hacer ustedes
What are you going to do
para asegurarse que este dinero adicional
to ensure that these additional funds
cubra las necesidades académicas de nuestros hijos?
cover the academic needs of our children?
Los recursos son insuficientes
The money is not enough
para cubrir las necesidades académicas.
to pay for the academic needs of our children.
Los servicios de tutoría
The tutoring that they require,
este año disminuyeron.
those funds decreased this year.
Mi hijo perdió el año escolar
My child lost the school year,
y ahora probablemente vuelva a perder este otro año.
and it's possible that he will be kept back again this year.
Y acaban de quitar el servicio de tutoría.
And they've just removed the tutoring services.
Entonces, ¿cómo va a progresar?
So how is he going to advance?
Como mi hijo, hay muchos más niños.
And there are many children like my child.
Solo solicito servicios directos
I want
que
direct
impacten
services
la educación de nuestros hijos.
that improve the education
Gracias,
of our
muy
children.
amables.
Thank you for your kindness.
Hi, mi nombre es María Solano.
Hi, my name is Maria Solano,
Vengo del distrito de Stockton.
and I come from the Stockton School District.
Tengo 3 hijos recibiendo educación
And I have 3 children who are being taught there.
del distrito. Mi mayor preocupación,
And my greatest concern,
¿cómo van a ayudar a mi hijo? Tiene 13 años
how are they going to help my child? He's 13 years old,
y no sabe leer ni escribir en inglés.
and he doesn't know how to read and write in English.
Necesita tutoría,
He needs tutoring,
siempre se la niegan,
and it's denied.
que porque no hay cupos, que porque no hay fondos,
There are not enough funds, there's not enough placement.
que no hay fondos suficientes
The funds are insufficient.
para ayudarlo. 6 años estuvo con el distrito de Stockton
He was 6 years in the Stockton School District,
y ahora está en una charter school
and now he is in a charter school.
y todo sigue igual.
Everything is the same.
¿Qué pueden hacer ustedes
What can you do
con estos fondos que se le proveen al distrito de Stockton
with these funds that are being provided to the Stockton School District?
para que mi hijo mejore su educación académica?
What can you do to help my child get an education?
Yo espero que a ustedes se les mueva el corazón y hagan algo para que mi hijo se beneficie con estos
I
fondos.
hope that you can find in your hearts a way to get my child to benefit from these funds,
En su educación académica.
to improve his academic education.
Yo me he querido involucrar en juntas del distrito,
I have wanted to become involved in the district meetings,
pero no invitan a la gente hispana
but they don't invite Hispanics
porque necesitan los niños que tienen lento aprendizaje, necesitan ayuda,
because slow learners need help,
especialmente los niños que tienen una discapacidad. Si no,
especially children who have some sort of disability.
los segregan de los niños típicos.
They're being segregated from the other school children.
Ellos tienen oportunidad de aprender
They have the chance to learn
porque les funciona su cerebro.
because their brains do work.
Les suplico hagan algo.
And I beg you to do something.
Mi nombre es Yadira Ledesma.
My name is Yadira Ledesma.
Vengo del condado San Joaquín, del distrito de Manteca.
And I come from the Manteca School District in San Joaquin.
Tengo 2 niños.
I have 2 children.
Que no saben leer ni escribir inglés.
And they don't know how to read and write in English.
Uno de ellos tiene discapacidad de autismo.
And one of them is autistic.
Tiene un grave retraso en su aprendizaje.
And he has a severe learning disability.
Y está recibiendo muy pocos servicios intensivos, estructurados, directos. No están recibiendo
and he's getting very few structured intensive interventions.
Servicios de lenguaje.
He needs language services.
Servicios ocupacionales.
Occupational services.
¿Cómo van a hacer para ayudar a mi hijo?
What can you do to help my child?
Para encaminarlo hacia la vida.
To focus him towards a life.
¿Qué va a hacer sin esta ayuda?
What will become of him without help?
Es difícil para él por su discapacidad y por el no saber inglés.
And it's hard for him because of his disability and because he doesn't know English.
Pido su ayuda.
And I ask for your help.
My name is Angel Ann Flores. I'm a single mother to 3 children. They've all attended Stockton Unified School District schools. I am also a substitute teacher, and on my second job, I run an after-school program at a school as well. And I'm here because I'm running for office myself. Because of all these stories, it's my turn to step up as a single parent, as a district employee, and as a community member. I care, and that's why I'm here with Stockton Unified Fathers for Families of San Joaquin, and thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Cody Rommel. I actually work with Fathers and Families. I'm one of the organizers with the youth that help bring a lot of the participants here. And I just wanted to thank you guys for your time and for allowing our people from Stockton to give you guys a moment of your time and tell their stories. Thank you.
Cody also didn't tell you, but he graduated from the University of the Pacific recently. But he wants to dedicate himself back to the community. My name is Father Dean McFalls. I've served for 20 years in the counties of San Joaquin and Stanislaus, helping also with the police department, the chaplaincy, working with the schools. I've visited many of our young people in prison, juvenile hall, at their homes, on the street, and I've buried many of them who are murdered or have died because of suicide. So I'm here because I care about their situation. Actually, I'm going to be working as a teacher. I'm in training now to be a certified teacher and a substitute. And so as I redirect my efforts and also work to raise a little child named Gabriel, I want to express my commitment, but also thank you for being here. I know you do care. We know you care. God bless you all, and may God's will be done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Alvarez with San Diego Unified School District and Superintendent Cindy Norton. I am here to support the proposed regulations. San Diego Unified thinks they embrace the right balance between flexibility and accountability. We are committed to raising the academic expectations for all of our students so they are college and career ready. And we're committed to addressing the equity through LCFF and the LCAP. San Diego Unified's community-based school reform model, adopted by our Board of Education in 2009, and known as Vision 2020, maintains a laser-like focus on student achievement and is sustained through a collaborative process, just as innovation by LCFF. Our school district will embrace the opportunities afforded by LCFF, particularly the opportunities to use the academic priorities and student performance goals at the forefront of budgetary decisions, leverage the LCAP as a comprehensive long-term planning tool, more meaningfully engage our parents and community stakeholders in the budget process, as an opportunity to make incremental gains as we build upon the prior year's progress. Through our Vision 2020, we have a focus on the neighborhood schools because we understand that schools with strong ties to the neighborhood and robust parental participation support the academic growth of our students. To date, we have had more than 20 LCFF workshops in our community, and we're working with our DAC group to do a survey throughout the district to ask for their suggestions for prioritization. We're committed to true reform San Diego Unified style, which will prepare students for careers in the biotech industry and other high-tech industries that have not yet been invented. We look forward to continuing to engage our local community, and we invite you to come to San Diego Unified to see us in action. Thank you.
Sorry, President Kurz, I forgot to push the button. I had 3 people talking to me.
Good afternoon. I'm Colin Miller.
Hey, well, you need to
California.
push it now. Yeah.
Oh. Don't start it yet. Hi, I'm Colin Miller with the California Charter Schools Association. First of all, I want to thank you all for the work you've done on this. Superintendent, President Kurz, the staff have been amazing in engaging the communities, engaging all the stakeholders in this process. For charter schools in particular, we've had some very specific concerns and issues related to the differences between charters and districts in this process, and they've been very accommodating and very, very considerate in that process. Today is, as we all know, is really just the next step. It is not the end point, and we strongly encourage you to adopt the emergency regs and move forward with the process of permanent regs. We know there's a lot of excitement and energy and maybe a little anxiety in the room today. If you haven't been out in the hall, the energy out there is fantastic. So we know that this is the beginning, and we know that you will hear from us all later along in the process if things don't work out as we are all anticipating. But LCFF creates a tremendous promise for all the students of California, and we appreciate your work. Thank you.
President Kurz calling speakers number 161 through 176. Please line up in the lobby.
Good afternoon. My name is John Porter. I'm Superintendent of Franklin McKinley School District in San Jose, California. I'm here with my board president, Bu Tai, one of our parent leaders, David Gomez. The excitement that LCFF has created in our district is unmatched. We have a strong history of collaboration, and this has just been a tremendous experience, a lot of excitement, new ideas that we've never been able to accomplish without this kind of funding. And with that, I'm going to turn over to Bu Tai and our parent leader.
We're asking you to please give local district some flexibility. With LCFF, we will be able to implement full-day kindergarten for the first time in our district, to be able to create innovative programs that will help to provide intervention and also summer programs for our kids. It is one way that we're going to absolutely close the achievement gap.
Hi, David Gomez. Janelle Kubik from West Ed provided, didn't bring my glasses today, training for our parents and administrators and parents' involvement and the responsibilities for school site council, ELAC, DLAC, and LCFF. There were 50 to 60 participants representing all the schools. I'm a single parent. I have 3 children going to Shirakawa, and so I'm concerned. I'm a firm believer that education and guidance starts at home, but if we all work together, we can get things done. And just to let you know, this bill has a huge impact on our children, and thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Hawk. I'm the Superintendent of Schools for the Huntington Beach City School District, a 7,000-student K-8 district in Orange County, California. And today I'm joined by our board president, Mrs. Rosemary Saylor. I'm here this afternoon to strongly support the flexibility as outlined in the proposed regulations for the Local Control Accountability Plan. As a district with approximately 20% of unduplicated pupils spread over 9 schools, the relatively small increases in revenue that Huntington Beach City Schools will receive over the next 8 years can most effectively meet the needs of our students when used to upgrade the entire educational program of a school site or the district as a whole. With the requirements that accompany the ability to use the funds in this manner, I'm confident that HBCSD can continue the hard work our educators have continued to do to improve our educational practices. In Huntington Beach, our acronym and our shared values are high academic standards for all students, belief that each child will learn to their highest potential, collaboration among staff, students, parents, and community to benefit all of our students, a supportive educational and professional environment, and data-driven research and practice. Allowing us this flexibility will allow us to do that. Thank you.
Peter Birdsall, Executive Director of the California County Superintendent's Educational Service Association, CSESA. We're here in support of the regulations and the template as proposed. In combination with the new funding formula, and as Governor Brown said, the additional money, this will focus more resources and attention on English learners, low-income students, and foster youth. We think it's a remarkable achievement. We look forward to working with you and the other interested parties to successfully implement it. So, thank you.
My name is Estelle Lemieux. I'm here representing 325,000 teachers with the California Teachers Association. We're here today to ask you to adopt the emergency regs. We particularly want to thank the SBE staff and all those other persons that helped with the wonderful process we had of listening, collaborating, and working in a very collegial manner. And that was very much appreciated. I also want to thank the parent group advocates that we worked with to come up with a product that I think, for the most part, we can are very supportive. We know this is the beginning, but we look forward to continuing our work with all the stakeholders. And again, thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, President Kearse, Superintendent Torelson, and board members. I'm Sandy Thornton, representing the California Teachers Association. I urge you to approve the emergency regulations and template proposed by the staff to implement LCFF. The hard work of staff, the education community, the advocates for students and parents have worked very hard to put together this product. It reflects many people with many ideas compromising and saying we need to do this in order for our kids to succeed. CTA supports the passage of both the emergency regulations and the template. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sheila Whitley, and I'm here as a classroom teacher from Merced Union High School District, representing teachers throughout the state from CTA. CTA supports the proposed current emergency regulations as well as the ongoing regulations. We believe that the regulations and the template acknowledges meaningful participation by teachers, by school employees, by administrators, by parents, students, and our community in the district planning process as required by the statute. We ask that you vote yes on the passage of both the regulations and the template, and we look forward to working with all stakeholders as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Jesse Aguilar for the California Teachers Association. I'm also a high school art teacher in Bakersfield, California. CTA would like to acknowledge all the hard work that has led to these draft regulations. We believe that the regulations honor the principles of subsidiarity. We believe the draft proportionality regulation honors local control by not strictly regulating spending or allowing or disallowing categories of services, and acknowledges that school-wide or district-wide programs may be an effective way to provide services to English learners, low-income students, and those in foster care. CTA supports the current proposed emergency regulations and template and looks forward to working with you on the permanent regulations. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Makai Ali, and I serve as the president of the Compton Unified School District Board of Trustees. To the distinguished President Kursk, state board members, as well as the distinguished Superintendent Tom Torelson, we thank you. We thank you for your unrelenting support that you've exhibited to the Compton Unified School District over the past many years. It is a pleasure to be here today, and we're excited about the implementation of local control funding. I stand with two members of my school board, as well as the distinguished Superintendent, Margie Garrett, who's spent nearly 40 years in the classroom in Compton Unified School District, Scott Fisher, who served as the previous legislative representative, as well as our superintendent, who is driving academic achievement and making certain that our district stays fiscally solvent. Our district serves some 26,000 students spread over 40 sites. Of those, 82% are eligible for free and reduced lunch, and 40% are English language learners. Nowhere is the need for increased district and school-based services geared towards the needs of our students more apparent than in the Compton Unified School District. The local control funding is an opportunity for the district to meet our obligation and our commitment to students. Thankfully, the latest iteration of emergency local control funding regulations and LCAP template mark a major improvement over the version presented at the November 2013 meeting. We commend the board and staff present here today for presenting meaningful regulations that strike the appropriate balance between mandating equity and preserving the flexibility of districts in choosing how to spend funds meant to provide and improve services for unduplicated pupils. Specifically, we are pleased with the inclusion of guiding questions for each reporting section on the LCAP. We are appreciative of the additional clarifications requiring districts to articulate their approach and intentions in providing improved or increased services to our neediest children. Review this change along with the emphasis on engaging parents to create parent-district partnerships as an incredible positive focus as far as improving and promoting equity within the school system. After all, many of you in this room and on this dais are parents and who elect school board members. Who know best than what a child needs than the parents at the grassroots level? On the other end of the spectrum, we feel that providing a defined standard methodology and formula in which to calculate proportionality, districts now have a tool allowing them to reliably and predictably plan for the future. This addition, along with the inclusion of specific school and district thresholds, preserves the ability of districts like Compton to flexibly implement programs that will best serve its students and maximize transparency, and I underscore transparency. Working together, we can achieve this ideal and help prepare our children to be active, competitively viable participants in the global workforce. Thank you on behalf of the Compton Unified School District Board of Trustees.
Good afternoon. My name is William Hewitt, and I represent the Western Association of Schools and Colleges, otherwise known as WASC, the Accreditation Commission for Schools. The WASC leadership enthusiastically supports these regulations. WASC uses a continual improvement process that uses data and collaborative examination of a school's curriculum, instruction, and assessment programs in our accreditation process, much which looks like and feels like what LCFF prescribes. We would like to offer our assistance and help and support in being involved in the future in the development of the school accreditability model, specifically to continue our partnership with CDE as we work together to make changes and adjustments to the single plan for student achievement, to be included in the development of state rubrics defining quality programs, and also to be included in the future in the development of the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. Thank you for your time today. We believe your actions are going to make a difference, and frankly, as a retired superintendent in Berkeley, I've seen a lot of process, but nothing like this. What a wonderful thing you're doing as a role model for the rest of the state. Thank you.
It's really very simple. The reason we have a prison overcrowding problem is because we have a public school failing problem. With that being said, my name is Reverend L.B. Tatum. I'm the pastor of the Messiah Lutheran Church in Los Angeles, and I am here today as part of Pico, California, a faith-based community organizing network representing 450,000 families. Standing with me are parents, students, and community members who represent thousands of families back home. And although our needs and communities are different, we share a common vision that all students should receive the services and the support to be successful. Each of our community leaders will introduce themselves and then we'll give a brief testimony.
María Vázquez, de Ana High District.
Mercedes Alba, Riverside.
Danita Lewis, parent, Oakland.
María Ruiz, parent from Los Angeles. Thank you.
María Rosa Guzmán, parent from Anaheim City School District and high school.
Ana Leti Hernández, mamá de Buenaparte High School y La Habra.
Alejandra, de Los Ángeles.
Ismael Martínez, padre de Anaheim High School District.
Yesenia González, mother, grandmother, Sacramento.
Denise Harder, grandparent, Chula Vista.
My name's Howard. I'm a grandparent from Sacramento.
Manuel Arias, grandparent, Oakland.
Eusebio Gutierrez, John Intermediate School, Los Angeles, California, parents.
Guadalupe Valdez, I'm from Santa Ana, California.
Kathy Cash, parent, Oakland, and Sophia, student, Oakland.
Cornell Filio, student representing Ontario.
Christian Lira, student, Palm Springs Unified.
Elizabeth Romero, parent from San Bernardino.
Tia Yosia, mother, grandmother, and retired teacher, West Contra Costa, Richmond.
Lucy Timotel, parent, West Contra Costa.
Samantha Lehman, teacher, Oakland.
Good afternoon. My name is Mireya Chavarria. I am mother from Oakland. We would first like to thank you for listening to the concern of the community. These regulations are very much improved over the November draft in many important areas. We believe this regulation should be passed today. But first, we want to share critical areas that still need to be stronger. First, we urge you to close the loopholes regarding the district-wide uses of supplemental and concentration grants. We are concerned that the current language is not strong enough to ensure that the district-wide uses actually benefit low-income students, English learning, and foster youth, over and above the benefit to all students. These loopholes must be closed today. Secondly, while we believe there is being progress around the role of the community members and school side leadership groups, we don't think the language goes far enough. LCFF will not be successful if parents like me and students like those here today aren't partners in the process. We strongly urge to the board to adopt language that provide district with concrete guidance around authentic parent and student engagement, and direct district to develop their LCAPs in collaboration with the school side level advisory groups. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabby Ramirez, and I'm a student in Coachella Valley High School District. After this board meeting today, all of us will be going home, but we will not be tired. We will be ready to devote our time, energy, and faith to ensuring that LCFF lives up to its promise, not only for my future, but for all students across our state. We are here united asking you to do the same. To us, this means working with our communities and stakeholders to understand how the first round of regulations are being implemented locally. We want to continue the conversation and the evaluation of these regulations in these upcoming months. We stand here today, joined with the prayers of the thousands of families back home. We urge to continue this conversation, not only in this boardroom, but on the ground with our districts and communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Dillon. I'm a 7th grade science teacher and the president of the Corning Elementary Teachers Association. Our district serves 1,975 students, of which 88% are defined as in poverty, 36% are ELLs. Our district is implementing intervention strategies which include literacy intervention coaches, instructional coaches, learning centers, and adding counselors and support personnel. We look forward to providing our students a coordinated, effective, and engaging learning environment by continuing to add programs and restore programs which were cut due to inadequate funding and because they were not tested. The teachers in my district need a few simple things. We need time to teach and engage our students. We need class sizes conducive to learning, not behavioral management. and we need tools and technology which is centered on student learning. Please do not burden us with reporting procedures which have never made us better teachers.
Time. And could I have the next set of speakers please line up? Numbers 177 to 192. That's numbers 177 to 192. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Catherine Reimer, the Superintendent of the Corning Union Elementary School District. Thank you for your hard work on the proposed regulations for the local control funding formula and the local control accountability plan. We are here in support of the new funding formula and proposed regulations. Corning is a district of 1,975 students, serving 88% students living in poverty and a large population of English language learners. Our district has participated in the Stanford University English Language Learner Leadership Network for the past 3 years. Within the network, we have evaluated empirical research regarding effective instruction programs for English language learners. Consistently, research has shown scripted programs are not effective for English learners. We need the flexibility to provide engaging, highly rigorous programs for our local students. Socially, economically deprived students also need additional support in academic language, social and emotional supports, and extended learning opportunities.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Penny Timbo, and I am the Chief Business Official for the Corning Elementary School District. As Mr. Dillon and Dr. Reimer have outlined before me, Corning Elementary has a strong commitment to providing a high-quality educational experience for all of our students through ongoing engagement of our stakeholders. We are here in support of the LCFF regulations and the LCAP template before you. Although we have fully embraced the program and have begun the important work of developing our plan, our continued success is dependent upon the flexibility to make budgetary decisions, allowing for a balance between district-wide and school-wide expenditures. We respectfully ask the board to preserve our local control, and in doing so, be confident that we will take that charge very seriously and continue to focus on what's best for the students we serve. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Rutherford. I'm Superintendent of Schools for the Desert Sands Unified School District, where we serve 30,000 students in the Coachella Valley. And today I'd just like to tell you a brief story of how LCFF is already making a powerful difference as we prepare to deliver both imaginative and rigorous programs in our district. For many years, our district has engaged our students, parents, community, and business leaders from all corners of the district in a robust strategic planning process where we identify our hopes, dreams, and fears and set about establishing district priorities. In past years, that strategic process would be followed by a budget process that really stood completely independent and separate from the work we were doing in that imaginative setting. And in doing so, we would be driven by protocols, restrictions, and governance guidelines that really had little to do, and in good years, maybe there was some overlap, and we actually got to some of those hopes and dreams. This year, we wove the LCAP template into our strategic planning process, and for the first time in my memory, as a superintendent for 13 years, we engaged our stakeholders authentically in a conversation about not only our strategic actions, but about the way we're going to achieve those actions through our budget. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Tracy Vacker, and I'm from Moreno Valley Unified School District. I'm the board president, and we also agree and concur with what our friends in Desert Sands said. We, too, have been working very closely with our community to be able to provide them with the tools and understanding about what's happening with Common Core. And in that process, we've actually embraced the entire LCFF and LCAP process to engage our community to be able to provide us with information so that we know how to better serve them. This is what we've been advocating for so many years, to be able to find out from our community, to have them be part of the process. And we've actually created a plan that we're going to share with you. We've got a handout for all of you, so I hope you'll take a moment taking a look at that. Tell you a little bit about our population. We serve over 87% free and reduced lunch in our community. And for us to be able to look at who our students are and who to target is very important. Our superintendent will be speaking to you a little bit about the phases and what we're doing in this particular plan so that you understand exactly what we're doing in our local school district to be able to embrace the rules and policies that you're about ready to adopt today. Thank you so much for your time.
Greetings all. My name is Dr. Judy White, and I serve as the superintendent of the Moreno Valley Unified School District. And I see that you are receiving our poster that we've made especially for you. Because of time, I just want to bring a couple of things to your attention. The first page shows you what we are about. On the second side, it actually outlines the phases of our implementation. We thank you for the opportunity to be transparent, collaborative, and accountable. We have developed 3 phases of implementation, which include over 20 community meetings and forums and the development of a strategic plan that has been led by an outside expert to align to LCAP and the budget. We have further captured our poster actionable steps already taken. We desire the flexibility to expand our evidence-based pilot programs. We will be able to take district-wide innovative language development and college and career readiness programs to full scale. Our motto is excellence on purpose. We will be history makers and stereotype breakers through local control. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesus Holguin. I am a board member with the Moreno Valley Unified School District and also the president-elect with the California School Boards Association. I thank you for the opportunity to address you on this important issue. And we're very excited that the LCFF is providing us great opportunities, as you heard from our previous 2 speakers from the Moreno Valley Unified School District. We're very excited. We're very happy to be able to do that. And I want to touch 3 brief points here. Flexibility. We appreciate the flexibility presented to us so we can work with our school districts and our communities to provide the best educational services tailored to fit the needs of all of our students. Engagement. We are committed and excited to have the opportunity to engage our communities in this process for ensuring a truly successful implementation of LCFF. Accountability. We are committed to work collaboratively with all our partners in education to ensure a high level of accountability resulting in great success of all of our students. All of our students. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Torlickson, members of the board. I'm Carolee Hargrove. I'm representing the Morongo Unified School District. I'm a board member and also a parent of 4 school-age children. Our district has 8,317 children, our own SELPA, 68% of the students are on free and reduced lunch, and a growing population of ESL students. With the LCFF, it allows us to be transparent, accountable, include stakeholders, and be visible. I have been speaking about the LCAP at every meeting and with community members. We embrace the new funding formula and look forward to full implementation. Morongo Unified had the top growth in San Bernardino County, and with the new funding formula, we can do better and focus on students and not restrictions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Joan Larson, a trustee in Pleasanton Unified, where we serve nearly 15,000 students. As such, we understand and embrace LCFF, and we are committed to improving outcomes for our students. We've already begun implementation and are developing our LCAP. Through an extensive outreach and application process, we've already formed our new Local Control Advisory Committee, and through that outreach, we were successful in achieving an ethnic diversity which fully represents our community. This committee has already met and begun the work to examine our practices and explore new ways to accomplish our goals. We support both the LCFF regulations and the LCAP template. Allow us the opportunity to innovate locally and use the funding to create learning experiences that meet the local needs of the very students for whom the local control funding formula was intended. Excuse me. Further, I would assert that attempts to water down the LCFF by making the regulations overly prescriptive would just create a new system of categorical funding, a system which was clearly not successful in achieving the kinds of gains in student achievement we all want to see. Thank you for your time.
I am Susana Lopez Krilovich, and I come before you as a parent, parent leader, parent liaison, and member of the Local Control Advisory Committee of Pleasanton Unified School District. I also come to you as a daughter of migrant workers, a former English language learner, and the first in my family to attend college. I'm here to speak in support of the local control funding formula as it stands. At Pleasanton Unified, we have been given the opportunity to have a voice on what programs should be a priority to ensure the success of all students. Although ELs only make up 10% of our district, its administration, led by Superintendent Parveen Ahmadi, have made equity a top priority. I have witnessed firsthand how Pleasanton Unified School District values the success of every student. The local control funding formula allows the district and the committee to assure that programs are in place to make this a reality. I urge you to continue with the local control formula as it stands and not add any more restrictions that will stifle the district's ability to innovate and ensure that all students have the opportunity to succeed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Cash. I'm the superintendent of the Santa Barbara Unified School District. And yes, we are the home of Oprah Winfrey, George Lucas, and Michael Jordan. But we're also the home to close to 60% of our students living at or below poverty. We strongly urge your support of the local control funding formula regulations as they exist. We believe it's a good compromise. It's not what we want in particular, but we think it's a good first step and what we think is an historic moment in the history of California. And on behalf of the Santa Barbara Unified School District, we urge your adoption of the current regulations. Thank you very much.
Greetings, everyone. How are you doing? Good. It's been a long meeting. But happy to be here finally. My name is Celeste Faison, and I'm representing Youth Together. Who are we? YT. What do we want? Equity. Who are we? YT. What do we want? Equity. It's nice to see you again, Ms. Rucker, and folks. It's nice to see folks again. So we came here with 60 young people, actually 40 young people. There's 60 people from YT. If you're from YT, can you please stand? YT young people. And we came here, we missed school because we thought that this was a really important moment that encapsulates everything that we've been working on over the past 3 to 4 years. We also came here with over 300 allies in our CQE network. If you're from CQE or a part of our network, please stand up. And so we've come here supported, even though we're young people, we've come here supported by a group of folks who are holding space for us and holding us and want us to have a voice. And what we're asking for, we want to start off just by saying thank you. We feel heard. We feel a little bit validated by you guys. And I don't know how you did it, but in some way you took all this information that you gathered in so many ways and you consolidated into this document of ideas, and we want to say thank you. And we want to say thank you. Thank you. And we want to add to that there's more work to be done. So in terms of the LCAP, there's a lot of talk about how important it is for parents to be included, And we agree. We think that it's really important for parents to be included, but we also think because our young people are the first directly most impacted folks that there needs to be some more clear legislation around having a youth voice around the formation of the LCAP every year. And we've asked you this within our forums last time we were here, and we still don't see it yet. And so we're calling on you to add that in as soon as by the next draft, by the time this gets finalized. We also think that it's really important that the language needs to change to describe the LCAP, how services are principally directed towards serving unduplicated principles and effective in meeting the district goals for its unduplicated pupils in state priority areas. We don't think that maximum flexibility will help us. We think that maximum flexibility will allow school districts to overlook and create plans that don't necessarily impact the folks that this legislation was meant to help, which is folks who are foster care, free lunch, and English as a second language learners. And so we come to you today to say thank you for the work that you've done, and we really look forward to partnering with you for the next steps into making this document perfect, because I know that together we can do this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alfredo Lira, and I'm a part of You Together. I'm a student from Skyline High School, and I belong to the Oakland Unified School District. I believe that you shouldn't flex equity, give the money to our SSC so we can decide on how to spend it on what we need. We need an LCAP that's especially suitable for us. You shouldn't give the money to the wealthier schools that's, sincerely they don't need it. Give it to schools that actually need it, schools like mine, like ours, where I got friends I know for years going down bad roads because of their schools are messed up. Secondly, get more student representatives and listen to them, especially in LCAP, because I'm tired of always seeing my friends get caught up in not only drugs, coke, heroin, marijuana, but also gangs, norteños, border brothers, etc., and dropping out. Why? Because our schools are messed up. Why give a rich school more money where everyone graduates and go to college? They don't need it. There's no place in LCAP where student voice is mandatory. You have silenced and overlooked us, just like when we were silenced in school. I challenge you to make youth voice mandatory. The purpose of this implementation is for us to get what we need to succeed, the money and benefits that we need. This needs to happen because we actually fought for LCFF. We need more student representatives and don't flex equity. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Macias and I am a part of Youth Together. I am a student from Skyline High School and I belong to Oakland Unified School District. I believe that rich schools shouldn't get no money because poor schools need it the most. Why give more money to a school that has enough money already? I see kids not caring about their education because they can't even get the services they need. I want you to know that the purpose of the implementation is for you to show us that you care about our education and our ability to become young adults, and actually encourage us to graduate high school. And this needs to happen because if you do flex equity, then you will increase the dropout rate. If you flex equity, then schools will be replaced with prisons. If you flex equity, then kids won't care about their education. If you flex equity, the kids of color will be left out. And if you flex equity, then high achievement schools will receive more funds and will ignore low performing schools. Do not flex equity.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lawrence Hong. I'm a part of You Together, and I'm a student from Fremont High School, and I belong to the Oakland Unified School District. I believe that the school I represent needs money because most students can't get a quality education due to the unstable teachers that come and go. This leads to students having limited job opportunities due to the lack of skills that we did not receive in schools. In my schools, we have a lot of substitute teachers constantly entering classrooms and most of the times not even teaching. This goes on for weeks, making it difficult to learn. I want you to know that the purpose of this implementation is for us to receive the money that is intended for us. And this needs to happen because our voice needs to be heard. Our education matters, and I'm here to show you I matter. Thank you for your time.
My name is Precious Brazil, and I'm part of Youth Together. I'm a student from Castlemont High, and I belong to Oakland Unified School District. I believe that other wealthy schools shouldn't get funded more because they already have enough money now, so why not give it to schools that need it the most? You shouldn't flex equity. Because in my school, I realized that we are very underfunded for the amount of students being served. We need to get more money to our schools coming directly to us because we have a high amount of students who are higher needed students that need more resources. I want you to know that the purpose of this implementation is for the schools to directly get this money so that the students that actually need it can get it. And this needs to happen because, like we said in our chants earlier, education is life and we will fight for our rights. The time is now that you start training us as future leaders, and in doing so, give us the proper equitable resources based upon need. Need being foster youth, low-income students, and other English language learners. Thank you.
Do I start speaking now? Okay. Well, hello. All right, hello. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Willie Williams. I'm part of Youth Together. I'm a student from Fremont High School, and I belong to the Oakland Unified School District. I believe that our education system is failing its students and forcing them to not be engaged in school. because in my school I'm surrounded by improper leadership and a decaying facility. I want you to know that the purpose of this implementation is for my classmates that are in class right now as we speak with old textbooks and broken desks. LCFF was created to help the school I come from. And this needs to happen because I care about my classmates' lives and their future generations' lives. Change needs to happen, and I am proof of a student that desires success. Help us get to college. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello. I'm Shaw Turner. I'm a part of YT as well. I'm a student of Skyline High School in Oakland Unified School District. So, I believe that we need to allow schools the ability to know what to do with their money that is coming from LCFF. Because I believe the majority or the fiscal budget needs to be allocated appropriately amongst the poor and underprivileged youths across California. Because in my school, I see all too often talented and determined youths falling for the tantalizing metallic shine of material happiness instead of the brilliant light of education. I want you to know that the purpose of this implementation is for us to create a desirable and equitable educational environment for all students.
Time, yeah.
Oh, that is? Oh, then thank you. Thank you all.
Just getting warmed up.
Sorry, get a little teary-eyed. My name's Aquia Jackson, and I'm also with Youth Together. And I also would like to really, really make sure you know that we thank you and we really, really appreciate all of the work that you've done to incorporate the feedback from community on the issue of LCFF. As a parent, of a new parent, I'm really nervous, and I have a son, a black boy, in California. I'm very nervous about sending him to public school because we know the narrative of what young black boys going to public schools in California, what that experience is like. And I'd love to be able to avoid that for my son, for all of our kids. So I'm really thankful that we're in this work together. I'd like to also advocate that we think about flexibility basically at another time. Right now we're trying to right the wrongs of decades of systematic disinvestment in our communities and in our communities' institutions. And so we can't do that. You can't do that at the same time as giving districts maximum flexibility. Districts have had, even though there's been the resource issue, districts have had the chance to get it right for our students, and they haven't. So as a community member, I don't trust them to get it right now. I think we need less flexibility now. Let's get to equity, and then we can talk about being flexible. Thank you.
No.
I think he said that.
Arun Ramanathan, Ed Trust West. I agree with everything they just said. So that is a hard act to follow. President Kurtz, members of the State Board, first I just want to extend my sincere appreciation to you for all the changes you made since November. The draft that's presented today is really a significant improvement over what we saw in November on a number of different levels. You know, 2 days ago I was at my school site council meeting, and last night I was at my school board meeting. And in both places, a previously obscure term, local control funding formula, came up, and there was a lot of discussion about it. And, you know, the thing that everybody was asking, fundamentally, one parent after another, is, what's this going to mean for my school, and what's it going to mean for my child? You know, there were a lot of questions, but there weren't a lot of answers. And I think what you all have done since November is give us the ability to provide those answers, give school districts the ability to provide those answers, and create a ground for collaboration. You know, a lot of us have mentioned the need for a single tweak and a single fix. I'm not going to repeat it because my time is up, but I do hope that you will make that fix and then approve these regulations. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The energy in the room is just amazing, and listening to the students just even further validated why we're here. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I am Grace Espindola, Chair of the Pupil Services Coalition. We have a few members with us. There's 5 of us, but we represent over 330,000 members throughout the state. We represent the learning support services that you should find in all schools. We're talking about counselors. We're talking about psychologists, social workers, resource specialists, child welfare and attendants, or other credentialed personnel who work together to support and improve student achievement and success. While you're considering the specifics of the LCAP, please keep in mind that learning supports are what drives much of the funding formula. Learning supports is an essential component of the schools. They remove learning barriers of all kinds, and as such, learning supports must be a unified and integral part of all schools, and not just an ad hoc service that comes and goes. Learning supports must be accounted for in every LCAP. While looking at increasing the amount of money spent on unduplicated pupils in one way to measure success, it really is the outcomes that matter. To have meaningful outcomes, there must be consistency in the definitions and the other indicators that LEAs use in order to measure. For example, let's take a number of suspensions. Are we talking about in-school suspensions, or are we talking about out-school suspensions? While some school districts use ADA to report rate numbers, instead of comparing the numbers of students who attend a school in which they are enrolled. How will LEAs determine chronic absenteeism? Although some of these answers can be found in Ed Code, they are not spelled out in the proposed regulations. All LEAs must be adhered to the consistent definitions. These types of consistencies will result in high-level responsiveness, transparency, and accountability at both the state and local levels. It will also lead to more buy-in on the part of public if we show the consistent manner that schools in California are doing a better job of educating their students. While making more money available for learning support, LEAs must recognize that learning support professionals not only have the expertise to manage effective support systems, but are specifically trained to do so. Teachers cannot be expected to take on the added task of effective learning supports. Many LEAs have reduced their learning support staff in recent years to balance the recession-era budgets. They are now paying the price with added instances of higher school violence, higher dropout rates, and additional lawsuits. The LCAP gives the LEAs the opportunity to reverse that trend as we bring the unduplicated pupils on par with those who are succeeding by using credentialed learning support. We urge you to consider these recommendations, and we applaud for your leadership, and we will continue our work. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Brian Lee with Fight Crime Investing.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were part of them.
Sorry. I am part of them. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I am representing the California Association of School Social Workers. CASSW represents the more than 415 school social workers employed by the California Public and Charter Schools. Just 2 observations. As one of my best friend teachers once said, I cannot teach the head when the heart is broken and the mind is troubled. And I think that's what learning supports are there to do. Teachers cannot do it alone. No teacher having a problem with a student should feel responsible for solving it alone. So therefore, we would ask you to consider adding language within the conditions of learning section of the LCAP standards that students have access to adequate learning supports. Thank you.
Hi, Brian Lee with Fight Crime, Invest in Kids and Mission Readiness. Talking about the LCAP template itself for a change of pace. It's improved, but more can be done and needs to be done. The problem there, the whole statute is about 8 state priorities, 23 metrics at least. If you look at the template itself, not the instructions, the template, not one of them is mentioned. This is a significant problem for 2 reasons, and they both revolve around simplicity. First, simplicity for parents. If a parent's going to ask the basic question, did they do everything the statute requires, goals and actions for each priority? Do they have to come up with a cross-reference the statute, a separate document, and a checklist? No. If you put it here, it's self-evident if you list all the priorities and the metrics at the front of this document. Simplicity for districts. There's a lot of data they need there. That takes a lot of work. The solution, pre-population of data, like we do with the School Accountability Report Card. And that's something that WestEd in their concept paper in October said the intent is to eventually have pre-population of data. You can't pre-populate unless you have something that says suspension rates, API, et cetera. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Fair. I'm with Public Counsel Lawson. I also want to echo thanks to all of you for all your hard work and for the improvement made so far. On the LCAP, three things. Transparency and accessibility. We're closer, but we're not there yet. We need to make certain that it's structured around the 8 priority areas, that we can pre-populate with data, both to allow school board members and administrators the ease of that, and also to ensure that it's accessible to our parents, who really are the accountability mechanism on the ground. And third, we need to make certain that the goals and actions and expenditures are in a very clear way, so you can see how it all aligns. Right now, we're almost there, but we just need to do a little more to make this the best, easiest to use document for everybody involved, since it is our key accountability mechanism, and it's the key way that parents are going to be able to understand what is happening. The second thing is foster youth. We just hope that the State Board will keep doing what they're doing to make certain that the data transfer really works, that it gets to schools on a weekly basis, that schools actually know who the foster youth are so they can serve them. And finally, we just ask that you close the loophole in the funding regs. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, State Superintendent Torlakson, Board Member Kirst, members of the board, and guests. My name is Abigail Medina. I am the new school board member for the San Bernardino City Unified School District. I am here not just as a board member, but as a parent who represents nearly 100,000 families in the Inland Empire. The students and parents I represent want to address our concerns of financial accountability and authentic parent engagement. Parent communities must be involved throughout the planning process of the LCAP, as well as the LCFF resources that are allocated, and not just through awareness events. We need to ensure that all students, whether African descent, gifted, advanced, English learners, special needs, foster children, and low-income families, have a voice, support, and services to meet and exceed student achievement. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Hazel Gomez. I'm from LAUSD and Patton College. I have been a volunteer for the past 5 years. As a parent, I know that a school don't always value parents and children, particularly if they are low-income or English learner. Concerns have been raised about this, and LCFF offer an opportunity to change that. I believe the parents also have inputs about how this money can go in the right direction toward a unique necessity to each children's needs. A school needs better teachers that motivates our kids' learning. Please, we urge you that parent voice can be heard. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María León.
Good afternoon, my name is María León.
Soy parte de Families in School y también tengo un hijo en el Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles.
I am part of Families in Schools, and I also have a child in LA Unified School District.
Por lo cual estoy aquí es para apoyar el LCFF, porque sé que le va a dar la oportunidad a los padres, más que nada, de involucrarse.
I know, and I am here in support of LCFF more than anything because I see that this is going to give the parents an opportunity to become involved.
Ya que es muy importante que ellos sean parte de las decisiones que se van a tomar.
Because it is very important that they be part of the decisions that are going to take place.
En la distribución.
In the distribution.
Y en cómo se va a utilizar basado en las necesidades académicas de los estudiantes.
And in how these funds are going to be distributed based on the needs, academic needs of the children.
Basado en el mejoramiento académico de los estudiantes.
Based in the betterment, academic improvement of the children.
Y es muy importante para que estén preparados para ir a la universidad.
It is very important that they be prepared to go on to universities.
Y puedan estar también preparados para los trabajos.
And to be prepared for the jobs later on.
Del siglo XXI.
In Century 21.
Y recuerden, este es un lema que no sé dónde lo escuché, pero siempre lo he tenido en mente. Para educar a un estudiante se necesita todo un pueblo.
In order, this is a slogan that I heard someplace. Remember, a village is needed to educate a child.
Y nosotros representamos ese pueblo.
We, all of you, and us, represent that village.
Y es su responsabilidad y la mía darles los servicios, los recursos y las herramientas para que tengan una vida exitosa, y eso es para nuestras futuras generaciones y el mejoramiento económico de nuestra ciudad.
Your responsibility as well as ours to see that these needs of the children take place so that those children can improve the future. That's our need, their need, and yours as well.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Blanca Dueñas y vengo del este de Los Ángeles y Boyle Heights.
My name is Blanca Dueñas and I am from East Los Angeles and Boyle Heights.
Y también pertenezco a la organización La Lucha del Pueblo.
I also belong to the organization
que nos enfocamos en mejorar las condiciones en las escuelas.
Inner City Struggle. We also are focused on making sure that schools improve.
Y lo que nosotros queremos es equidad.
We want equity.
Para nuestros estudiantes.
Equity for our students.
Sabemos que en nuestras escuelas hay diferentes necesidades.
We know that our schools have different
y
needs.
por lo tanto necesitamos el dinero de LCF en las escuelas.
Therefore, we need this money for LCFF.
Y que los padres sean parte para tomar decisión para el beneficio de nuestros estudiantes.
Parents need to be part and participants for the benefit of our children.
Creo que ya es hora de que nuestros estudiantes tengan realmente una educación de calidad.
Now is the time for our students to have a quality education.
Y no sigamos jugando con su futuro.
Let's not continue playing with their future.
Porque el tiempo perdido no se recupera.
The time that we lose, we cannot regain.
Y por muchos años la educación ha estado en el mismo lugar.
And education has been stopped at the same place
y
for many years.
Y nosotros en el este y en Boyle Heights trabajamos duro para que los votantes votaran por la Proposición 30.
We in Boyle Heights and East Los Angeles worked very hard to see that Proposition 30 came into place.
Porque el dinero lo necesitamos en las escuelas.
The money is needed by the schools.
Por los recortes tan grandes que han habido.
Because of so many deep cutbacks that took place.
Y quiero que todos pongamos nuestra mente, nuestro corazón en nuestros estudiantes porque creo que merecen lo mejor.
Let's put our minds and our hearts into our students. You know they deserve the best.
Es trabajo de todos.
This is the job for us all.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Can you wait 1 minute? Can you wait?
Good afternoon, President Kirst, Superintendent Turlickson, and board members. My name is Mary Lee, and I'm a parent of a special needs son. I'm also a parent advocate with Families in Schools. And I certainly want to thank you for all the work. We've made several trips back and forth to Sacramento, and it has really, we've seen a lot of progress. So I want to say that we are in support of the LCFF and LCAP. However, we do do have a concern. We need to ask you to be clear in your written direction of the school districts to ensure that the concentration dollars follow the concentrated need. And that means these dollars have to follow the generated, they have to follow the students who generated these dollars. And that would be our English learners, our low-income and disenfranchised children, as well as the foster youth. Thank you so much.
President Kearse calling speakers numbers 193 through 224, 193 through 224. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonny DeMardo, and I'm the superintendent in Turlock Unified School District. Our team is here today to demonstrate support for the proposed regulations, which generally adhere to the foundation that local educators best know the needs of their students in their communities. The community of Turlock truly understands these unique needs and the special approaches required to support student success. Our district served nearly 14,000 students and their families in K-12 education programs, providing both early education and adult school. Our schools are comprised of a significantly large amount of English language learners, low-income students, and foster youth. Working with all stakeholders, these regulations offer the greatest opportunity to best serve the students of Turlock through local decision-making based on student needs. I'd like to thank you for the time and bless you for your endurance and patience.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Martin, and I'm a Turlock Unified School District board member, and we support the proposed regulations. As with most districts that we've talked about today, ours is unique as well as diverse, and the opportunities to address student needs as provided by the proposed LCFF regulations will benefit our students immensely. One example of the diversity that exists between our schools is with our English learners. In our district, Wakefield Elementary has 70% English learners, while Walnut Elementary has 20%. Best practice would allow for allocating funds and developing effective programs specific to the students at each school. In order to best serve the Wakefield ELs and the Walnut ELs, as well as the English-only students who struggle with literacy and language development, our district needs the flexibility included in the LCFF. Providing educators and the school community with the means to develop targeted approaches to increase academic growth will yield the greatest results. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Trainer, and I serve the Turlock Unified School District as Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. We support the proposed regulations. Turlock Unified has continuously embraced accountability for all stakeholders. Our district has fostered a culture that clearly defines academic goals and expectations that are aligned to our district and site strategic plans, our school single plans for student achievement, and our district's local educational agency plan. Within these working documents, students' needs have not historically matched available funding sources, which has prevented universal accommodations being provided to all students in need. Subsequently, our district needs flexibility funding that can be responsive to all students' academic needs and not just those who are members of a specific group. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Heidi Lawler, and I serve the Turlock Unified School District as the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and we support the proposed regulations. Turlock Unified embraces parent engagement. Collaboration, solicitation of feedback and input, parental community involvement are all inherent characteristics of our district. We have established policies and procedures that promote the involvement of all parents, including those parents who speak languages other than English. Turlock Unified continues to provide and maintain a number of venues that foster partnerships, combined efforts, and team building authentically among all TUSD stakeholders. These include a myriad of parent advisory councils, leadership and strategic planning teams, and professional learning communities at site, district, and county levels, including our most recent organization of TUSD's 30-member LCAP Steering Committee, which will focus efforts on developing clear goals and objectives to meet the state's 8 areas of priority for all students. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Barney Gordon. I serve Turlock Unified School District as a board trustee, and we are here in support of the LCFF regulations in front of this committee. The uncertainties of past financial positions and policies have made long-term planning almost impossible at the local level. Our hope is that LCFF will provide us a stable, flexible funding stream to allow us to establish long-term educational priorities for all students and give us the means to implement these priorities. For Turlock Unified, a stable, flexible funding stream is essential to effectively meet the educational needs of our students. The previous financial structure with highly restrictive pots of money led to ineffective use of funds and resulted in some programs and students being left out. As an example, our sites have trouble spending their allotted EIA funds due to their highly restrictive nature. At the same time, valuable programs that were effective in raising achievement were underfunded and languished. We were prevented from implementing strategies that could raise student achievement district-wide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Carter, and I am a board member of the Turlock Unified School District, and we are here in support of the proposed regulations. The Turlock Unified School District recognizes the need and benefit of focusing our combined efforts and resources on our most needy, eligible identified students who comprise 2/3 of our student population in Turlock. Although the LCFF will continue to allow us to prioritize greatest emphasis on meeting the academic and social needs of the majority of our struggling students, many students will not fit within one or more of the eligible student subgroups. We simply cannot overlook these students' needs or allow their academic growth to be compromised because of the deficiencies were not identified as defined by the LCFF guidelines. Our belief and desire is to be able to accommodate the needs of all students and require additional time, tools, and instruction to master academic and social performance. Our request today is to further advocate for all students who can and will benefit from the interventions and services that include in our district strategic plan in order to level the playing field, eliminate the gaps, and support all students in the transition to our new Common Core. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Colleen Sullivan, San Mateo Foster City School District Board President. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. We all appreciate this opportunity to speak. Our district educates and inspires more than 11,700 transitional kindergarten through 8th grade students in 20 schools in the cities of San Mateo and Foster City. 31% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch or reduced lunch. 29% are English learners, and 1 child is in foster care. 41% of our students are included in the unduplicated count for supplemental funds in the local control funding formula. Our district does not qualify for concentration funds. The San Mateo Foster City School District supports the flexible use of these supplemental funds. The proposed regulations for LCAP provide an excellent vehicle to ensure accountability for student success by requiring goals, expenditures, and outcomes for our socially, economically disadvantaged students, English learners, and foster youth. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Lorimer-Lawson, and I serve the communities of San Mateo and Foster City. Recently, our board approved a new strategic plan to educate and inspire all of our students. This plan engaged our community members, parents, teachers, staff, and students in this work for over a year. An additional community process was going on that focused on philanthropy and equity, which resulted in a series of recommendations prioritizing efforts to address inequities across our 20 schools, including student achievement, special programs, differentiation, and family engagement. All of this work that we are doing and have been doing will be used to create our first LCAP. And we look forward to implementing the template that you have before you to approve. We are committed to addressing inequities and issues affecting our lowest socioeconomically disadvantaged students, students learning English, and students in foster care that come through our district. These are our kids.
Time.
Flexibility in the use of these funds will allow us to start where we are and grow from here. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chelsea Bonini, and I'm a board member in the San Mateo Foster City School District. Our district has 11 magnet schools created for the purposes of reducing socioeconomic imbalance within the district, providing school choice with varied learning environments and specialized instruction, attracting students and their families who live within our district, and developing and designing innovative methods and practices, promoting courses of instruction that substantially strengthen student knowledge of academic subjects. A variety of funding sources are necessary to finance these magnet schools. Parent and staff engagement around the uses of these funds will be included in the creation of our LCAP. In order to honor this input and provide innovative educational options specifically designed to support socioeconomically disadvantaged and English learner students, flexible use of supplemental funds is imperative. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Fan. I am the Chief Business Officer of San Mateo Foster City School District. I will read a letter from our District Board Trustee, Ed Cody, in support of the proposed regulations. Dear State Board of Education, I ran a political campaign for the position of Board Trustee so that I could be involved in our community and district not as a spectator, but as an active participant and decision maker. As a trustee, I look forward to working hard to ensure that every student in our district receives the absolute best education possible, not so that I would be told what someone else felt was best. If Sacramento takes away decision-making authority from committed local school boards, you have to ask, why even have them? Thank you for listening. Signed, Ed Cody, trustee of the San Mateo Foster City School District.
Good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Sims, Superintendent, San Mateo Foster City School District. Our Board of Trustees members have presented a number of reasons for the State Board to approve the flexible use of supplemental funds as described in the proposed regulations, including broad community engagement in the creation of our strategic plan being incorporated into the LCAP through detailed specific goals for student achievement and differentiated instruction for all students, an in-depth study of the inequities of programs among our 20 schools, and a commitment to resolve those inequities, benefiting our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, English learners, and foster care students to be addressed in our LCAP. 11 magnet schools designed to address socioeconomic imbalance throughout our 2 cities, benefiting our students eligible for free and reduced lunch and who are English learners. Our Board of Trustees has earned the State Board's support to continue this innovative work with our community through the flexible use of the LCFF's supplemental funds. Thank you very much for your support.
My name is Pam Costa, and I'm Vice President of the Board of the San Juan Unified School District. As one member of the board, I embrace the accountability and responsibility of LCAP and ask that you continue the intent to give communities local control. We hold community engagement and all students' learning as core beliefs. For 2 action-packed days this week, I sat as one member of the District LCAP Committee, working side by side with parents, interpreters, students, teachers, principals, representatives of our district committees, and district office staff, analyzing our current strategic and other accountability plans and how they interface with the state priorities. After a brutal and in-depth analysis of all district data with state priorities and with honest dialogue, we developed areas of needed focus to better meet our students' needs. Now group members are out in the community presenting this work to their stakeholder groups and bringing their feedback back to the committee for additional work together. The word that I keep hearing is hope. And with local control and stakeholder engagement, all of our students will receive the education we know they deserve. Thank you for your work.
Good afternoon. My name is Aida Buelna. I'm the superintendent of the Esparta Unified School District. With me today, standing beside me, is one of our board members, Ms. Wendy England. We are one of your 1,000 school districts in the state of California. We are a K-12 rural small district in the county of Yolo. Within our county, we are the smallest in number. However, geographically, we are the largest district, comprised of 550 square miles. Our English learner population is 44%. Our social economic status students comprise 70% of our student enrollment. We ask this board to approve the template and the regulations that will allow us to conduct long-term academic and fiscal planning. No longer will the arm of education be working in isolation from the arm of the budget. Both sides of the House are working together to ensure that we provide the best education possible for our students. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Szymanski. I'm on the governing board for the Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District of 22,000 students. And I want to say yabba dabba doo, because there has never been a better time to be a board member than now. This is so exciting. And the LCFF regs and the LCAP are a wonderful marriage between the flexibility, local control, and accountability. In Fairfield-Sassoon, we've hit the ground running. We've got, if you look at our website, we've got a parent survey going on. We've got a budget survey. We've been beefing up our technology and 21st century learning available to all of our students. We are holding monthly meetings with our community representatives, particularly our Hispanic community, Voces Unidas. We're working with West Ed to collect stakeholder input. We've already held multiple study sessions on the LCAP, LCFF, and Common Core. We've presented at the town hall meeting, and we're doing Twitter, and I'm tweeting, so thank you.
My green. Hi, my name is Terry Vigil. I am from beautiful Shasta County, California. I'm the current board president for the Fall River Joint Unified School District. I'd like to thank you for the hearings we're having today. You've made a collaborative effort in creating a formula that works for all stakeholders. We are a small rural school district. We value our community and parents. They're an integral part of our education process. The language in LCFF that states the ability to use supplemental and concentrated funds will be used in no more restrictive than Title I is a concern. If in fact we have the ability to use funds to fully serve our student population, the fund should be available for district-wide programs. As for a funding method, we need to keep the necessary small school funding. If we are made to change to straight ADA, we'll lose about $200,000 in our school district. So declining enrollment is a big concern in rural communities. And we had our first LCAP meeting, and it went great. We had great participation from our ELL and our socioeconomic group, and we're really excited. Thank you so much for your time and work in this effort.
Good afternoon. I'm Ellen Doherty, and I'm the superintendent of Lawndale Elementary School District in LA County. It's a pre-K through 8th grade district with 85% of our students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. These are exciting times for our school district. In the past 8 days since winter break, I have facilitated 8 of our 28, yes, 28 stakeholder input meetings. Meetings with staff, parents, and community have been exhilarating. When asked what our students need and what services we should provide to meet those needs, our community is suggesting very thoughtful and insightful input. It is very apparent that our school community knows what targeted services Lawndale students need to be successful. Please keep the LCAP as it is so that there will be local control in the local control funding formula. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Chan, board member of Los Gatos, Saratoga Union High School District. My own background is I'm a CPA, so I know about accountability, and have been a board member for 19 years. I'm a delegate representing CSBA Region 20, Santa Clara County. I'm also former president of Asian Pacific Islanders School Board Association. I want to thank everyone here and here for being here today as we share the same passion and commitment to provide the best education to our students. I support the proposal in front of you. It has gone through due process and requires equitable funding, stakeholders' involvement, transparency, flexibility, and accountability. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Dana Tom, board member from the Palo Alto Unified School District and a board member of the California School Boards Association, representing Santa Clara County. I support the proposed spending regulations and LCAP template because they are consistent with the principal design goals of the LCFF: equity, subsidiarity, transparency, engagement, and accountability. We're all here today because we want the best possible education for all of the students in our state. And local control is a critical principle that helps districts to most effectively meet the needs of our students in our local districts. Local control works when there are strong standards for all districts to meet and ways for the community to hold districts accountable to their plans and results. The Common Core provides those standards, and the proposed LCAP template or LCAP process provides that accountability to the public. Thank you very much, and please adopt those proposed regulations and LCAP template. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Judith Peters, president of Paradise Unified School District Board of Trustees and the parent of a 5th grader and a 7th grader. I want to thank you all for having the faith in our local boards to know what is best for our kids. I don't know about the larger school districts, but in our small rural district, all our board members are at our schools. We're in the classrooms, and we're made to answer for all our decisions in the produce aisle at the grocery store. I forgot what is next. Okay, and as far as what we've started already, we've been having stakeholder meetings for quite a while. Kind of the reverse process of what we did with our budget cuts is getting everyone together, students, parents, teachers, community members, to decide what we need for our district. One of the important things we know is that unduplicated students are not necessarily underachieving students, and we need to make sure that we have programs that are for everyone, and also that we need ROP programs. So in closing, I'd like to say thank you, and stay vigilant in keeping local control funding as local instead of legislative controlled funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Roger Byland, Superintendent of the Paradise Unified School District, and we've come down from the beautiful North State to thank you for your work in setting a new foundation for education in California. Your work combined with that of our state superintendent, we're looking forward to a bright next 10 years, maybe 20. I may stay around even longer. Basically want to thank you for allowing us maximum flexibility and beyond the LCAP itself, minimal regulations and paperwork. Thank you for your wonderful work.
I'm Mike Greer. I'm a 10-year board member for Paradise Unified School District. I am a special education teacher for Sutter County and also a CTA local union president. I want to thank you from all those organizations, for I get to see it on all sides of the table, and I appreciate it. I want to thank you for sitting here, because as board members, we know how it is having to sit and sit and sit. So thank you very much for your time and consideration. One of the concerns that I have working for a county and also a district is the effect of vocational education under the formula. As it's set up right now, there's a time when some of that money is going to be gone, which means that the counties are starting to cut ROP programs, vocational programs right now, and any of the other money is going to be pushed onto the districts. Larger districts might be able to absorb it. Smaller districts have a much more difficult time absorbing that money into it. I'd like to have you take a look at that. Again, thank you very much for your time and for the efforts you put forth. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon.
President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson, the other members of the State Board. I'm Tom Armelino. I'm the Shasta County Superintendent of Schools, and I represent 24 school districts in Shasta County. Last week, we sent you a letter outlining our support of the new LCFF and LCAP regulations. We support the new regulations because, frankly, the past restrictions and accountability plans haven't worked to educate our lowest performing students. As a former district and now county superintendent, I've struggled to find the resources to support our students in need. I've sat time and time again in a room with my cabinet team, struggling to determine how to use the restricted monies we received on the students who needed them most. I know the frustration that comes when you don't fulfill your role as a leader by either sending the money back to the state or simply spending your money by purchasing stuff instead of direct interventions for students, simply because the fundings were too restricted. The LCFF and LCAP regulations eliminate these restraints, yet they also require that we target our resources to ensure improved student achievement and educational equality. That means directing more money to students in poverty, English learners, and foster youth. We, the superintendents of Shasta County, stand united in our passion for funding that's locally controlled yet targeted and holds us accountable for increased student outcomes. We thank you for your continued leadership to the adoption of the new proposed regulations. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Baxter. I'm the Associate Superintendent for Ed Services for the South Whittier School District. Our district's located in an unincorporated area of LA County, and our ADA is slightly over 3,200. 86% of our students are on free and reduced lunch. All of our schools are Title I school-wide programs, and we have 52% of our students who are English learners or redesignated English learners. We're here to show our strong support for the proposed regulations and template that's on the agenda today. We appreciate the process that has taken place to seek extensive input on these items and the resulting materials and decision-making and discretion to design and implement plans that meet our district needs. As a district that is comprised of Title I school-wide programs, parent and community input and participation is an ongoing practice for us. For the past several months, we have been meeting with a variety of groups and all stakeholders to receive input. In order to increase and improve services for all of our students, including our students of poverty, English learners, and foster youth, we have identified needed actions aligned to the 8 state priorities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I appreciate, like Tom said, I appreciate your time, and I know it's been a long day, so I'm not going to reiterate everything that has been said, except to tell you that I'm here to support the emergency regulations and the LCAP template because of all the reasons you heard. You've heard everything from a small school district to a large school district, which I am from a small school district in Tulare County, in a rural Tulare County. My name is Terry Ruffert, and the LCAP is a good marriage between accountability and flexibility that allows each one of our districts, whether big, small, rural, urban, a large number of free and reduced or poverty and EL students, or a small number, to meet those needs according to what our constituents in our own area, our own parents, and our own kids find that is necessary to meet those. So I would urge you to adopt those emergency regulations and the LCAP template. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorma Baker. I'm the superintendent of Pajaro Valley Unified School District, and I'm here today with Leslie DeRose, who served on the PVUSD Board of Trustees for 8 years. We are here today to express our support for the State Board's proposed LCAP regulations. We believe that the proposal strikes an appropriate balance between targeted services and funding to at-risk students while maintaining the flexibility necessary to address the individual needs of our district students. It's 33 schools and 5 distinct communities that we serve. PVUSD is located in the northern half of the Monterey Bay region. We serve over 20,000 students in kindergarten through 12th grade. When you include our preschool, transitional kinder, ROP, and adult education programs, our district serves over 26,000 individual families and students.
President Kirst, we're calling speakers number 249 through 264. 249 through 264. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing us to be here this afternoon. My name is Leslie DeRose, and as my superintendent just mentioned, I've been serving on the school board of Pajaro Valley Unified School District for, I'm entering my 8th year right now. With over 70% of our students classified as economically disadvantaged and 68% classified as English learners, we are a district that will receive a significantly higher percentage of the funding under the LCFF formula. While we welcome and celebrate this much-needed new funding, it is critical that we have the ability to design and target our instructional programs in ways that can uniquely address diverse needs of our student population and individual schools. The proposed regulations will allow us to establish a transparent and better understood long-term budget that will be directly linked to our academic and instructional goals. We strongly support transparency, collaboration, and accountability. Our school board and staff have implemented many reforms and programs over the last 8 years that have done just that. We believe the regulations before you today strike that balance. Thank you for your consideration and service to public education.
Good afternoon, Craig Helmstetter, Superintendent with Ocean View School District in Ventura County. Our district serves the military families from Point Mugu Naval Air Base. We have a student population of 65% English learner and 80% low income. Wow. By listening to our families and community, we have maintained a high quality bilingual program and are in year 4 of a dual immersion language program. With our stakeholder groups, we have established a vision for 21st century learning, including all the Common Core standards, with a focus on communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. We're committed to providing our students with the technological tools and skills to be successful 21st century learners. On behalf of our students and families, we appreciate the additional funds and support approval of regulations that maintain optimal flexibility district-wide so we may continue our work with our families. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Reller, and I serve as a board president, Romeland School District, located in southwest Riverside County. With me today is our superintendent, Dr. Julie Vitale. Our district boundaries include students from the cities of Menifee, Paris, and unincorporated areas of Riverside County. We are a K-8 district with 3,400 students. 70% of our students are Hispanic, 22% Caucasian, 4% African American, and 4% Asian. 77% of our students are on free and reduced lunch, while 38% are English learners. Our district has both rural and suburban neighborhoods. The communities that our schools serve have unique and varied needs. For example, we have 4 elementary schools. 2 qualify for state-funded after-school programs and 2 do not. We have students at all of our elementary schools who would benefit from a robust after-school program. Flexibility in funding would allow us to set up equitable programs at each of our school sites, allowing school districts flexibility to expend funds district-wide and school-wide will have an immediate impact on Romeland students. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, officially known as number 243 today, retired testing specialist from Monterey. Following Member Burr's suggestion this morning, I'll say I support LCFF. It's very much a move in the right direction. As usual, there are some devils in the details. In particular, I'd like to say a few words about Section 2 of the LCAP template on goals and progress indicators. The section has extremely vague language on metrics with no guidance on what metrics would be acceptable. Nevertheless, each local school district will be charged with identifying specific metrics for each goal in the chart on page 12. One elephant in the room regarding metrics is that California will have no statewide assessment metrics for LCAP use for the next 2014 and 15 and likely additional years. So local districts will have to devise their own metrics, much like a fox guarding the LCAP henhouse. Or to state another way, Sacramento is leaving the local districts up the LCAP Creek without a paddle for at least a couple of years. I'd urge the state board to provide local districts with statewide metrics that can be flexibly used at local districts as soon as possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time and the patience to listen to all of these comments. I thought my board meetings were long. My name is Ellen Driscoll, and I am the president of the Board of Trustees of Rescue Union School District, a K-8 district up in the foothills, where 3,700 students look to our board for guidance in setting the direction for their education and their success in life. I also am a regional director with CSBA, and I represent students from South Lake Tahoe all the way to Davis in over 40 districts. And I mention this to you because within those districts, we range from an enrollment of 18 in one district to over 64,000 in another district. I would respectfully remind you from all that you've heard today, particularly from the students, that yes, we do need flexibility. We do need to be able to serve those students. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Solomon. I'm a 14-year member of the Newhall School Board down Magic Mountain Way and a 23-year volunteer with the California State PTA, currently president of the Santa Clarita Valley Council PTA. In both roles, it is my job to promote policies, programs, and formulas that service the needs of all students. And I believe that with the regulations and template as they look, that's there. My school district is 50% Title I, 29% EL, and 34% low socioeconomic. So with the language that is currently written, it enables my school district to continue with the intervention and quality instructional programs. And the piece on parent involvement, yippee, it is the beginning, I hope, of what is to become a common practice in education in California. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mark Winger, Superintendent of Newhall School District, and I want to follow up with a statement and an example for you about what Mrs. Solomon was talking about. I'm also representing the Access Superintendents Council and the School Finance Reform Coalition. You know, as superintendent, I need to ensure that every kid in the district gets the program he or she needs, and we do have half our schools in Title I and half not in Title I. So I have EL kids going to upper middle class schools, and I need to be able to get them program. So one example for you of what flexibility district-wide will allow, because we are not 55%, we don't reach that threshold. Well, one example we've been talking about is the restoration of the extended year program. That would be a great thing to be able to do. I can put it at 2 or 3 sites, but I can pull kids from every site, regardless of the school they attend, and it will be good for them and good for their program. Just one very small example. The current regulations allow that kind of district flexibility, even though we don't reach the 55% threshold, and that's just one of the reasons we support it. So thank you very much for the time you spent on this.
Good afternoon. First, I want to say that I support the LCFF in its current form and implementation that you have before you as far as recommendation is concerned. My name is Albert Gonzalez. I'm with Santa Clara Unified, and just want a little bit about me having come from parents who only reached 3rd and 1st grade. I believe that, and being Spanish primarily as their language, I'm the person that, you know, as a child that you're addressing here, and I think that it's very exciting to see LCFF in its current format, and I believe that I appreciate the governors and your work in making this happen. Our district is definitely outreaching to the normal venues as far as getting the input from our constituents regarding ELAC, DLAC, school site councils, but definitely reaching out further than that so that we can hear the voices that are not always heard. Flexibility definitely allows us to put the resources where they're needed with the pupils and students themselves and reach those students that are most needy. I understand that not all school board members come from challenging demographics like I do, but definitely understand that with the accountability, this is really necessary, and accountability, but flexibility is what we need. Thank you.
President Kirst, just for clarification, calling all numbers up to 264. Please line up in the lobby. 264 if you have not spoken, and your number is under 264. Please line up.
Right here. Hello, my name is Hugo Reese, and I am a second-year student at the University of California, Riverside. I am a political science law and society major, and I am a former ESL student from back in elementary school. And some of the things I'm really concerned with is the threshold. So I really hope that you, as a board, really consider that higher threshold, because a student like me who was in ESL didn't have these necessary programs, but I felt that now it's a chance for us to fix what happened in the past. I was about to not succeed in school, and in addition, I dream of becoming a lawyer for education reform, and many students labeled as youth at risk and any other sort of category. I just want to end with a quote that I think really describes what I'm trying to say. Can I just finish the quote? Once a social change begins, it cannot be reversed. You cannot uneducate the person who has learned to read. You cannot humiliate the person who feels pride. You cannot oppress the people who are not afraid anymore. We have seen the future, and the future is ours. Professor Chavez.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Amy Parada. I am a student leader at Whittier College from Students for Educational Reform. My family immigrated here from El Salvador, and we settled in the San Francisco Bay Area. Oh, sorry. My K through 12 educational experience was through our great state's public school system, and I am one of the high needs students that had to endure as well, being an English language learner, coming from a family with economically disadvantage. So I'm one of the students that LCFF would uplift. I knew from the beginning that I would need to work harder in order to succeed my goals, and I was fortunate enough to have targeted resources that would help me achieve my goals. However, some of my friends were not as fortunate as I was. So with LCFF, I think that is an amazing opportunity for us to start a collaboration of renewing the commitment with our high needs students.
Time.
That is all.
Richard Morris. I'm a board member in Porterville Unified. Our school district is a AAA bond rating, and our reserves have never fallen below 7%. We are financially accountable. We have thousands of students in schools who replicate the demographics in inner city schools, and these schools have scores in the API over 800. Our school district has enlisted the community members to be advisors and partners. So we are communally accountable. As responsible and accountable local service people, we urge you to pass the LCFF in its present form. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Nunez, and I am the Director of Programs and Assessment for the Porterville Unified School District. Porterville Unified is like many districts in the Central Valley of California. We have a high concentration of English learners, economically disadvantaged students, and many of our students come from migrant families. In fact, we qualify for a concentration grant of 87%. However, Porterville Unified is not like most Central Valley districts in that we have maximized our use of flexibility to enhance the educational programs for our students. All students are given the opportunity to enroll in the high school and career-themed program of study of their choice. The district covers over 3,000 square miles, and all students are transported to the high school pathway program of their choice at no cost to the student. Equal access and accountability for preparing over 6,000 high school students for success for college and career is what local control means in Porterville. Flexibility is key to the success we have obtained in Porterville, and we seek full support from this board to ensure that flexibility is a driver of reform for public education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Snavely, and I'm superintendent with the Porterville Unified School District. Porterville Unified has been recognized as one of the nation's leaders in linked learning. We have been designated as an AB 790 linked learning mentor district. We have 6 pathways that have received certification, and we have the only pathway in the nation that has received distinguished status in its engineering pathway. More than 700 of our 1,100 incoming freshman class have applied for one of our 9 career-themed pathways served throughout our 5 different high schools. This has been made possible in part because over the last 4 years, we've received over $3 million in private foundation grants, funds that can be used to promote the district's priorities of linked learning and college and career preparation for all students. While foundation funds are temporary, LCFF dollars are permanent, and if flexible, may be used to continue the good work of our local school board. Accountability has been and will be maintained. Please maintain local control. Please ensure flexibility is maintained in the regulations you adopt. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Hillary Paulson. I'm a school board member with the Redwood City School District. We are here to support the regulations as they're currently written. Our district is a pre-K through 8th grade district. We have a little over 9,000 students. We're located in the center of the San Francisco Peninsula in the heart of the Silicon Valley, yet 2/3 of our students are on free and reduced lunch and half of our students are English language learners. We are exactly the type of district for whom LCFF was designed. We are committed to serving our students to the best of our ability every day. It's been difficult recently, considering the current funding. We are a revenue district that's surrounded by basic aid districts. Sometimes we receive $10,000 less per student than our neighboring districts. So the needs of our students are vastly different, quite literally, from a student who lives the next street over. So that's why the premise of LCSF, one of local input and local decision-making, is so important to our students' success. So we can make every day in every classroom count for our kids. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think I'll call on Sue first, but then have general discussion. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Jan Christensen, the superintendent of the Redwood City School District, and also in support of the regulations. In Redwood City, we have a strong commitment to closing the achievement gap, family engagement, and community communication. The proposed regulations actually reflect the work that we've been doing for many years in Redwood City, even before LCFF. As a district, when we found out about LCFF and the LCAP, we immediately jumped in with a plan. We've had 4 community meetings already. We've engaged with our DLAC several times. Our board members are going out to all 16 of our schools to garner input, and that's just the start. We're surveying all of our students, our parents, and our staff members to gain their input on the LCFF and the LCAP, and that's just how we operate in Redwood City. It's an expansion of work that we've been doing for many years, and because of our engagement with our families, we've been able to actually work on closing our achievement gap, increase student achievement with higher class sizes and less money. So we will continue to engage our families and garner feedback for the LCAP to have an education that meets the needs of all of our students in Redwood City. And thank you very much.
Good afternoon, President Kurz, members of the board, Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Shelley Mazer. I'm also a school board member in Redwood City and a parent in the district. We're very excited because the premise of LCFF, the local educators and families best understand the needs of our students, reflects how we work, as you've heard. As an example, our full-service community schools are predicated on the belief that some children come to school with greater needs and must be addressed with greater resources. Our community schools seek outcomes like those delineated in the LCAP. Our full-service community schools focus on student engagement, parent leadership, school climate, as well as academic achievement, and our data show that we are making a difference for our kids and families. As Governor Brown said earlier, the heart of LCFF really is about success for all children. If we are truly committed to local parent input and reflecting community needs, we must continue to support local control so that all of our schools are places where all of our families are welcome and all of our children succeed. Thank you for your time, and also thank you for your stamina.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Superintendent Torlakson. My name is David Pyle, and I'm here today to voice my support of the LCAP template and the importance of keeping local dollars truly local. I began my career as an elementary school teacher in the city of Pico Rivera, and I'm currently serving as the superintendent of the Newview Union School District in Riverside County, where more than 80% of our student population qualifies for free and reduced lunch. A particular challenge for our district certainly isn't a particular challenge for our neighbors, let alone the dynamics of hundreds of districts and thousands of students I flew over this morning on my flight to Sacramento. Although on paper these challenges may appear similar based on demographics. It is vital that we allow each individual district the flexibility to make the decisions they feel will have the greatest impact on their students while holding each district accountable. Thank you for your leadership and courage as we begin this exciting journey and your support as we take on the challenges that lay ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Torlakson, President Kirst, and members of the State Board of Education. My name is David McCabe, and I am proud to serve as an educational leader in two dynamic but very different communities. I am the coordinator of teacher preparation at Pasadena City College, where I work with school districts throughout Los Angeles and helping prepare future teachers for the classroom. I am also the proud papa of a second grader and the vice president of the Newview Union School District Board of Education, where I work closely with our community to provide teachers with the resources that they need to help our children succeed in the classroom and beyond. The communities that I serve are worlds apart in terms of their needs. LEAs, like children, are unique. LCFF and LCAP is based on the principle of subsidiarity, which holds that any activity which can be effectively performed by a smaller local entity should be. These measures promote the philosophy, no offense, that Sacramento and Washington, D.C. should be the last place to which we look for direction on how to best meet the needs of our children. LCAP empowers districts to engage our communities as we develop our district budgets and priorities. However, the fact remains that California's investment in education is among the lowest in the nation. There is a special need for additional funding to support innovative community colleges and school districts that share students. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your work on behalf of our children.
President Kirst, we're asking all speakers up through 296, all speakers up through 296 to please line up in the lobby. Thank you. Or if you're in the boardroom, line up.
Good afternoon, Rigel Massaro with Public Advocates and the Campaign for Quality Education.
I'm Santos Alvarado, a student at Independence High School. I'm here with Californians for Justice and Campaign on Quality Education.
Hi, I'm Yvette from San Jose, Californians for Justice and Campaign for Quality Education.
Sarah Stevens with Public Advocates and Campaign for Quality Education.
Good afternoon, I'm Princess Masilungan with Public Advocates and the Campaign for Quality Education.
We're here to request that the permanent regulations strengthen the connection between district LCAPs and the school site planning process. We do acknowledge and very much appreciate the movement in this area and the current regulations in LCAP to better align the single plan for student achievement as well as the school level goals and actions with the LCAP. As Governor Brown said, and as we know from the stories of the hundreds of students and parents here today, the school site is where the rubber meets the road. It's where teachers, administrators, and parents know what is best for kids and where parents and students feel most committed and most involved. For these reasons, we urge the board to ensure that the permanent regulations and LCAP create a robust framework for effective school conversations about goals, actions, and expenditures. We're not there yet. More is needed to empower school site councils and align the single plan for student achievement with the LCAP. School-level LCAPs would meet this goal and are arguably required by the statute. The board itself can make great progress in this area, and where statutory changes are needed to better align the school site council plans with the local control accountability plans, we are happy to help.
Thank you for listening to us, as you did listen to us in November. As you know, effective school-level involvement, decision-making, and transparency are more likely to both make a real difference for unduplicated students and ensure subsidiarity is realized. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Superintendent Turlickson. My name is Dr. Lori Carruthers Collins, and I'm the project director with COPE, representing San Bernardino and Riverside counties. COPE is a faith-based network of more than 50 churches committed to improving the knowledge, skills, and confidence of families to support their children. We help advocate for educational improvements that benefit all children, and we believe that the new local control funding formula offers great promise for students most in need of additional support. In our county, as you know, the achievement gap persists among students of color, particularly youth in foster care, English learners, and low-income students. But we do believe that equitable funding, strong accountability, and intentional parent engagement will help ensure that the LCFF system serves its intended purpose. We join others today in support of recommendations to strengthen parent engagement, and I thank you.
Good afternoon, board members of the California State Board of Education and staff. My name is Sonia Gray Hunn, and I'm a parent with COPE, representing San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I am happy to know that the LCFF will support the needs of children in foster care. Unfortunately, too many children in the system do not get the resources they need to be successful. Foster care parents and other parents need a way to be informed of the LCFF and to provide input into to join others in support of strong parent engagement with the LCAP. I urge the California State Board of Education to empower all parents and caregivers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Henry Mendoza with CSED, advocate for parents of the community and school district of Burlingmart, where the majority of our students enrolled are ELL learners, English language learners. Our concern and what we ask of the CDE is to ensure that school districts are held accountable for more effective and in-depth parent engagement practices, which will involve parents at full disclosure in order to solicit their input and feedback, and that our school districts are not using current parent support services that have already been in place for many years to be used as a loophole in order to deem these services as parent engagement, simply to report duplicated data and use the funding dollars elsewhere and as they choose. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Ramos. I'm a parent of a high school student, a EL student. Our schools in the Central Valley don't have enough translators when needed, especially during parent-teacher conference, and I was hoping that LCFF money, especially during parent-teacher conference, and I was hoping, will be used to have enough translators so that we'll not have to have our parent-teachers conference in the cafeteria where everybody is hearing everything we speak. I understand that LCFF monies are not going to be put into one pot to be spent. They're going to be put in one pot, so however the school wants to spend it. Many of our schools are not friendly places, and when you are poor and don't speak English, the doors are often closed, and we don't know how to open them. Please demand the schools district really talk and listen to us and not just send out surveys that no one understands. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joan Quadra, and I work for Proteus in the San Joaquin Valley.
I work in a small rural community where 75% of our students are long-term English language learners. My primary concern is a line in the LCFF legislation that says school districts must obtain parent and public input in developing, revising, and updating LCAPs. I feel that this requirement is way too vague and that schools will operate without accurate input from EL parents. My question to you today is what actions and/or plans have been developed or are in the development phase to address specifically how schools are going to engage EL parents in this process? And if plans have been developed, where might I get a copy of them? Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Maria Magnisa, a parent from El Monte community. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in front of the board member. I'm a parent graduate from 2 trainings, Parent School Partnership Program by MALDEF and El Monte Community Scholars Program by Cal State Long Beach. I'm part of the El Monte community leaders. My concern is that the district is only asking for parents' input. They didn't ever ask us if we wanted to be a part of this LCFF program. So we, parents, now are empowered to be part of the community to help in joining with the education of our students. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, gracias por darme la oportunidad de hablar con ustedes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you.
Mi nombre es Rafaela Ochoa.
My name is Rafaela Ochoa.
Soy miembro del grupo de padres líderes
and I'm a member
por un mejor El Monte.
Of Parent Leaders for a Better El Monte.
El Monte es una comunidad altamente pobre.
El Monte is a highly impoverished district.
Con una tasa de, muy alta de estudiantes aprendices de inglés.
With a very high proportion of English learners.
Y con desventajas económicas.
And of disadvantaged, financially disadvantaged students.
Local Control Funding Formula.
The LCFF
nos da el derecho a nosotros como padres
gives us parents the right
a ser parte de la toma de decisiones en el Local Control Accountability Plan.
To participate in decision making in the Local Control Accountability Plan.
Lo que queremos decirle nosotros a los distritos escolares del Monte,
but what we want to tell the El Monte school districts,
que no queremos ser padres espectadores,
is that we don't want to be parent spectators.
Que queremos ser padres que tengan participación.
We want to be participating parents.
En las decisiones que impacten el futuro académico de todos nuestros hijos y estudiantes.
Participate in the decisions that impact the academic future of our students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sade, and I live in Fresno. I am with Californians for Justice. I am here to voice my opinion on the important threshold situation. Right now, it is at 50%, which I feel should be raised to 83%, so that students in my district can fully benefit from these funds. It's great how they are actually giving more money for low-income English language learners and foster youth that need it more. But without the right regulations, it's not focused on what the money should be spent on. In Fresno, they are planning to extend school hours by 30 minutes. This might, in fact, help somewhat, but my opinion on this is that they never really asked us how we felt about this. And when they have meetings open to the public, but a lot of times people don't hear about these meetings. Should this be okay? We want as many high needs people to be taken care of and receive direct funds, because I don't want to see any more people from my school giving up because they feel as if they are not important or obligated to stay in my school. My district hasn't gotten any student input, so I'm here to tell you that the money should be spent on programs that better connect teachers and students so that students can get extra help. We would like you to improve the progress for students, parents, and other groups to give input on this progress. Students and parents deserve to be more aware of the whole district-wide and school-wide spending limits. We think everyone should be able to give input on this historic opportunity. Thank you for your time.
My name is Nautica Williams. I'm a CFJ high school student in Oakland. I'm a ninth grader at Oakland High and a low-income student. It's disappointing to say that a little over 60% of OUSD will graduate. When I look at the statistics and think of my class, recalling that maybe only 6 out of 10 will get a high school diploma, it's terrifying. The spirit of LCFF is to fix this. A huge problem between the districts and the schools is our voice, the youth, is barely heard. Whatever decision made, money invested, and new plan created, it affects the students. I don't want to watch my peers and friends flunk from school or give up because they are in a broken down, cheap school that can't help them. This is our education and future that's at stake. About 80% of OUSD is low-income English learner or foster care, but none of these kids are even going to see LCFF funds. How do I know this? I know this because in a meeting with our superintendent, Gary Yee, he sat there and told us students that there was not enough base funding to cover the costs for OUC. Hence, he will have to use supplemental and concentration funding for the district-wide spending, and that actually we students won't see LCFF funds until 2020.
Time.
Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla, and I am from Long Beach, and I'm with California for Justice. I am a junior at Cabrillo High School. We thank you for working with the work you have been done to ensure the communities are heard. But I feel there's more work that is needed to make sure that the funds are applied to the youth that is intended for. We ask that, one, the district threshold of students increase to 83%. Two, more explanation of where the money is spent. And three, better process of accountable to safeguard against any potential abuse. Currently in Long Beach Unified School District, the teachers will receive a 3% raise increase, which will increase in the incoming year, according to the agreement. We aren't saying that teachers shouldn't get raises. We are saying that the students, such as myself, who is a junior, want to see the impact before I graduate. As a low-income and English language learner and foster youth, we face a lot of different challenges. But we want to make sure that we are prepared for adulthood, whether it's by career or colleges. And this money is used to help us achieve our goals and our dreams. Think, what if this was your own child's education? What would you do? And here's Tony.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Tony Bowie, and I stand here today to testify the necessary points needed to constitute the LCFF on behalf of Californians for Justice. As you know, fiscal accountability in LCFF is necessary to ensure that all students receive a fair education because it provides high-need students with resources they require in order to succeed in high school along with everyone else. Although I'm a low-income student, I strive to make the most of what God has given me, but I will not be satisfied until the State Board of Education makes the necessary improvements to the LCFF regulations so that the generated funds are spent appropriately. Currently, there is too little accountability in how districts spend their provided funds. As a result, there is a loophole within the LCFF which makes it unauthentic to its original purpose of specifically aiding students with most needs. In order to make sure that the funds from the LCFF are used appropriately, we need to increase the district threshold from 55 to 83% to make sure that the supplementary and complementary funds are used appropriately. Therefore, districts should be able to explicitly give concrete evidence on how and why the LCF funds are spent in order to close the loophole. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
Vice President Strauss calling all speakers through 304. 304, please line up in the boardroom.
Hi, my name is Sigdalia Rojas. I'm with Californians for Justice, a statewide organization of high school students from Fresno, Long Beach, Oakland, and San Jose. We're also here representing the Brothers, Selves, and Sons that campaign for quality education. 13 years ago, I stood in front of the State Board of Education talking about budget cuts and the situation that a lot of high school students were facing. And a lot of those issues are issues that our students mentioned today. You know, we continue to face the same situation in our education, and LCFF was a historic victory for our communities. While you have made great strides in ensuring that LCFF is successful, and that's what it was intended to do for high-needs students, we at Californians for Justice feel that the current draft regulations won't enable us to meet the promise of equity and puts the danger of our students at stake. You heard a lot of our students talk about some of the plans that their districts have to implement LCFF. You heard from Kayla talk about how in her district they plan to increase teacher salary this year and in the following years. You know, with the current loopholes, a lot of our students won't be able to see the LCFF funds. The current regulations open up the possibility of potential abuse of district and school. Two-thirds of districts and three-fourths of schools with 80% of high-needs students won't have to prove equitable spending of supplemental and concentration funds. The goal of LCFF is equity. Focus on districts with high needs students. We're putting additional funding in those districts. Wouldn't we want to see that they're taking the right steps to ensure that we have better outcomes for our high-needs students? Now is the time to rebuild our education. How can you assure that this
Your time is up. Time.
I have 3 minutes.
I apologize. We're having a really hard time telling who are groups and who are not. We have some people who are coming up in groups but then speaking individually. So we're giving the first person that steps to the mic 3 minutes, but then the next person and the next person. So we're not trying to cut you off. It's just we're having a hard time.
I'm just the only one
So we'll give you a couple more minutes. But if you're coming up as a group, we expect one of you to speak, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So like I was saying, you know,
Sorry.
our districts, it's fine. Our districts are going to get a lot of dollars. They're going to get millions of dollars. And, you know, you're saying that they're just going to be required to write a couple of sentences to say how they're going to meet those district goals. You know, we want to make sure that we close the loopholes, that we ensure that the supplemental and concentration fund primarily benefits those students that are generating those funds. Our community has waited too long for this opportunity. Keep your promise and increase the threshold to 83% for districts and 55% for schools. Also improve the process for students and parents to hold districts and schools accountable so that we can safeguard against potential abuse and violations. Close the loopholes. Don't let students be here again 13 years from now demanding a better education for their communities. Listen to our students' voices and recommendations for LCFF. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Sandra Castro y soy voluntaria de la escuela Southeast Middle School y represento a la comunidad de Southgate en el condado de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Castro, and I'm a volunteer at Southeast Middle School, and I represent the community of Southgate. We're in Los Angeles.
La cual sufre de muchas necesidades básicas, especialmente en la falta de asistencia para los niños de aprendiz de inglés.
We suffer a great necessity, especially in the assistance of a lack of assistance for children who are English learners.
Estos sufren académica y emocionalmente por esta necesidad. Por eso pido a la Junta del Estado que cree un reglamento para que el distrito distribuya el presupuesto directamente a los niños y escuelas más necesitados.
These children suffer from both emotionally and academically because of this necessity, and that is why I'm asking the board, of the state board, to create a rule so that the district distributes the funds from this proposal directly to the students, those children who have the most need in the schools.
Es muy triste ver a un niño que llega a la escuela sin saber el idioma inglés y que no haya asistencia alguna para cubrir sus necesidades.
It is very sad for me to see a child that comes to school and is not able to learn English and have the assistance that he needs in order to cover those needs.
Por eso yo, como mamá y voluntaria de la escuela Southeast Middle School, los invito a ustedes personalmente a que vean la necesidad de nuestras escuelas y así tomen la decisión correcta y no solamente tomen la decisión detrás del escritorio. Gracias.
That's why, as a mother, I asked you not to sit behind your desks to make your decisions, but rather I invite you to come to our communities, come personally to see those needs that our children have, so that you can meet those needs for our children. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center. On behalf of our hundreds of member schools, I also serve as a board member at Civic Corps, organization that runs a charter school where 100% of our students come from the lowest income families. Here to voice strong support for the regulations that are in front of you today. We think that they strike a reasonable compromise, and that we would urge you to kind of hold the line where you've gone here. You've come a long way since November, and we hope it doesn't go too much further. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a state control funding formula instead of a local control one. There are some remaining charter school-related technical issues that we've raised with your staff and some of you. We look forward to working with you in the permanent regulation adoptions, but strongly urge you to move forward with the current draft on the emergencies today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable board members. My name is Erica Perez, and I am currently attending East Los Angeles College and a soon-to-be first generation of UCLA alumni. I am a student lead for Student for Education Reform, and I am in support of LCFF. I was born and raised in East LA, an area where it has been overlooked and historically underserved. In my high school years, we were served unequally, but throughout the years, I've seen the state board come a long way. Now that change is occurring, make sure the fundings are used to increase or improve services for our high school needs students and not misused. Let's close the loophole and allow our students to receive proper education to achieve in life. Concentrate the money on concentrated need. Keep in mind that the students are our future of tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. I have to adjust it for my height. Good afternoon, honorable board. Thank you for taking the time to listen to number 300. My name is Karen, and I am part of Students for Education Reform. Last night, 20 other students and I left from LA, and we've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning. But as undergraduate students, we value and know the importance of education and LCFF. I was born on the opposite end of the state in San Diego. My parents immigrated to this country and settled into an area distinguishable by its liquor stores on every corner and heavy police presence. Given the conditions of my neighborhood and my family background, statistics would tell you that my trajectory was set to loop the cycles of poverty that unfortunately has persisted in our most underserved communities. Fortunately, my parents had the opportunity to send me to a school that would break that cycle. It was my education at the Prairie School UCSD that set me on a different path. With 100% of its students on free and reduced lunch, Prairie was very in providing us with the appropriate resources to ensure that we would be college-bound and college-ready. In 6th grade, I could see the vast differences in my education and the education of my friends in our neighborhood schools. Every year, I could feel the growing gap in our opportunities. In high school, I had A through G requirements embedded in my curriculum with AP and honors classes, while my friends would just take any classes to fulfill their graduate requirements. By the time I got to senior year, I was the only one from my friends to graduate from high school and attend a 4-year college. However, preparation and access to higher education should not be a privilege, but a right. At the end of the day, LCFF is more than just about the money. It is about creating a cultural shift. We need to change our thinking around education funding and priorities so that our schools create pathways out of poverty, not replicate the inequalities of our society. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and thank you for working so hard in the new local control funding. Hello, I agree with what Sherry Wilbert said in the sense of money should stay in the school sites. One of the biggest things for the LCAP temple should be strengthened in the sense of the loopholes. There should be clarity. I'm asking parents and advocates to go back and calculate how much money their school site's actually going to get and then figure out if they get it. Because that's exactly what I did. I wanted to do the calculation, and guess what? My son goes to Phoebe-Hearst, and I did the calculation. He was going to receive in his school $143,000. But guess what? He's only getting $38,000. What happened to the difference? That's one of the things I ask people. Look ahead, plan ahead. You know, people are talking about all these wonderful things that are happening, but what you need to do is do the calculations and then come back and say, is it really happening? I'm asking the governor's office to audit and look into this, into how much each school site actually is getting, because the students that need it the most is not getting that money. Even the base grant for some of these children. What happens if flexibility happens if it doesn't go to the children and the services and to help the kids that need it? Thank you.
President Kirst, calling speakers number 305 through 320 to line up, please. 305 to 320, line up. Thank you.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon, President Kirst, board members, and Superintendent Torlakson. I'm Angie Sutherland, and I'm a parent in the Sacramento City Unified School District. My daughter is in special education in a general education classroom, and today I'm speaking out as a parent in support of all students, including those who are at risk in the low-income, foster youth, and English language learner groups, and particularly students with special needs. It's no secret that our state is one of the lowest in the nation in terms of achievement of special education students. With the new Common Core standards, I have a concern of how are we going to implement these new, more rigorous standards. The achievement gap for special education students is wide. The LCAP template includes special needs students as a subgroup. However, the language to address special needs students is lacking. I believe more descriptive language is needed in the template to address the fact that students with special needs must be addressed in the annual priorities and goals, which are to be spelled out in the LCAP. Just want to say thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the State Board of Education. My name is Deacon Donald Clark. I'm a native Californian and a Vietnam veteran. I'm in the first wave of baby boomers, so I have grandchildren. I have 3 grandchildren in the Twin Rivers Unified School District, and I sit as the vice chair of the DAC, the District Advisory Committee. Why I'm here this afternoon is this. I'm a strong supporter of LCCF, but I feel that there needs to be targeted resources for parents to get mobilized, in particular, very low to low income, racial, ethnic minority parents. And I'm echoing Secretary Duncan, who spoke at a speech just 2 days ago, and he said parents are the critical cog for a 21st century workable system. We don't have a workable system right now.
Time.
People. So we have to mobilize parents. Final recommendation. I recommend that the SBE, the State Board of Education, sponsor workshops throughout the state for empowerment training for parents, the very low to low income and the racial minorities. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, vengo representando a 11 personas.
Good afternoon. I'm representing 11 speakers.
Somos Susana Zamorano, Carolina Pérez y Frances Salcedo.
We are Susana Zamorano, Carolina Pérez, and Frances Salcedo.
Representamos a PON y a 17 organizaciones que trabajan con padres en el condado de Los Ángeles.
And we are representing a network of 17 parent and community-based organizations in Los Angeles.
Esta red es convocada por 3 organizaciones de derechos civiles.
And this is made up of 3 civil rights organizations.
Asian Americans Advancing Justice.
Asian Americans Advancing Justice.
Los Ángeles Urban League.
Los Angeles Urban League.
Y MALDEF.
And MALDEF.
Trabajamos primordialmente con familias de comunidades minoritarias.
We work mainly with parents from minority communities.
De bajos recursos y nuestra misión es conectar, empoderar y movilizar a los padres.
These are low-income communities and our mission is to connect, empower and mobilize parents.
Para asegurar una educación de alta calidad para los estudiantes.
To ensure a high-quality education for all students.
Estamos emocionados por el concepto del control local.
We are excited about the concept of local control.
Y a la vez preocupados por la latitud en la flexibilidad que los reglamentos y el plan ELCA le otorga a las escuelas.
But we are concerned about the degree of flexibility the regulations and the templates allow to schools.
Y estamos aquí para compartir nuestras recomendaciones.
And we're here to share our recommendations.
Para mejorar el proceso de participación.
And to improve the process of participation.
Mejorar la rendición de cuentas.
And improve accountability.
Gracias.
Thank
Next,
you.
Mike.
Apreciamos las modificaciones que se aprueban a la sección 1 del LCAP sobre la participación. Aún así, hay lenguaje y preguntas adicionales que podrían fortalecer más el plan. Por ejemplo,
we appreciate the modifications made to the template section 1 stakeholder engagement, but we would still like to provide additional recommendations to strengthen this section. For example,
1. Definir el término con tiempo adecuado.
To define timely manner.
En la segunda pregunta del plan, pues los padres y el personal escolar tienen diferentes nociones de lo que con tiempo significa.
This is in question 2, and it's because parents and school staff understand timely in a different fashion.
Para remediar esto, recomendamos que se den ejemplos o se le pida a cada distrito que defina el término.
And to solve this problem, we recommend providing examples or to ask each district to define the term.
Número 2. Un área que el plan no cubrió sobre la capacitación de los padres que reciben del distrito cuando son elegidos a los comités.
We also want to address the issue of parent training that's not part of the template.
La capacitación muy corta y sobrecargada de información nueva.
Because training is often too brief and overwhelming.
Recomendaciones, las siguientes preguntas.
And we have the following recommendations.
¿Cómo fueron los padres seleccionados para participar en el comité?
To ask, how are parents selected to participate in committees?
¿Qué tipo de capacitación recibieron los padres?
What sort of training did the parents receive?
¿Cuántas horas de entrenamiento recibieron los padres antes de presentarle los planes y presupuestos del distrito?
And how many hours of training did the parents receive before reviewing proposed district plans and budgets?
¿Y cuánto tiempo se le dedicó a los padres para estudiar la información antes de dar recomendaciones?
And how much time were the parents given before they were allowed to provide recommendations?
Gracias.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Carolina.
I am Carolina.
Yo soy Carolina. La flexibilidad tiene que venir mano a mano con responsabilidad.
Flexibility goes hand in hand with accountability.
Y en este momento,
right now,
no está claro cómo el sistema medirá el logro estudiantil
we're not quite sure how the system is going to measure student performance.
Para determinar si las escuelas están usando los fondos adecuadamente.
In order to determine whether the schools are using funds adequately.
Les pedimos que
we urge you to do the following.
Establezcan los reglamentos necesarios para asegurar que las escuelas usen el dinero como se propuso en la ley.
Establish the necessary regulations to make sure that schools use the money as intended by the law.
Establezcan expectativas y resultados bien definidos para que las 8 prioridades del Estado
provide outcomes in order to see whether the 8 priorities for the state,
incluyendo el estandarizar el trabajo de las escuelas con los padres.
Including standardized parent engagement in order to solve those issues.
Establezcan un proceso para reportar violaciones de la ley o irregularidades de la destinación o gastos de los fondos.
And to establish a process to report law violations, including irregularities in the allocation and expenditure of funds.
Los padres queremos ser socios igualitarios en la educación de nuestros hijos.
As parents, we want to be equal partners in our children's education.
Pero necesitamos acceso a la información.
We need access to information.
Capacitación profesional.
We need professional training.
Para asesorar a las escuelas efectivamente.
In order to effectively advise the schools.
El PAM
PON
espera trabajar con los padres y con los distritos específicos del condado de Los Ángeles.
Looks forward to working with parents and specific school districts in Los Angeles County.
Para asegurar que el control local sea una realidad.
In order to ensure that local control becomes a fact.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Patty Lopez, and I'm also behalf of Parent Organization Network, and I have here.
Ricardo Benitez.
And we're here also to advocate in the process for the parent involvement. We really need you and urgent you to make a really active in the parents, because right now it's a lack of process in the schools. If you really want to make the difference for our kids, we need to have the parents all at the beginning, the process, not at the end, just to sign the budget. I've been participating for LAUSD and different councils previously. I have several years, 20 years in LAUSD participation, but I don't see enough lack of parent participation. So I really urgent to make really parents and the first priority, because we need to be part of this. I don't want to be knowing at the end what is the plan for the school. I want to be part, because also I have a kid with special needs, and I don't see anything in the plan, in the school plan right now, anything for special needs. So I really appreciate if you can add that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. My name is Paul Jessup, and I currently serve as Riverside County Deputy Superintendent of Schools. Riverside County school leaders support the proposed LCFF and LCAP template regulations as they are presented. We believe they achieve the critical balance of providing school leaders the discretion they need to tailor academic programs that meet the unique needs of our students and local communities, while ensuring rigorous reporting of our spending and action plans to serve all of our kids. Each day we see the diverse needs of our students across the county. They vary between our 23 school districts and often within them. The regulations recognize this and provide sufficient authority for school districts to accommodate those that are unique to each. We believe that accountability is at the heart of the debate we've been having the last 3 months. We would stress that Riverside County school leaders are committed to meaningful and robust local accountability to accompany the discretion over our resources, including open and meaningful community engagement and a rigorous analysis of student learning and achievement. As the fulcrum that balances fiscal discipline with student learning, we look forward to future and enhanced accountability discussions with you and the larger education community to ensure that we are meeting the needs of all of our children. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Violeta Vasquez, and I'm here representing 12 people in person, but in reality I'm representing many more who couldn't make it today. I'm a youth representative from Coleman Advocates, United Players, and Power from San Francisco Unified School District and many more other organizations. By my side are also many of my peers who are from very underserved schools in the San Francisco Unified School District. We have a very high percentage of low-income students, people of Latino and African American descent, and students who are English language learners. And they are all very well restricted from doing well in classes because of issues that have to do with funding, such as budget cuts. Although we are headed in the right direction in how money is being spent in San Francisco Unified School District, this is only the first step. We are the reason that we have this funding, but we want to make sure that this funding is put towards the youth who need it the most. We want to make sure that we have a voice when it comes to decisions that are being made that will not only affect only our present lives and our communities, but also our future, which revolves only around solely our education. In all reality, we need to make sure that we are heard as youth, and an action is being taken towards the right direction. I want to thank you all and let you all know that I believe that we will win. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Superintendent Torlixon, President Kurtz, board members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jill Sprinkle, and I'm a board member with the Byron Union School District. We're a small rural district surrounded by a very supportive community surrounding our schools. As I've been here today, I've been so encouraged and excited for all the support and the hope that has been shared through all the different stories from the different groups and districts and everyone that have shared with you today. And one gentleman said earlier that it comes down to a question of trust. Local control is trust in the local community, in the local leadership. A parent trusts a teacher trusts a principal, the relationships that are established through our outreach, through the community engagement. I stand before you to say I support local control, the LCFF before you, and our LCAPs will write our stories of that relationships we built for our own children. Thank you.
President Kurtz, calling speakers 321 through 334, and any speaker who signed up and has not previously spoken also please line up in the boardroom.
Good afternoon, President Kurtz, members of the board, Superintendent. I'm Rex Fortune, retired educator and grandparent. Thank you for recognizing the importance of parent involvement as part of the Local Control Accountability Plan template. This recommendation that I'm making is to extend the language regarding parent involvement cited in the template to include parent training. The primary purpose of proposed parent training should improve the ability of parents to assist their children at home, taking into account the Common Core standards as well as the new Smarter Balanced testing. Districts and schools have appropriately established professional development on these topics for teachers and other school staff. Likewise, parents need to have ongoing access to training that will prepare them to understand and assist the instruction their children are experiencing in school. This inclusion of parent training in LCAP, along with appropriate allocation of resources to support such training, will increase the quality of parental involvement in other areas called for in the template. Moreover, quality training for parents would likely result in improved performance, student performance in schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're a group of parents of Institute for Equality for Education, and she's speaking in Spanish and I'm translating.
Buenas tardes. Gracias por la oportunidad que me permiten para dar mi opinión. Mi nombre es Margarita Torres y vengo con un grupo de padres de 50 padres de Pique. Mis hijos van a la escuela Rosenberg High School, Yosemite Middle School y 11 Ward Elementary. en la ciudad de Fresno. Me gustaría compartir con ustedes este comentario. Los cambios que se están proponiendo a nuestro sistema de financiamiento de las escuelas me parecen históricos y por fin reconocen las necesidades educativas de los estudiantes como mis hijos.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to express my voice here today. My name is Margarita Torres, and I'm here with a group of 50 parents of PICO parents. My children attend to Roosevelt High School, Yosemite Middle School, Leavenworth Elementary in Fresno. The changes that are being proposed to our education funding system are historical, as they finally recognize the educational needs of students like my children.
Es importante que ustedes, mis cuatro hijos entran en estas dos categorías que es del Estado de California ha reconocido como una propiedad. Son aprendices de inglés y califican por su subsidio de comida. Lo que me preocupa mucho es que los reglamentos den demasiado permiso al distrito escolar para usar los fondos que mis hijos generan, no necesariamente para servicios que ellos necesitan, pero para servicios que no tienen nada que ver con sus necesidades educativas o de aprendizaje.
As English and language learners who qualify for subsidized lunch for 4 children, for example, of the students that the state of California has deemed a priority. Yet, I am highly concerned that the proposed funding formula does not clearly regulate how school districts will be using funds that are generally by my own children. I am especially worried that these funds will not be used for services directly related to their educational needs.
Es importante que ustedes, la Mesa Directiva de Educación Estatal, monitoreen muy de cerca implementación del plan a nivel local, del RCAP, para asegurarse de que, conforme con el cumplimiento de los complementos de la ley, los servicios lleguen a los niños, a mis hijos, pues el propósito de estos fondos es satisfacer las necesidades educativas de los estudiantes como ellos.
It is important that you, members of the State Board of Education, closely monitor the implementation of LCAP to ensure that my children and other students like them receive the educational services that are mandated by law.
Si los servicios de educación no mejoran y mis hijos y sus compañeros no mejoran en su rendimiento educativo, este esfuerzo histórico habrá fracasado. La mejor manera de asegurarnos que esto no pase es que los reglamentos sigan estos fondos a las escuelas, porque ahí es donde mis hijos y sus compañeros aprenden.
While the LCAP is certainly a historic effort to improve the educational system, if the services are not provided that my children have the opportunity to improve their academic performance, this historic effort will have been failed. Therefore, it is in order to ensure that this does not happen, legislation must clearly articulate how funding will be used. As parents of children who are generating these funds for the state of California, we insist that these monies be directed to the schools themselves.
Para finalizar, quisiera pedirle a esta mesa directiva a que se comprometa públicamente a corregir cualquier abuso o mal uso de los fondos que ocurra durante el primer año de implementación. Y nosotros los padres vamos a estar prestando mucha atención para asegurarnos a que los distritos cumplan con los requisitos de la ley. Gracias por su paciencia y que Dios los bendiga.
In conclusion, I would like to ask the members of board to publicly commit to correct any abuse or misissue of fundings that may occur during the first year of implementation. As parents, we too will be closely monitoring the process to ensure that the school districts comply with requirements of the law. Thank you for your time and patience. God bless you.
Gracias. Es mi hija.
Hello, my name is Tigran Avakian, and I am a Students First member from Sacramento. Thank you for recognizing the importance of parent involvement as it pertains to the Local Control Accountability Plan. As Governor Brown mentioned, the basic foundations of our society starts from family. Thus, it is vital that we empower parents to get involved and take an active role in their child's education. How do we start to accomplish this goal? By making sure that we equip parents with the essential tools needed to advocate for their children. That said, the LCAP template should provide substantial suggestions to school districts as to how to involve parents, provide equal access to outreach and training, and lastly, provide methods to measure the effectiveness of those policies. As a result, we hope it increases parent involvement and improves student performance. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, and I am bringing up the rear, so you're almost done today. And I appreciate the opportunity to feel as people do that come before my board. My name is Lynn Craig, and I am a CSBA Director of Region 18, which represents all of Riverside and Imperial counties. I'm also a Board of Education member for the Riverside County Office of Education. The students that we serve are in the most need, and they are the most vulnerable in our K-12 system, and each of them has unique needs, as you all know, of the County Office of Education students. My colleagues and I are prepared to be and want to be and should be accountable to all the families and children that we represent. And we are responsible for ensuring that those children's needs are met. And so I just want to say that we are in support of the proposed regulations, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, and good luck.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Cuseo, and I'm the Director of Instruction and Accountability for Burbank Unified, which serves about 15,000 students. I'm here in support of the emergency regulations and the template that were proposed. We believe that they're a good compromise and that they're reasonable, and it's a good balance between equity and accountability. Our district is really committed to closing that achievement gap and to using those supplemental funds in support of the students for whom they're intended. And we also appreciate the extended role for parents in participating in the accountability plan, because we believe it'll lead to a more effective planning and also for more increased transparency. So thank you.
President Kearse, members of State Board, thank you for the opportunity to share these comments in support of LCFF and LCAP template. Our district and I understand and embrace LCFF's focus on equity, transparency, and accountability to all of our local stakeholders. We are engaged in communities to develop our plan and budget priorities to approve outcomes for our students. The Merced Union High School District has hosted one regional meeting and held several meetings in our community stakeholders to provide information on Common Core and Common Core and LCFF. That's Atwater, Livingston, and Merced. I didn't mention I'm the past president of Merced Union High School Board of Trustees. Also, the purpose of spending the regulation and LCAP template strikes a good balance between ensuring the state and local priorities and equity for students in LCFF unduplicated categories with flexibility to design and tailor services to local needs and accountability for the results. We appreciate the opportunity for your efforts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable
members of the State Board of Education, and the distinguished State Superintendent Tom Torkelson. My name is Alicia K. Eugene Chaston, and I am a past board trustee of Twin Rivers Unified School District, a proud parent, leader, community leader, and founder and CEO of the Urban Advocates and Achievers, a nonprofit 501c3 organization located here in Sacramento. The Urban Advocates and Achievers advocate and serves the needs of parents, grandparents, foster parents, guardians, and homeless families. We basically we get them educational services and support for their child or children that may be in the achievement gap, at risk, special education, and English language learners. We assist parents in individualized education plans and meetings, and increasing the high school graduation rates. My organization also specializes in gender-specific needs of underachievement African American male and Latino students. We look for your support, and thank you very much, and congratulations to putting forward this important initiative. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President First and your board, as well as Superintendent Torkelson. My name is, I'm Dr. Emma Turner. I am the board president for La Mesa Spring Valley School District, which is located in East San Diego. And we're our K-8, pre-K-8 district with 12,000 students we're serving. I, first of all, would like to say I support the regulations as well as the template. I think you've done a great job. Thank you also to staff. I was so encouraged by the youth that I saw come before you today. I hope you were as well. And I want to encourage, we were talking about the debate between accountability and flexibility. Well, I would urge all the stakeholders to get involved and stay involved even after the implementation to help move that accountability piece along. I thank you for your listening again, and I urge you to adopt both items on the agenda. Thank you.
Superintendent Torkelson and board members, my name is Jay Hanson. I'm a school board member here in Sacramento Unified School District. Our district is an early implementer of Common Core and linked learning, and we are committed to empowering all of our students to succeed. We've held several community meetings thus far. We had over 100 parents at our first meeting in November, and we're advertising far and wide several more meetings that we have scheduled to implement the budget under the LCAP. The board's proposal, I believe, is on target and allows districts like ours to do right by our students and by our families. We have many opportunities for our parents and community to be involved, and we are putting an emphasis on transparency and accountability and involvement. Different parameters might be appropriate at a later date in cases where districts need extra guidance to fulfill the goals of LCFF. We are excited and a bit daunted by the challenges of these historic changes, but we are eager to know what is expected, and we are ready to get to work. So thank you for your work on this as well.
Good afternoon. I'm Leonard Kahn, Assistant Superintendent, Business Services, the Merced Union High School District. The Merced Union High School District lauds the governor's restoration of funding and control to local education agencies. Further, we are thankful for the government's commitment to fund the largest ever increase in school funding. We ask that the large unfunded mandated costs from previous years not be forgotten in this body's future deliberations. As well, California K-12 district contribution levels to the service of our special ed students should not be lost in future funding discussions. Additionally, the combined effect of LCFF base grant funding being lower than previous year's general purpose monies and the movement of the Ag Incentive Grant into the LCFF calculus offers the potential to divert portions of Central Valley Ag Program funding. In order to maintain current efforts and address the needs of targeted populations, we believe that an increase to the CTE add-on component of the LCFF base grant serves the dual purposes of offsetting any negative impact to existing ag programs and providing the necessary equipment and materials necessary to implement broader CTE programs. We ask that due consideration of the potential for an increase to the CTE funding occur. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, members of the board. I am Bill Owens, President of the Yolo County Board of Education and a member of the California County Boards of Education Board of Directors. The welcome local control and flexibility afforded by the proposed regulations brings with it, of course, a great deal of local responsibility and accountability. I simply want to assure the superintendent and the board that our County Office of Education and our board, and I think that this is true for counties throughout California, are fully committed to meeting the responsibility to address the needs of all students, including foster youth and English learners, to close the achievement gap, and to work closely and cooperatively with our school districts to achieve these goals. Thank you.
Good afternoon. One of the last people before you, Chairman Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and the rest of the board. Really grateful for your leadership, taking the time to listen to folks. With Policy Link, Ruben Lizardo, and the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, you've heard from many of our partners. And it's a coalition that basically is trying to make sure that more young men of color stay in school, get what they need to succeed, and less of them end up being incarcerated and causing us to have to spend so much money on that and actually choose between health care for seniors and incarceration. So just a couple points, just to underscore that we're here today because many of the folks that you've heard from fought for increases in money to education. That they got behind the governor's proposal for that, previously had gotten behind the equity-based funding that we were talking about. It was called a weighted formula. And we stand with you, but we want to make one point, that we don't think there's actually a reason to have to choose between accountability and equity. Equity is the way to get to student success, and so flexibility in how to get there, but there should not be any flexibility in terms of equity and success. So thank you so much for your leadership in bringing this to fruition.
Afternoon, Terry Burns on behalf of California School Boards Association. And as board members, all of our members appreciate the time you've put in today going through this. We understand what you're doing. Over 160 governance teams have been represented here today to tell you that we appreciate the regulations as you've set them out and that we are aware of what an opportunity this is for school districts to fund the kids who most need it. We recognize that. We're moving forward on it. CSBA is doing a series of trainings, putting out materials, and sharing best practices. It is our goal to spend these resources on the kids who need them. We really appreciate these regulations. We appreciate the time you put in. And Superintendent Torlakson, your staff has been tremendous today in getting through this and organizing everyone. We'd like to thank you. So thank you, members. We appreciate your time.
Good afternoon, Sarah Lillis with EdVoice. We believe with minor changes, these regulations can be significantly improved. We have our letter with specific language recommendations. These emergency regulations are not temporary for students in schools today or for the next 3 years. Bargaining agreements based on these regulations will trump all other changes to regulations until the agreements are renegotiated. We recommend you reflect on the message of Assemblymember Shirley Weber from this morning, and when in doubt, the focus of any improvement on these regulations must be focused on student achievement and closing the achievement gap. County superintendents are the first line of defense for the state for protecting a constitutional right to a basic education. Counties need clear standards to review district plans that hold them accountable for explaining how expenditures of supplemental and concentration grant funds will support services that actually improve academic achievement for unduplicated pupils. Finally, clarity on the most effective and effective standards for district-wide and school-wide expenditures rooted in improved student achievement will provide all stakeholders a clear frame to meet the needs of those students who have been underserved for so long and establish markers for meaningful oversight and accountability. We believe these few but necessary amendments will help to ensure that local politics and adult interests do not trump those of California's historically underserved students in the local planning process. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Saraguchi, and I work for Students First. I'm also here today in my individual capacity. Thank you first for your time. And thank you for your statutory commitment to increasing and improving parent involvement as one of the listed state priorities in the code. The LCAP template, however, must make that priority real. With nearly 1,200 districts in the state, approximately 1,000 charters here, all of which need to craft this document, we can't afford to allow attention to that detail to vary. Parents need to be meaningful partners in the decision-making process everywhere, but they cannot do so if they're uninformed about the process and the decisions being made on behalf of their children, our students. The LCAP should explicitly include parent trainings then to build that partnership, as check-the-box parental input won't get us where we need to be. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Joan Hawkins, and I would first like to thank all of you for having these hearings and listening to us all day. We do appreciate it. I am the Secretary of the Education Committee of the NAACP Oakland branch and a parent of an Oakland Unified School District student. I also work with the Orly Brown Foundation, which prepares kids for college and finances their college education. Thank you for recognizing the importance of student achievement and existing programs that target low-income and foster African American children. The LCAP template language must specifically address college preparedness. We should also remember that all children are not going to college, yet there is no money designated for vocational and trade school. Please include language in your template about college preparedness and vocational training. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrice Wall, and I am a member of the Oakland branch NAACP. Thank you for recognizing the importance of pupil achievement. As business owners and parents of 3 boys, ranging from elementary to high school, it is very difficult to provide much-needed academic help to my children. This is where effective after-school tutoring programs come in. Ideally, these programs are designed to help our children meet and excel in their course requirements. Unfortunately, this is seldom the case. More qualified and committed teachers who are truly invested in the academic success of our children are critical to the sustainability of effective after-school programs. The LCAP template must include language that specifies how districts will implement after-school tutoring programs. The guidelines should mandate that tutoring programs be structured, include student learning outcomes, and are staffed by qualified personnel, not babysitters. Thank you.
Good afternoon to President and Superintendent and all the board members. My name is Diane Johnson, and I am also part of the Oakland NAACP, and I'm also a math and engineering teacher in the Oakland Unified School District. I've been teaching there for 6 years at Oakland High. I want to thank you for recognizing the importance of parent involvement. We see it all the time in the classroom, or the lack of it. I support the LCAP, but believe the template should include language that outlines ways in which districts can improve student engagement and parent involvement in the process of doing homework. We spend a lot of time teaching students how to bring their life skills to school, but we do not spend time teaching students how to bring their schoolwork home. The template should include suggestions, a list of programs, even a mandate that brings parents together with their children and teaches them how to do the following: create a safe and constructive environment, provide mentoring for parents and their children so that they can be productive together, because let's remember, parents are the first teachers. Thank you.
This is the final speaker. 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Adams. I'm with the Oakland branch NAACP Education. And you know, we have a thing within the NAACP. We always say, since I'm the last one, are we fired up? Are we ready to go? Yeah. We ready to go. On behalf of the Oakland Branch Education Committee, I really want to thank you for having us here. And I am talking about African American girls. And I had something wrote down, but I want to put it in my own word to you. I work at Oakland High School. I work in the school register there. And we have things going on with our African American girls that we really, really need to focus on. And this will really, really help our girls get what they need to get: leadership, parent involvement, community. We really have to help them.
Time.
So I'm asking you to please put this in for the K through 12 African American girls. Thank you so much.
Well, that concludes a very long day. I want to thank all the people who came here and informed us. It was really a very robust and deep look at things. I really like the scope of everything that you covered. It was not just one or two issues. It was all kinds of things. And we really, I think, will benefit from it. And I would just reinforce this is a long run process, and we will be picking up on some of these suggestions in later phases of this, and we'll talk more about that when we deliberate. So at this point, I would like to recess the board for them to clear their heads before we do anything. And so we'll recess until 4:02, and we will be back in the room.
I don't know whether Eileen's in the same boat or whether she went ahead and booked a room for the night. I don't have a room.
Yeah, sure. Okay, the board will reconvene and begin our deliberations. As our procedure has been in all issues big overall issues to have a liaison or two, and in this case we have two liaisons to the local control funding formula, Member Strauss and Member Burr. And so I would like them who have been following this and taking notes as well on the testimony at my request to open up the discussion, and then I'm sure all board members will want to weigh in. So let me call first on Board Member Burr and then on Board Member Strauss to give their views as the two people who have worked the most closely in all the details of this. Board Member Burr.
Thank you, President Kirst. First, I just want to say, as you did already, thank you so much for everyone who came and offered their suggestions. The testimony I found to be incredibly thoughtful, very provocative in some cases, and certainly inspiring. I was inspired by all of the students and certainly applaud their passion and their accomplishments that they shared with us. And they've rightly stated that they're the reason why we're here, and we have to keep that right at the core of what we're talking about. I appreciated Terry Burns' comments at the very end. I actually was trying to keep track of everybody, but her summarizing the fact that we had 160 governance teams was very impressive. And I did keep track pretty much geographically, and I think virtually every part of the state was represented, from Humboldt County to San Diego County to many of the counties up and down the Central Valley, the Bay Area, the Central California, and we don't often get to hear that. And I think the stories that they told about the kinds of students they're serving, the range of needs that they have, underscore the reason why we're here again and why we need to build in the absolute central accountability about increasing and improving services for the students who are most needy, but providing the local context and the local flexibility to make the best decisions. So I really felt like the testimony did exactly what I had hoped it would, which is really inform where we're going and reinforce, I think, the direction that we're headed. There was one issue that was raised, I thought, the most. I tried to sort of preview what I thought the issues were, and I think maybe we were close. But the one that we heard the most from, I think, was this concern about a so-called loophole that's in the regulations. And I wanted to make sure that people understood what the regulations were. I might ask Janelle or Chris to help me a little bit with this, but if you look at the language with respect to the district-wide and school-wide thresholds, and this is on page 4 of attachment 3, there is, I'll just say in my view, there's no loophole. We have set up conditions under which districts may use funds on behalf of district-wide expenditures and school-wide expenditures. We set thresholds in the regulations to conform with what we thought was really federal law and or the level at which concentration grants are provided. But we do lay out conditions under which, if districts choose to make those expenditures, the conditions under which they do so, and the expectation, again, a fairly high accountability expectation in the local control accountability plan for why they're making those expenditures and why they think those are the best expenditures on behalf of the students who generate them. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood, again, that I don't perceive it as a loophole. I mean, the staff in their recommendations certainly made a choice about trying to provide some flexibility there, but certainly with the key condition in mind that the funds are supposed to be spent in the most effective way on behalf of the students who generate them. So happy to answer any questions, or I know Janelle or Chris or our board staff, Elisa, could help us with those, any questions around that. Again, I just want to reinforce, I think, what we said at the beginning. This is a start, in my view, and if you look at the item, this is meant to be an iterative process. It's supposed to be data-driven. It's supposed to be pupil-centered. I think we saw all of that today in the testimony. And so I think that these are that we've done what's one blogger called a Goldilocks. We've come to a Goldilocks type decision. It's not too hot, it's not too cold. Hopefully it's just right, but it's just right for the first step. And I think it's just right with respect to the emergency regulations and being able to move forward. Remember that if we adopt the emergency regulations today, it will give us really one cycle, meaning this budget cycle and academic planning cycle that we're asking districts to engage in right away. Because parallel to this, we will be starting on the path of permanent regulations. But by having emergency regulations that are in place and set up a process that, as we've already talked about, is a historic landmark movement in California, we will be able to learn from that. And we will, I would suggest that at our subsequent meetings, we invite many of these districts that have been here today to bring their teams back. And I mean their whole team, not their superintendent, their board members, their teachers association, their classified association, their parent groups, their student groups, to say, this is how this is working. This is what it looks like in fill in the blank, Porterville, San Mateo, Foster City, La Mesa, Spring Valley, whatever it might be. But we learn from them. We learn those best practices. And I would just say, at least on my behalf, that I expect if it's not working and people believe it's not working, we want to hear that too. So that we'll be able, again, to continue to learn, continue to improve, and that our permanent regulations will reflect those little tweaks that we know are going to be necessary. I also think there's another vehicle for us that will help us that we talked a little bit about, and it's addressed in the item, but I just want to mention it, and then I'm going to have Eileen talk more specifically about it. I do think that we really need some guiding documents. There are lots of questions that were raised about what does this mean, what's county office oversight. There's a lot of issues, and I think Eileen will articulate those. But I want to make sure that we understand that we have an opportunity to have these parallel documents exist right along with the regulations and the template, and I think that's very important to do. So I'm going to ask Eileen to talk a little bit about that, and then whenever you're ready, President Kirst, I'm ready to make a motion.
Right. So Eileen will talk about the guidance for sources as well.
Right.
So, thank you.
Let me just, I think it's been an amazing process, and the energy today was really exciting as I think about where we go ahead in public schools. And what I heard, and I think Member Burr and I have met with a lot of the advocacy groups and along with several of the other board members who've had separate meetings. And I think what we saw today is that we really want to get it right. The parents want us to get it right. Administrators want to get it. School boards, people came with the best of intents. And it was really, for me, exciting to hear what's going on across our state now. And I think the energy is clear. The engagement is really, people are focusing on it, and we're getting better. And people said to us, it's much improved, but we do need some guidance. And so, and just as a former ed services person and a site principal, we heard that now both sides of the house are working together, and that's actually a real significant move in school districts where education side and the budget side actually meet together to do this work. So with that, we do think that based on all the feedback, and I actually took notes on every speaker to highlight what the comments were, we think there's a real critical need for the guidance materials going out to the field. The staff was amazing. To the state board staff, to the Department of Ed staff, to what you managed today and all the outreach. This is one of the board members, and as a public member and a grandparent now, I just think you guys are amazing. Karen, you've led a great team, and I just thank Superintendent Torkelson and Karen for just everything you've done and the professionalism and the way everyone was treated in the entire outreach process. I can't imagine. I think it sets the level of engagement of what we're hoping will happen in all our schools. So we beat the deadline by having the template. We didn't have to have it for March until March, and I think having it now was really actually helpful. But we're requesting now that you turn your attention to developing guidance to the field and that you bring us a status update at the March meeting. We're asking you now to address several key issues. Number one, we want to be clear about the interaction with current law requirements, particularly federal law related to provision of services for English language learners, to ensure that supplanting does not occur. Number two, we want coordination with existing school site plans, because we have school site plans, school accountability report cards, Now we have an LCAP, we have LEA plans. We want to look at coordination to minimize duplication and further reinforce that this is operational and integrated for an educational program that's well coordinated. There's just so many different ways we report now. We're asking you to address that. Number 3, we'd like examples of promising practices around parent and community engagement. We heard a lot about what does it mean to be engaged, what is involvement, how are you reaching out. So we'd like to see some examples, and we do think that there's small rural districts, there's large urban districts, there's charter schools, there's a variety of models, and we're actually requesting that at our subsequent meetings we begin to hear promising practices to help inform the field. Number 4, we'd like clarity around the requirements for charter schools that differ from LEA requirements. And number 5, we'd like an update on the creation of an electronic template. So this, having written these plans and processed this, an electronic template would be very, very helpful to the process. So those are our recommendations for the guidance to the field. We'd like the team to address that and put that on our March agenda to address that. And with that, I'm just so excited and hopeful as I look ahead to public education in California. And I think I speak for many of us saying how lucky we are to be part of the process at this point in time. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure board members will add others maybe to your list. I had the County Office of Education clarifying things for them. That can be in guidance to the county offices of education. I'm sure board members had others as well. So, yeah, so Board Member Burr, I'd like you to.
I move that we adopt the department's recommendation or the staff recommendation in our item 20. Chris, you had one additional bullet point that I'm sorry I didn't write down, so I would like to include that with the motion if you state it, please. We can't hear you. Yes, something's happening.
Thank you. Delegating to SBE and CDE staff the authority to amend code section citations as appropriate to the documents that we would be submitting to OAL.
Okay, so that I would include that in the motion along with the printed motion that's in the item.
And I second it.
Okay, let me have some board deliberation on this side of the table since we've heard from that. Board Member Williams.
I just want to say as well, thank you to everyone who came to speak. This was one of the most interesting public comment hearings I've ever been in the 3 years I've been on the board, and in part because everyone was respectful and civil, and in part because the staff had done this wonderful job of organizing it and orchestrating it, and that made it easier for everyone to be that way. But also because the comments were so diverse and different and substantive, and you each elaborated on something that the other had said and not just repeating it, and I came away with a really good sense of a lot of the issues. I want to thank, I want to commend the staff, the CDE and the state board staff, which did, and Janelle and her team, who did just an incredible job between the last board meeting and this board meeting. It was an intellectual lift, a mighty intellectual lift, as well as a mighty outreach and listening lift, all at the same time and all over the holidays. Just a tremendous amount of work. But I also want to commend and give kudos to President Kirst, of course, who wrote one of the original weighted student formula policy paper, and to Member Strauss and Member Burr, who also then led on the CBEC State Board side on the membership, all the work and convenings and intellectual lift on this, and commend you as well. Then just a couple of points about some things I heard that stood out for me. I do support the recommendation that you are making, but let me say that one of the things that stood out for me was I know when we go to local control funding formula, that means that we're not controlling it. I get that part, but I also heard from students and from parents that especially in certain districts, and particularly in a couple of districts that we heard from where there were a lot of students showing up, that the need for student supports was really strong. All kinds of supports, whether it was tutoring with really highly qualified teachers to help them fill in information gaps and knowledge gaps, or whether it, and we heard this from some of the guidance counselors, you know, California ranks 50th in the nation in terms of the guidance counselors and psychological staff and healthcare staff per student. And that I would just, it's not our job to mandate that in local control, but I would encourage districts that have a lot of high needs kids to check with their parents and kids to see whether or not that would be of benefit for them. I would also encourage, in addition to the parent engagement that we've talked about, that at least, certainly at the middle school and high school level, that we have more student voice, that there's an opportunity to not just survey them with written surveys, but to actually convene meetings with them, with or without their parents, maybe without their parents, to hear what it is they feel like is working for them and what is not working for them. That could be, they could have a very different view of that than their parents or the school staff. And last, I want to say that in spite of all the excitement that I have and everyone else seems to have about local control funding formula and its promise, let's not kid ourselves. There are going to be a huge number of districts that grab this and make the most positive change out of it and do everything that capitalizes on its potential. And there are probably, in a state that has 1,000 districts, there's probably going to be some districts that don't do that and don't take it as an opportunity to work with their parents and to improve conditions rapidly enough for their students. And I hope that in the guidance that you are asking to be provided, in the rubric that we put together, in the permanent regs, and in the California Collaborative for Education Excellence, the backstop accountability that we have in assistance, I think it's a state board responsibility and CDE responsibility to be on the alert for those districts, and that there is a backstop for holding them accountable for this. But again, congratulations to all of you that pulled this off, and thanks to everyone who came.
Board Member Sandoval.
I'd just like to thank everyone. The testimony was very powerful today, and I appreciate the good work that's happening already in our schools and districts throughout the state to embrace the state priorities. And I'm really grateful for the examples. We received so many letters from districts and schools explaining what they're doing already in communities. And today I appreciated Morgan Hill's presentation because they really demonstrated the far reach of LCFF, not only with our educational community, but going in with the mayor, the business community, parents, students, and we just want to continue to hear these great stories. So keep telling your story. It's very powerful. It's going to instruct us as we move forward together. And also the Oakland and the Stockton students who spoke, I was very moved and at times deeply troubled by the testimony that I heard today. So continue to stay involved in this process because your voices are certainly, we need to hear your voices in this process. And student supports are essential in helping meet these needs in communities that we heard today so clearly. And at the local level, I think that parent and student groups have a very important role to play in leadership development as it relates to LCFF implementation and local governance, helping parents and community members learn about the budgeting process, governance practices, and supporting learning at home. These are ways that we can really make a difference, but at the local level. This is an iterative process that will benefit from continued engagement from stakeholders, and we will continue to refine this year, in this first year of implementation. And as a result, I do support the proposed emergency regulations and the template as they are presented today.
Okay, Board Member Rucker.
Well, I'm just going to add to the chorus of thank yous and appreciations for what happened today and the fact that we had a very, very important hearing that I'm hoping will model for local school districts the ways to do that reach out and to do that work. I just want to make sure I understood on the recommendations that Board Member Strauss made concerning the guidances. Are those recommendations or suggestions connected to the motion that Board Member Byrd just made, or is that something separate?
Connected to the motion to address the issue in the guidance materials to the field.
Okay, so it is connected to her motion?
not to the motion. It's the follow-up to the motion that we ask staff to address as they begin to develop the guidance materials.
Okay. The reason I wanted to ask that is, with regard to your recommendation about having guidance about the interaction with current law, particularly federal statutes, what you specifically called out was related to Title III and the English learners. But there are other sections of ESEA that include federal funds that have requirements concerning supplementing, not supplant. There's Title I, Title IV, Title V. So we have to, and also the SIG grants, we just created another cohort 7 for. In giving that guidance, sometimes I've noticed when I go to the Federal Register and I look at their guidances, they just say, if you want more information, look it up on this website, and they just keep having you click to go to more websites. So I'm sure for people who are academics, that's a wonderful way to do research and to justify your time. So is it possible when you do this work, and I recognize that quantity is just as important as quality, but when you start working on the guidance, particularly on this interaction with current law, while it'll be tempting just to say, here's the website you can go to on the Federal Register, it'll talk about supplement and supplant, if you could give a couple of examples from that website and then say, if you want to see more information, go there, because this is where we got the information from. I would like to recommend that, because we have to be mindful of who the other consumers are of the guidance. While we know our primary audience will be the central office personnel charged with administering the program, there will be other people reading the guidances. So if it's possible, just to take the Goldilocks approach with that, to recognize we will have technocrats and bureaucrats who are experts at understanding the guidance you've written, and then we will have those who are the consumers, who are not necessarily with that expertise. If we could strike a balance on how the guidance is developed so that it would be easier for them to consume it as well, I would ask that. And then on the issue of coordination with among the programs, again, giving some examples, not intending to be underground regulation, because I know you're going to have people looking for that as well. With regard to the issue of the role of the county offices, the other thing that I heard, and this was from a couple of superintendents, like most educators, well, with most of my students, if I gave them a writing assignment, they wanted to know how many words, if I had to use how many spelling words, how many sentences, and if they had to write it in ink. I heard very clearly from a couple of superintendents that there isn't a lot of information about their report card, about how they will be evaluated. And so knowing that this is just our first step and that the evaluation is several years down the road, it still is helpful for them to know, here's what we're looking at. So even though the guidance can't go so far as to say, here's what we're contracting with you to do, I very clearly heard several superintendents talking about their concerns about what their relationship with monitoring and oversight with the county offices will be. And they were very clear they were concerned about what they are going to be held accountable for and how they will be evaluated. And so so some of that came out in the conversation about assessments, but other parts of it came out in conversations about what will be monitored, how will the monitoring work, how are they supposed to then respond to or make adjustments in their program, and how are they supposed to do that kind of make those agreements. So if there can be some understanding about even here's what we're thinking we can do, or here's the direction you can talk about doing, or here's the flexibility you have to say, here's how I want you to evaluate me with that. But just give them some guidance when you talk about the role of the county office. I also think that that would be helpful, because I did very clearly hear that from the superintendents who spoke.
All right, other board member comments? Board Member Cohn.
Just 3 quick points to make. Kudos to everyone involved in today's presentations. I want to personally thank PICO for the meeting, community meeting that they facilitated for me at Our Lady of Solitude in Palm Springs just before Christmas, where I was presented with 600 holiday cards from youngsters who were interested in LCFF and talked poignantly about their desire for a bright future and a meaningful life. I really identified with what the Whittier school board members said about all we are saying is give LCFF a chance. And I hope that that's what we're doing. And then finally, I really liked what the governor said about this is not the law and the prophets. This is not divinely inspired work. It's a human enterprise. It may not be perfect out of the box, but it's really important. So I'm feeling really good about where we are and where we're going.
Thank you. Board Member Zhang, did you want to speak?
I would like to specifically thank all the students who came out and spoke for inspiring me, for empowering me, for showing me a world of education that I'm typically not exposed to. And just moving forward with these current draft regulations, I still strongly believe in the power of the student voice. And in the current regulations, we talk about engagement and getting students involved, but I want language that demonstrates how students can actually change the education that they're experiencing, rather than just being used in an advisory role and having their recommendations typically ignored or simply put aside. I want as we create these guidance documents, as we move forward, I want students to have a direct role in their decision making, because their perspective is truly different than that of an administrator or a teacher or any policymaker. So with that, I do support the current emergency regulations, but those are just some things to keep in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Board Member Holliday.
Pardon me, my thanks go out to everyone and piled upon all the other things. This is an historic occasion, not only because of LCFF and because of what we've heard today and done today, but it's also historic because I think this is one of the first times where foster kids have really been singled out as a group to pay attention to really focus and be concerned about. As we all know, foster youth are some of the greatest at-risk students that we try to serve, and they also have practically no voice in many ways. They don't have parents showing up at parent meetings. So I'm really hopeful that it's not just, as we heard many times today, low-income, EL, and foster. And it sort of jumbled into one bunch, but that the foster youth are really considered as a special group that really needs to be focused on, paid attention to. Their issues, their problems, their concerns need to be addressed in a very significant way. And I'm very happy that language is a part of what we're doing today, and I just hope it works.
Board Member Molina.
Well, it's difficult when you're the last one, but I just want to reiterate, of course, all the comments from my colleagues, and more importantly, I want to thank the team. Without the team's effort, this wouldn't be possible, and it's really clear no one can do this work alone. And I think if I ever felt that we truly were clear and experienced what is possible when true collaboration occurs, this is what we continue to tell our teachers. We have an incredible opportunity to change not only the outcomes of children, but the outcomes of our country. So I want to thank the team. This is going to be truly a very powerful opportunity. Clarity precedes competency, so I'm looking forward to clarity in our guidance. And I again want to thank our parents and our students that came forward, and our community members who came with a heart of passion and truly wants to do what's best. And I think we've all gathered together, we can make this happen. And we will have some spotty areas, but I think we have an immense team who's willing to roll up their sleeves and do what it's going to take that makes it right for all our children. Thank you for this amazing opportunity.
State Superintendent would like.
Thank you, President Kearse and members. And truly a great day, a great team, and I think we all heard we felt the excitement, and we heard a lot about hope, and I think we also saw heightened trust. There was a lot of discussion about trust. So it's a great day all around in the level of involvement. And we stand ready, the department, to work as we did in this team effort to get the guidance materials out, develop those items that Eileen Strauss laid out in her proposal. And just one other thing that struck me, and many of you just commented on it, was the voice we heard from students and the voice we heard from parents, but also the thirst for more training, for more targeting, for more ways that they could be engaged, not just here today, but back in their communities. So I think that's something that we should look into together, and with board member Zhang, we'll maybe work with you to develop some ideas on how can we help that student voice get more organized, and how do we collect best practices. And there's different types of parent training. We heard some parents saying, I need help with the homework and how to help my child succeed academically. And with the Common Core, we know that's a whole new area where that's a training and empowering that we can assist with. And then there's the training on how to be involved in the accountability process and follow a budget and discern between different choices that may be there in terms of effectiveness of programs that will help the students that we're targeting. So I think that's something we'll follow up on. I know we talked about it, President Kearse, when Karen Staff Walters and Rich Zeiger and I got together a couple of weeks back. This is something I think that we can maybe pull some additional resources in to provide a statewide resource and training best practices approach. So.
Okay, Board Member Rucker.
On that point, I do want to thank the superintendent for saying that, because he did jog my memory on a point I did want to make. At some point in time, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act will get reauthorized. Keep hope alive.
Yeah.
But in one of the areas that was a missed opportunity to address incremental and very important support for parents was on the charge given to supplemental education support providers. So the constant call we heard today for help on teaching parents how to help with homework, those are the types of things that the network of support providers are actually more closely able to provide and offer, because then parents have an opportunity to choose where and when they can go and get that training and that support. So even if the federal government doesn't take up that charge, I believe the guidance will be flexible enough to allow us to create that charge when we start contracting for new SCS providers. So I think those opportunities down the road, as it relates to our continuing expansion and implementation of this, will create the opportunities we need to do a lot of other things and to look at other ways that even the federal government can provide some additional support for us to do this work.
I just want to say I listened carefully to the regulation changes that were proposed, and I think while some of them have merit and should be considered, these are emergency regulations, and directly quote the governor, it's not the New Testament, I think he said, although we could add the Old Testament as well, probably. So rather than attempt to make changes here today without allowing all stakeholders to review and comment on them, I believe we should explore the ideas raised today through the permanent regulations. We're committed to making, as a board, any necessary changes and continuing the public engagement process that got us here with the balance that we reached today. But rather than making changes on the fly on particular parts of the regulation without time to fully consider their potential impact or engage all stakeholders, I support approving the emergency regulations as presented. So if there, now I need to call for public comment on our motion, and we've had a lot of comments, so if you don't have anything new to say, we would hope you would.
I don't know where the binder is.
No, okay. So yeah,
I haven't seen the binder in
hours.
hours.
Okay, yeah,
We're on item 20.
Yes.
Are there any people who would like
Okay.
to speak? I'll go look for the binder.
All right. All right. Well, Board Member Williams has something. So.
I think we all also want to thank the governor for his leadership. I mean, that was like, all of a sudden I thought, oh, Governor Brown and his leadership on this and his vision on this and his relentlessness and tenacity on seeing it through and getting it approved is incredibly impressive. I'm proud to have a governor that thinks like this and values education this much. And I think it was a surprise and very validating for the board and hopefully for the people in the audience that he cares enough about this that he took the time to come over today and to talk about it and talk about his vision for it. So kudos and appreciation to him as well.
Okay, hearing no public comment, if there's no further board discussion, all those in favor of item 20 as proposed, raise your hands. It's unanimous. Okay, now we're ready for item 2021.
I move the staff recommendation on item 21, and there are no amendments to the recommendation as written.
And I second it.
And that begins the permanent regulation process. It's just starting the process. Any board discussion of this motion? Public comment?
None.
If not, all those in favor, raise your hands. It's unanimous. Okay, we've reached a point now where the only thing left is public comment on items not on our agenda for Wednesday or Thursday. Do we have any of that public comment? If we don't, I declare the board adjourned.